Hello, hello.
Hello, what's up?
Oh my gosh. Happy Tuesday, everyone. What's up? What's not up? Oh my goodness.
Yeah. Everything's up and down and all around right now.
It's all around. Who we got here? What up, John H? Uncle Warren. What up? What up?
CBC
Jacqueline. Always lovely to see you. And CBC voter, 620s in the house. All the way from Kelowna. Is that
Kelowna.
Kelowna?
Kelowna. Kelowna.
Kelowna. Oh, okay. Kelowna. Okay. Interesting. I would have said Kelowna.
Oh, it's like low. Like the word low is in it. Like, I don't know why that's the way it is, but people
that
are funny.
That is true. Like, well, sometimes that could be an owl, like clown. So, yeah, very interesting. English is weird anyway.
Yeah, I've never thought about why it's called that, like what culture that name comes from, but that'll tell you which pronunciation.
Hi, Lance. Lance says it sounds Italian.
I don't know about that. I'm not sure what I would call it. It sounds like more Eastern, Northern European kind of thing.
Mm, I have no idea. What's all is that Bella?
Bella, oh, are she chewing on that thing on the floor? Let's put that on the bed, baby. I don't know why we're hiding our cameras. Are you feeling a little bit shy today?
No, I'm gonna come on camera. I'm gonna come on camera. I I was sweating a little bit, and it's kind of cold in here, so I put on a robe until the like that initial coldness wears off,
Right. Yeah.
and then I
It's
could take off my robe and put my camera back on.
yeah, it's gotten cold again out there here in Windsor. That's what I was expecting though. It seemed like a little bit of a false spring that we had for a couple days, maybe up to a week, and then because the winter has been a brutal one. This been that broken polar vortex, and then there was a double La Nina, whatever. If you look into the weather enough, if you're enough of a weather enthusiast, and it's transitioning to a El Nino again this year. So there's interesting timing as far as whatever the lunar cycle and the solar cycle being at their peak or in their like all that kind of stuff. It's very interesting.
All that kind of stuff.
But I forget I haven't done anything reading about that anytime soon, so I don't want to say things improperly. So
Yeah. I was also thinking that it sounded like a indigenous, well, Native American.
right. It's probably
First
more
Nation
likely.
name.
There's a lot of our place names are First Nations, so I only say Kelowna sounds maybe Eastern European because it seems almost like a Polish sort of. But that's where you have to think like it is either one or like there's a lot of both. You know, there's mostly English and French place names, but there's a lot of different types of communities named after different immigrant populations, or named by them, I should say.
Mm. Yeah. Speaking of you talking about the cold, it is a huge blizzard in New York City. They haven't had one like that since the year I moved to New York City was a blizzard like this. And I was livid. I was like, I hate it here. And they were like, we promise this is an anomaly. It's not like this all the time.
Mm.
Well, it's happening again. And people are using this as a political tool to talk about the scary socialist Mondami. First it was, I've seen all kind of stuff.
I've been tuned out of the Mom Donnie stuff. It's got New York's far away from me, and they like to be a little bit narcissistic. I feel like New York. It's just we're the most important city in the world. Everyone should want to talk about us all the time. It's like your politics
No.
think it does, but sure.
You think so?
I mean, it's important, sure, but I think like because the United Nations is there, supposedly that's why it's so important, like among other things, you know. But it's a little bit like there are certain like white European, like English or Dutch sort of cities that have historically had a powerful importance centuries ago, but with all this multipolarity, globalization, and whatnot, things change in these cities. The relevance of them are kind of debatable. They're more of a cost than a benefit. You know, if you think about how expensive and dirty a place like New York is and whatnot.
Well, I think it's just a tourist hub like Paris. That's all. I don't think they think they're potential. Well, I don't know.
That's what it is. It's pretty run down for a tourist hub. I mean, I've never been there, right? But if it's unaffordable for me to visit, and I hear it's legendary for its rats and garbage and whatnot. I mean, there's more impressive places that you hear a lot of tourist propaganda about. You know, there's a lot of
I mean, New Orleans. There's like in the tourist area. There's like piss all over the ground everywhere. People flock to New Orleans, even though it's kind of dirty. But
Lack of
the
self-respect
reason it's dirty.
for the visitors with that kind of thing.
I mean, the
But
reason it's dirty is because so many people want to flock there, and
yeah, well, and the city is not wanting to,
in the
wants
city
to have
doesn't
that
want to.
capitalist model of taking all the profit from all of the tourism, but not doing the work of being respectable along the way. I was
And
going to say
also,
there's
I mean, the
a lot
city
of
will.
celebration. I was just going to a lot of celebration about cities like Beijing about how much, at least that's what I hear on YouTube and whatnot. And they're so much cleaner than ours. Like Iran's got some really nice places, even though you think it's like a shithole in the desert because that's what propaganda tells you, right? Like,
Oh yeah. Like that, the infrastructure sucks. Um, all those things, but hey, it's the USA. Like they're propped up on their name recognition. But I
well,
just
that's where
wanted to
Wall Street
mention.
is. That's the other. Like New York is all powerful because Wall Street is there, and we should maybe. I wonder. We could have a conversation. I don't think we've done any research on it, so maybe not today. Or about the relevance of Wall Street, or is it dwindling? Is it still as strong as ever?
Oh, okay. Um, yeah, we could talk about
Like
that.
like cryptocurrency and stuff, because Wall Street was the powerhouse of like fiat currency. Things are all changing now, so.
Mm. Well, I just wanted to mention about the rhetoric that's coming out of there. Just the reason why I'm focusing on New York City is two reasons. I used to live there, still have close ties there, um, but also it's a self-proclaimed Democratic Socialist mayor, first time ever. Well, in modern history, I'm not sure, but first time running one of the largest cities in this country and one of the most influential cities, and just seeing how he's treated, about, talked to. Oh yeah, we need to put up the link. Let me do that real quick. Is that's really important. So all that to say, like he's telling people to shelter in place, right? Like you don't come outside, which is what he should be telling people. Um, and there's rhetoric all over social media that it's starting already. He's already trying to tell you what to do, and I'm like, really?
They're trying to use him as a
Really?
scare. Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to scare people. Um, he did a really good thing where they like loaded up buses full of full of supplies, um, and then also had like an emergent. I mean, like uh, behind the bus was a ambulance, and so they were going around New York City looking for homeless people, supplying them with stuff, taking care of medical needs, and asking them, "Do you have a family member to go to?" Or trying to put them in a shelter, to get them out of the streets. That's unheard of. Um, and then also he removed a big impediment on shelters. A lot of reasons why a lot of homeless people won't go to the shelters is because their pets were not allowed to come with them.
Right.
And that's like their only companion. So he lifted that, and made accommodations for pets in the shelters.
Still need to make
And that
accommodations.
changed the game.
It's the drug use is the main thing. I would maybe ask people who are going to be following up on Mamdani to gauge him for eugenic tendencies along the way, because like his policies might seem good, but if the overall arching goal is some kind of social engineering, That should be kind of the takeaway. Because as far as them smearing him as a socialist, I want to see him release Nicolas Maduro. And if you want to call him, until he does that, if you want to call him some kind of socialist or communist, the evidence flies in your face as long as Maduro is still there. So it's his jurisdiction, from what I understand. So
I'm not sure where Maduro is right now.
and also he could arrest Netanyahu if he ever shows his face in New York as well. By the
Well,
way.
he said he would.
Right. Yeah.
So
Arrest
I'd
Donald
like
Trump
to see
too,
it.
right? Yeah. Like that's the whole. There's a lot going on here, and I think was it you who was telling me about Zoran Mamdani's mother's connections with all that?
Yep.
With the Epstein stuff.
Yep. I was just about to mention that. She's like
so many red flags.
Documentary, something or something. Not sure, but
so maybe there's a reason for his mutual silence there, right there.
Yeah, I gotta look more into that. But as for now, and then another thing, he's like he's telling people, they need snow shovelers, and he's like, we're paying $30 an hour. And did I just share this? I did that. Oh, I hit the wrong thing.
Wrong thing up. There you go.
I'm trying to put up the link. I can't walk and chew gum right now. Okay. So they need snow plowers. He said just come anytime from 9 a.m. to 9 to I don't know what time, with 2 forms of ID, and you can work that day. We just have to make sure you get paid. So you need 2 forms of ID for that. And then they jumped on him for that. Okay, the link is pinned in the chat, y'all. It's pinned in the chat. So come one, come all.
Still gotta show me how to make that happen one day.
I did.
You tried.
I'll show you again.
We don't need to waste time on it, maybe.
Remember that it was that one day it wasn't working.
Yeah, the one day we're trying to figure it out, and then it happens to not work. I feel like Charlie Brown with the football, whatever. Which, by the way, that I say that, now I have the opportunity when we were talking the other day on Uncle Warren's podcast about
okay.
The Beyond the Arc podcast. I felt bad that I couldn't remember the other one guy, and his name, he was the Charlie Brown Politics. He has a YouTube channel still, I'm pretty sure. So wonder if he's active.
And also you said the former, and I was like, ugh, I didn't like him. I was mixing him up with somebody else. So I do like the farmer. The farmer's name is Charlie Brown.
Right. Then there was 2 others, Stephen and Mastermind Hour, which we don't need to get into at the moment.
Stephen is the one I didn't like. Okay, so look here. You see this? You see these 3 dots?
Yeah. Yeah.
Pin message. That's it. So anyway, about the snowplowers.
See, when I click that, I don't have the pin message showing up. So I must not be. Must be the administrator, head administrator. Okay. We have to probably look into those settings, because it says for me, delete comment, put user in timeout, ban user, and delete their comments. I must have moderator privileges or something.
Oh. Maybe I need to upgrade your whatever. You got to make a comment so I can change it. But anyway, so they're like, what are you saying? You need 2 forms of ID, and like, oh, you don't say, and it's like, it really sucks, because the SAVE Act is not a voter ID bill; it's a voter registration bill, which is 2 totally different things. But they're conflating the 2 to make people on the left look stupid. Like, yes, we know you need an ID for everything.
we're a lot of people, just because we're on the left doesn't mean that we are immune to the idea of jumping to conclusions or speaking without really doing any research at all. Like, we often assume that we know everything, just like people gotta slow down a little bit, right?
Well, I think it's more of a certain people will only watch certain things. So your words can be misconstrued or your explanations and things like this. And if you're only listening to certain people and you're not verifying or doing your own research, then that's how you interpret what it is, even if it's misinformation. And hi, awesome underscore research. So what's the topic? The topic is whatever we want the topic to be, because this is Tuesday, and on Tuesdays we talk about whatever. So right now it's Mondami, and I'm pretty much finished with that. I'm wrapping that up, um, and we can move on to another topic. Is there something you want to talk about? Because the chat is in the link. Hi,
What's up, man?
Mousy.
Good to see you.
Hi, Old Man Barker.
I could just briefly speak on this. He said, Old Man Barker, he's saying he went a decade with no ID. I also did something similar, maybe not a full decade, but like probably 4 years, maybe, about not renewing my ID. Um, my driver's license expired, and I just didn't get any new valid ID for a long time until I had to, for some reasons I forget, to get a new phone or something, I think.
Okay, I guess the new topic is Jacqueline's put something on the table. I
Oh
wanted
yeah,
to avoid it at all costs, but
that's a little bit of a thing I wanted to talk about, at least to briefly touch on too, because that's news for as far as our channels. That's noteworthy for us because of our history with them, and it's a significant shift.
so if
No,
you got
what I'm mentioning about is JB's leaving of RBN. This is a different, little bit
oh, she
ignored,
wasn't even talking about it, so I could have left that alone.
but we'll circle back to that because it's important. It's an important development.
Well, this says JB did a story earlier on about how this black woman who never ever been out of Texas, where she had been born in 1966, had her SSI taken from her briefly because she wasn't a citizen. She wasn't a citizen.
That's their
I'd have
social
to see that
security.
story, because how she get SSI if she like make so 1966, because there are like some people who are still, there are some people that are like 100 or whatever, don't have birth certificates because they were born at home and not through the regular channels. A lot of black people are like that.
This
So
is this is part of the thing about the white supremacy and colonialism and the nation state of capitalism and everything. It imposes this demand for this documentation. It imposes identity on people like that, and it imposes consequences on people for not adapting to and assimilating to this system. So that's where I had in my more anarchist days, I was a little bit more, we should be rejecting nationalism, rejecting citizenship, embracing statelessness as a means to begin the work of uh, withering away the state. There's 3 pillars there that we should be focusing as our objectives, as far as wondering what should we do. We want to try and figure out active ways to bring about a moneyless society, a stateless society, and classless society. So if we take that seriously, then we don't want statehood. We don't want citizenship. Actually, it's not necessarily, it's sold to us as a benefit, but in reality, it's like a bait and switch. We are offered rights, and in exchange, the social contract is imposed on us, and they then claim that they have the right to take taxes and to throw you in jail for violating their laws that you didn't write. that kind of thing. So, but that's more of like a libertarian kind of anarchist sort of get rid of the state now kind of approach, and to embrace the communist approach is we need to take over the state and use those laws and that hierarchy, unfortunately, to figure out a way to redistribute wealth before we begin the process of eliminating the state, as far as I understand it. So,
Well, there's some interesting comments, which kind of involve the SAVE Act because you might not be familiar. It passed the House and they're trying to pass it through the Senate, and basically, it changes the mechanism for which you can register to vote. So you would have to have a birth certificate, which Mousy says it took him 5 years to get a copy of his birth certificate. That sounds crazy to me.
Yeah, when you see how they treat the whole process, you understand it's more oppressive than beneficial. What's up, Uncle Warren? How's it going? Thanks for joining us.
Hi, Uncle Warren.
I'm getting you back for coming on. What was it, last week? It's what, 2 years ago? When was that?
Wednesday. Like seems a while ago already.
Oh yeah. At the time, it just
seems like forever ago.
How you guys doing?
Good. A little tired.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to finish explaining the SAVE Act so people can understand, because Jacqueline makes another point, like she doesn't want to get a passport. So the way this is going to disenfranchise a lot of people is a lot of women, because you would have to come in with a birth certificate and another form of ID, and the last names have to match. So they're either going to have to go around getting birth certificate, marriage certificate, ID, passport, like really a passport. They either want the birth certificate or the passport. So a passport costs about $165 or whatever. A lot of people don't already have passports. A lot of people didn't put that on their bingo card to have to buy this year just to vote. And that is considered to be a poll tax. So if you're going to require these things, then acquiring these things have to be free.
I've always had that spirit out. Just like the driver.
Or else you're violating the Constitution.
Yeah.
Peace, fam. Rondo's in the house.
What's up, Rondo?
Yeah, I wonder how many of these conservatives, though, are going to be getting passports, because, they're nationalists, right? Why would they leave the country? So, why would they need a passport? I don't know.
Well, a lot of them, a lot of the elite ones have dual passports.
Yeah, I mean, if you're like making bank or something, you're probably gonna and you travel a lot. Sure, you probably have a passport, but I know a lot of these rednecks ain't leaving the South, especially when it's football season. You know what I mean? They ain't going nowhere. They ain't even leaving the state, much less the country.
Right.
I haven't gone anywhere in a while. It'd be nice, but I'm also kind of
go ahead.
Not wanting to. I'm just saying, it's been so long since I traveled, it makes me kind of anxious and uncomfortable, kind of agoraphobic now. So
I don't know what's going on here.
Americans have never left their hometown.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm one of these people never left the lower 48, but with things going down the way they are, I may change that. I hear Vietnam's good this time of year, so always keep your options open.
I've been hearing Vietnam's been having troubles in the summertime with their power outages because of the heat in the jungle. And
yeah. I think they got like a ton of rain over the summer last year too. There was a lot of places in Asia that got wiped out with the weather over there too. So
yeah,
this is sucking. I got to figure out how to.
That's why I can't wear hats. I got this nice little pork pie hat I want to wear, but then I put the things on it and then it's up like this, and I'm like, well, I can't hear nothing, but I look nice.
I know.
What do
I
I
know.
do? Yeah,
Exactly.
but he's talking about having like all kinds of ID and stuff like that to vote. I saw this thing, some article today where Trump's trying to ponder where you need to like prove your citizenship just to get a bank account.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
Nothing authoritarian to see here, folks.
yeah, time to start stuffing that money back under the mattress.
Hmm.
You don't need it. You don't need an ID for that. You just take the money and go under the mattress and just pray the house don't burn down. Other than that, you should be fine.
Or find a place to bury it. Yeah.
But
In those mason jars.
I mean that is going to prop up the I'm looking for predatory what they call them, payday loans and all that. That's going to prop up that industry. I bet you he won't remove ITINs though. I bet you he won't do that. He just wants to make more difficult for undocumented people, but he's still going to allow them to be able to work for sure, because he wants that extra taxes. Hi, Sean. He definitely wants the extra taxes.
John said, "I need a bonnet. I want to get one like yours, Abby. I mean, I don't have like nice or enough hair to justify it, but I'd probably stick a couple balloons in there or something, look like Mickey Mouse or something. So I'm not a fashionista, not at all.
Bonnet is becoming, all the rage.
It's nice.
People are realizing, oh, people with longer curly hair are like, oh, this really does protect my hair when I sleep. Huh. I think those black women are onto something.
When I lived in you was talking about New York, and I lived there in 2016 for when that last blizzard hit, and it was all crazy. The wind was just like crazy nuts. But talking about hats though, I always saw the East Indian guys, the Rastafarians, and they had the huge dreadlocks, so they had these huge knit hats on, and they were all colorful, and I was like, man, I'd love one of those, but
you gotta put something in it.
I ain't got no, I did. I used to have long hair, but not nearly like those guys. I don't know how they do it with the hair, man. That was a lot of hair, but I guess they managed. So just sticking it.
This is a lot of work. I don't know how people enjoy it after a while.
Yeah, dreadlocks is like I think it's like you put wax in there or something to keep that keep the stiffness of it or something, and then when it's like I've heard you can't wash it out. You have to like cut off your dreads and start over or something like that. But I could be wrong.
That's the easiest way, but you don't have to.
Oh yeah, there's another way. You can actually like wash it out.
No, you can actually tease it out.
Sorry, it takes a while, doesn't it? And a lot of patience.
Yes.
Maybe put a stick in your mouth to bite down for the pain where you're going, ah!
It's not that bad.
It would be for me. I'm a baby. When it comes, I get like a few tangles in my hair, and I'd comb it when it was long. I'd just be like, it hurts so much. And I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you, son?
Yeah, there are many different techniques that you could use to detangle locks, but there's a sexy cam request for you, Uncle Warren.
I know I don't have my shit set up, but I know what he's talking about. He's talking about when I'm precious.
We didn't get talking about your past there in our interview with you, but when I watched your show, you're like your Nightbot that asked for the donation mentions a retired porn star. So is that a joke, or is that some reality there?
What? No, I know. No, just
you have an OnlyFans account.
I was just an amateur, not a pro. Wasn't never made any money off that. Although I did get some cab fare one night. That was I don't know if that counts. But she was trying to get me to leave, so I think it was more of like, get the fuck out, get the fuck out. I'm like, wait, I ain't got no money. Here, just get the fuck out. So yeah, I guess technically I have been a pro for at least one night, but
Well, wouldn't be any shame in it, I guess. There's the whole sex work is work debate that I guess we could get into, because a lot of people in the socialist circles, like the more in the Eastern communists, they tend to be more coming against against sex work as being a proletariat kind of working class to worth defending kind of thing. They tend to make it out to be kind of bourgeois, like corruption sort of thing of society. So, and then there's
right.
Western Marxists are more like, it's sex work is work. What are you fucking already marginalized people for?
Look, if you're being forced to do it, of course not. But I mean, if you're like, hey, look, I know I can make some serious coin doing this, and I have no moral objections to it, and no one's forcing me to do it, then what the hell's wrong with it, right? You're doing what, it's your body, your choice, as they say. There's a lot of jobs other people just would not do, and that these people were like, okay, I could do it just fine, no problem. I think sex work is probably one of those things.
People treat it as if it's like some special class of exploitation, as if it's more exploitative than all the rest of capitalism. It's a little bit ridiculous.
Well, I guess it really depends on who you work for too. I mean, if you work for someone that's lying to you about the gig or something, you get the job under false pretenses from the person who's employing you. But sometimes it works out. I mean, you see women and men doing it for years, right, if they're working with the right people. I guess it's just like any other job.
That'd be where calls for legalization, I think, are somewhat important, because I think with all this Epstein stuff, it's rather important. The elephant in the room is that in that conversation anyway, is the sex work undeniably has this human trafficking connection component to it. So,
right, yeah, and then there is, I mean, yeah, but I mean, if you think about that, you could also say, well, let's say you're a salesperson, and you have people who sell items that are forbidden in this country or illegal or something like that. There can be I guess there's not a big a stigma around it, but and they may be comparing apples to oranges, but it's like, I think if there was legalization, in theory, you should have regulation too, but then again, we're in an environment now where regulation is a very dirty word,
right. Yeah, well, same thing with like drug trafficking, right? As far as what you're like, someone who's a businessman selling something that other people don't have, might be hard to find, kind of thing. It's like, well, the regulation about legalization of these things would be about eliminating the trafficking, right?
Well, the model in Amsterdam is not so bad. I've been to the red light district. They have, and my girlfriend in New York used to live in Amsterdam for some time. She had like a residency at the I don't know the name of their concert hall, but so yeah, she lived there for I think a couple of years, and she was like, yeah, it's highly regulated. They get free health insurance. There's a switch in every room. There's cameras in every room and a switch in every room if you're in distress. And there's security watching the cameras at all times. And if anybody looks like they're in distress, any of the workers, you best believe security is going to be there in a flash. And that person that is trying to cause them harm or what have you, or doing something inappropriate, is going to get dealt with legally. So, I mean, that's a safer way to do it than having just some random person, that doesn't really care about your
Yeah.
well-being. They just care about the money that you're going to produce. Because they're technically, these people are business owners. Like, they rent out the space, and whatever they make is theirs. They're paying rent. So it's not like, you know, for every dollar you make, you got to give me 50 cents. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, I did want to mention this. There's still the conversation of locks was still on in the chat. And I was telling Michael the other day, y'all notice how I've been wearing these a lot? Well, John kind of mentioned it, like your new growth, you got to keep getting your new growth out. Well, I wasn't combing my hair properly and it's gotten matted. So I've been like working days trying to get my hair back. And I will never do this again once I finish.
Well, you still look gorgeous, so you know
thank
it's all
you.
good.
Or maybe I'll just cut it. Maybe it's time for a new season.
Yeah, that's right. I'm gonna need to get my hair cut soon. I've just been wanting to save my money, but now I'm starting to look ridiculous. That's what I'm saying. I don't understand how people can deal with long hair because it gets to be annoying. Not just like maybe the way the mine grows, it tickles my face all the time. So
Well, I will say this: like when I had long hair for about 2 or 3 years, and those New York summers that would get all nice and humid, and you're basically wearing spaghetti on your head at that point. But
August.
yeah, August, you know, the dog days, and it just gets so thick. And you know, I lived in an apartment for 10 years that didn't have air conditioning. I had some strategically placed fans to get the airflow going and stuff. And plus, growing up down south, as you know, Abby, you know, when you get used to that kind of humidity down south, the humidity up north is not quite as bad. It still sucks, but at least it's tolerable. That humidity down south is just insane. But I stopped.
I feel like August in New York City, it feels a lot like Louisiana.
It feels like Louisiana in June.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Well, more and more the north is feeling hotter and hotter, but it's kind of hard to tell because it takes a year for it to get worse, right?
Yeah. Well, I tell you, you was talking about hair. I stopped going to the barber shop back in 2008, and I bought me some clippers, and I didn't look back. Because I'm like, if it looks bad, I'll just wear a hat. I don't give a damn. But I just go zoop, 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 and I do the little guards on the side, and I'm like, you know, it's Ron Popeil, set it and forget it. Because when you go, them damn hipsters in New York, man, the cheapest I saw for a haircut was like $30. And I'm like, I ain't that pretty to where I got to spend $30 on my hair. Screw that. So, you know, and then the other places 40, 50. Yeah, it's ridiculous amounts of money.
Oh, okay. I take it you never got a fade.
No,
barbershop.
I faded when I saw those prices in New York, though. I went, but yeah, it was the last haircut I got. I lived in LA and I was living in Koreatown, and I went to this which is a misnomer. There's Koreans on the north side of Wilshire Boulevard and nothing but Hispanic people on the south side. So I was on the south side of Wilshire in Koreatown, and I went to this I guess he was from Peru, I think, this Peruvian barber. $8, got my hair cut, and then I came to New York and all this hipster shit, and I said, nope, I can buy some clippers for 20, and that's all I've been doing. So, you know, so if you guys want haircuts for free, I'm your guy.
I'll come all the way out to Chicago just for the haircut. You know, that'll be free. Right?
You should tell your people up there too. I'm going all the way to Chicago for a haircut, and they're gonna be like, "You're crazy." It's like, but it's free. It's free, and they're like, "Okay, go."
Oh, it's more than the haircut. Let me see what we got going on this week. This week has been crazy, y'all. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs.
John said fades in Chicago at 35 and up. Well, John, you're a handsome man. You should probably go to a barber, get that stuff cut right. Me, not so much. I just want to look like a wild man that just came out of a cave for 4 years and just be, it's how I scare children to get them away from the house. So,
I just want to get my hair cut 3 times a year.
No, not to get off my lawn.
Back in my day, we didn't have Earth. We just floated around. We liked it fine. Yeah. So, no, I don't. There's no kids that come around, and they're very nice kids around here for some reason. Maybe it's an anomaly, but they seem to be good kids around here. So, I'm kind of pleasant. I don't scowl or anything like that. I just avoid them if I can. So,
just kind of pleasant.
Just kind of. I'm fair to Midland. I'm not like,
Yellow.
Oh, look at you. You're just the cutest little kitty. But I'm not at the same time like, you motherfucker better get the fuck off me, you piece of shit. I'm more like, what's up, kid? And then I just walk away.
Yeah, who doesn't like happy?
Who doesn't like happy?
Who doesn't like happy?
They're all right. I like kids that I'm related to. That I like them. They seem to be all right.
Yeah.
But there was one time when I was in New York, and me and my lady friend, we were at Comic-Con, right at the Javits Center, and it's just this everybody dressed up like superheroes and stuff like that. And this little kid comes running and grabs my leg and looks up at me and goes, "Oh, you're not my daddy." I said, "I hell not better be. You better get the hell out of here, you kid." So anyway, no, I wasn't that mean. I was thinking it. I was like, hell no, I ain't your daddy. I ain't nobody's daddy. You better get mine.
Hello, Logan. Nice to see you.
Wait. Baby, who's your mom?
Go find your parents, because I'm not it. Okay, bye-bye.
What's up, Logan? Welcome.
Hi, Logan.
Hello,
Have you seen
Logan.
Logan in the background before?
Pardon me?
Hey everyone, it's
Uh-oh.
Logan on my Super Mario Logan account, and I want to help y'all get free money and free gift card.
Oh, no.
That's what I was
that's
here
why I was
for.
wondering if that was a troll or not. With the picture, didn't seem like a real person's picture.
Look, you guys want a free gift card? I can get you a Dollar Tree gift card right now for $1.25. You go get some toothpaste. You get a toothbrush. You get a bar of soap. $1.25. But then you got to pay your own tax. We ain't money bags around here. So, well, that was a troll. Was that a scammer game?
I guess that was weird and random. So
Do you get those often?
not really, but it's kind of like one of those signs, a good sign, I guess. If we got 18 viewers, nice to see you guys. Well, we had as soon as I said something.
Maybe he was one of the 18.
Feel free to like and share and subscribe if you want. Thank you for watching. Or actually join us for the conversation if you don't want to troll us. That would be nice too.
Yes, try and sell us some gift cards while
So
you're
this
here.
might be this might be a good time to play something. Got a little something in the background about bots. This might be a good time to bot it up. This man is so handsome too. Matthew Cook. Here it comes.
As far as the futility of trying to organize on.
Oh, there he goes. Man, I'm slow today.
That'd be another thing that
Maybe
regulation
close
would be
the
nice,
windows.
but ain't gonna see that anytime soon.
What do you mean regulation
Of the media platforms that are not really doing shit to get rid of the bots that they are basically farming out themselves because it helps them inflate their stock market value and all that kind of shit.
Yeah, you can buy people. You can buy subscribers.
Yeah.
I did not know that. It's just like people in India and
That's the
that might
second
be
one.
in,
These ain't my people. I'm gonna tell you this right now. I'm
yeah,
not
I don't
bringing
know
these.
what's going on.
This ain't my bot entourage following me to your show.
It's ironic that we're trying to talk about bots and then we got people we can't tell if they're bots or not. Right? I think it's Tuesday. I'm
Yeah,
talking
hi,
about
Cowboy
Tuesday at a
Kitty.
different time. We're not usually live right now. So I mean, starting late, like.
Is that who that is? All right, let me play this. I just lost it. Oh, here it is. Okay.
Zombie bot farms that turned out to be from everywhere except America.
No more freeloading in America. No food stamps for lazy people. No illegal should get my tax money. My tax dollars are not your bank account. Get a job. What's your fair share of my hard work?
What are you talking?
You are not entitled to the money I earned all by myself.
Oh God! You're eating your own foot.
That's not my foot. Lazy. Foreign illegal.
Do you even care how you got that way?
Ooh. Story time.
Yeah, probably won't help him. Might help us. About 85 years ago, humanity started building our first majority middle-class societies. Yeah, the first ones in human history. How? High taxes on the ultra-rich, breaking up monopolies, millions of public sector jobs, public housing, social security, regulations. We called it the New Deal. And the wealth hoarders.
Okay, I do have to make, so Black people were excluded out of the New Deal for the most part, or a big, huge chunk of it. So he keeps saying we and us and all this stuff, and I'm like, wait a minute, dude, you kind of you need to like you really say it the way it really was, not the fluffy version of it. Because when he showed public housing, he showed Black people, and I'm like, you mean the projects? Like,
Yeah.
you mean being regulated to the projects? That's not. I wouldn't consider that, the public housing that he's trying to claim it was. But
Well, the New Deal is also celebrated as like this progressive victory for the left, but it is a way that they saved capitalism because the alternative was socialism.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Yep, they use a little bit of socialism to save capitalism, and he mentions that as well.
Well,
So
that's
not
what people
this
might-
guy. I mean,
that's what I'm saying.
Lyndon Johnson.
People make that mistake wherever they say the New Deal is like some kind of socialist victory. It's like, no, that was a progressive social democrat kind of, not actually socialism thing. It was a saving of capitalism from crisis, as opposed to taking an opportunity of the crisis to make it go away forever.
Yep, it was a Band-Aid.
Yeah.
Okay. So I'll start it again. I just wanted to make sure I got that part out of the way because that kind of irked me a little bit. But the message is still there behind some of the, we're all Americans, we're all equal fluff bullshit. So here we go.
Breaking up monopolies, millions of public sector jobs, public housing, social security, regulations. We called it the New Deal. And the wealth hoarders were furious. Our next step was an economic bill of rights, which was going to mean the ultra-rich would not own every bank and factory and politician anymore, and so they launched a giant propaganda war against anything that helped normal people. By the 1950s, President Truman just said what everybody was thinking. Socialism is a scare word that they hurl at every public benefit. Public power, social security, bank insurance, unions, the weekend, anything that helps all the people. But we kept growing the middle class anyway and investing in ourselves. Right up until about 1971, enter this guy, Lewis F. Powell Jr., big tobacco lawyer, Philip Morris board member, spent years claiming that cigarettes don't cause cancer and complaining that socialist-infested media was not giving enough airtime to tobacco's lies. And he was the perfect guy for the U.S. Chamber of Commerce to hire for writing a blueprint on how to roll back that New Deal and make America great again for the ultra-rich. So Powell wrote a memo explaining how American capitalism was under attack from universities, media, activists, regulations, consumer protections, labor, and he gave corporate America his plan on how to fight back by building think tanks, and taking over universities, and funding pro-wealth hoarding economists, creating media networks, flooding politics with lobbyists, and reshaping the courts. Most important was to reframe the whole idea of public spending, taxes, public power, labor protections as a tax on individual freedom and personal earnings. Conflate the identity of the ultra-rich with the general population. It's your hard-earned income they're talking about taking.
What?
I'm fine. I'm just worried about you.
Huh?
Getting your hard-earned money taken away by big government and welfare queens and collectivists.
Who about to did what now?
And that memo became the foundational misdirection campaign of right-wing corporatists for the next 50 years.
What about what?
It became the blueprint for the Heritage Foundation, the Cato Institute, ALEC, the Federalist Society, the Koch Network, and eventually the whole Fox News universe and its little troll offspring.
The Daily Bright News, Max, Bart, Caller.
Yep. And
Okay, one more thing. I don't like how he just calls out the right wing as if the left wing doesn't have their fair share in the political theater realm of it all. So,
Yeah, I'm wondering, who is this Matthew Cook? I'm thinking he's a liberal, a Democrat, Democratic Party supporter.
sounds like it, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
now, thanks to true believers like you, about $80 trillion have shifted upwards from the bottom 90% to that top 1%. And the middle class has been shrinking ever since, to such an extent that we're not even a majority middle class society anymore.
Where'd it go?
Stock buybacks, transferring trillions from wages into executive pockets, monopolies,
Monopoly?
creating false scarcity, inflating prices beyond costs, destroying small businesses,
Oh,
buying
no.
politicians to prevent any regulations,
But regulation bad?
to siphon income upwards, creating a tiny little billionaire overlord class. All of this a long-standing practice which inspired the quote, "Behind every great fortune, there is a crime."
So what happened to me?
So your fair share was stolen by the ultra-rich, and you were trained by their lawyer to blame your neighbor.
Hate thy neighbor as thyself.
Nope, that's
Hold the
Yeah,
phone.
Robot
Is
voice.
that not
Don't
what
have no
Jesus
criminal.
said?
messed up. Well, I'm glad you like the story. Now take your foot out of your mouth. I put the full story on the website.
What website?
Oh,
Dang,
gross.
I am.
Okay. Gross. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm not-
It's kind of funny that Nixon was Eisenhower's vice president, and Eisenhower was the one who presided over like the last. He was the last president to have all the highest taxes on corporations and stuff like that. But Nixon, I think Nixon got his mind right by certain people whenever he became president. So his thing is like, well, I created the EPA. You're like, we still
Okay.
poor.
Thanks.
Yeah. 'Cause, I remember, I kind of remember a piece of the 70s like that with the oil shortages and people Ford told New York City to drop dead or some shit like that. It was crazy time. And then all of a sudden Reagan came along and everything was roses and stuff apparent, because of the propaganda around it, but it was just as bad. That's when all that wealth transfer started going up.
So just
What's
so
up,
you guys
guys?
know, Matthew Cook is a documentarian. He's a filmmaker, and it says activist. Okay, he used to be the former guest host for Larry King. I didn't know that. I don't remember him from that, but he's known for one of his documentaries, "How to Make Money Selling Drugs" and "Survivor's Guide to Prison."
Yeah, I just briefly looked up that guy's name, the IMDb profile, and that's all basically I need to look at.
Yeah, so basically a liberal.
Well, yeah, it's like you said.
need to do any more
Abby, if you're not calling
investigation
out the left has done their fair share of if they haven't
because it's
like
got a whole bunch of.
actively. Oh, sorry. No, I was just going to say the left, if it hadn't actively done stuff, it is allowed the right to do so as part of the kayfabe, part of the theater, right? So, the Republicans get so bad, oh, you got to vote for us, and then the Democrats get so bad, and the Republicans say, oh, you got to vote for us, it's back and forth, back and forth. That's why we don't get good people in there at all. That's why the electoral process itself is fucked.
Well, I think yeah, that's like a very racist setup, the electoral college. That is not taxation with representation.
No,
don't know.
that's the thing though. With the electoral college, if we didn't have that, then we would have had we would have had Al Gore, we would have had Hillary Clinton as presidents, because I think they both won the popular vote, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if history would have been any different or
Clinton.
not,
And I mean, the Senate kind of sucks too, because how does like Iowa or Montana get the same type of representation as
Sorry, I'm
California?
somehow still here. I thought I was gonna drop.
I don't know what you're doing, Michael. You
Can you hear me?
yes.
Well, they don't even care about all the states. When you see elections now, it's all about the swing states. It's all about the swing states, right? That's the ones that get all the attention. It's like, can I swing it left or can I swing it right? The purple states kind of thing. And everybody else, it's like, oh, well, they're all set. You got your blue states and your red states, and
Right.
ain't not going to change that. And it's like, well, yeah, ain't nothing going to change until you change it. You got to get in there and change it. You can't just let the status quo just because it's been like that. That's it. I guess that's the only way you change things is if you can get like an influx of people that are just not related to any political party at all. But then again, you get in there and you maybe be like a, somebody that's like, all right, I'm going to change stuff. And then you get voted. If you're a representative, you probably get, AIPAC comes after you and you get voted out in 2 years or 6 years if you're a senator, that sort of thing. That's why I pray for fallen rocks, man, from the sky. I'm like, sky rocks. They're like, they don't care. They don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. They just come down and then they hit the planet. So
you and I are in agreement. Sorry, what's that, Abby?
I said, bring on the locusts.
I know. It's time for Revelation to be real, son.
I was trying to share my my screen. I don't know if you guys managed to see it or not. And then that IMDb website, apparently I should stay away from trying to share that because it was like the whole time I tried to share that, I was glitching out. I could not hear you. And as soon as I closed it down, you guys popped right back. So that's red flag site.
Yeah, IMDb is kind of a hot mess anyway, even on the phone. I'm like, do you want to see this in a browser? Like, bitch, just show me the shit.
Yeah, it's got automatically starting up videos, which is probably what really lagged it up because I was trying to find a way to just pause it. It won't even give you a pause.
Yeah.
Now, see, that's a good point. He says many of the reddest states used to be the bedrock of American socialism. I mean, they still are. The problem with them is they think that they've earned it and they deserve it, but those people over there that don't look like me, they don't deserve these benefits. These benefits are for us, the real Americans.
Well, and the education system has erased that part of American history. There really is a huge chunk that they're like from before the revolution, even in 1776, and then up until like 1850, whatever. That's like the golden age of American socialism sort of thing. But I haven't really even done enough research. I've just heard a bit about that, but based on getting interested in this sort of stuff.
Mm.
Well, a lot of where the textbooks are made in this country, right? They're made in Texas.
On purpose because of their population, and so they're not going to reprint textbooks by state. So whatever Texas orders gets ordered across the country, and Texas is, whew, I mean, they teach that slavery wasn't that bad. Like they did the slaves well. They were like family.
Yeah. Sean, I'm not sure that I was the one who shared that video, or if you caught that somehow somewhere else independently, but I wanted to do a segment maybe on Thursday about that, because they're doing this narrative about the Christian genocide in blanking on fucking Nigeria, right? And so there's that video talking about evangelicalism as a CIA op. It shows the whole prehistory of them using that same kind of narrative in South America, and how the CIA like, I very much agree with the conclusion from that video. And it's an interesting history that people are kind of missing,
Yeah, if you could find it, we'll watch it. So like Republicans didn't really care about abortion like that. They were like on the left on abortion. That really wasn't a topic until they made it a topic because they were losing too much, and they were trying to figure out what could they do to bring more voters into the fold. So they targeted evangelicals with the whole abortion issue. And now they're sending evangelical preachers to Israel to get trained on how to speak to their flock.
We should definitely
how to indoctrinate their flock.
Yeah. There's the other thing that's interesting about that video about that Sean was mentioning is about how the Catholic Church in South America was starting to be a little bit, you might even call them slightly revolutionary, where they were not being so discriminatory against the natives and the peasants and whatnot, and starting to advocate for their human rights, which was of course unacceptable for the American government. So then they employed the evangelicals to disempower the Catholics that were trying to argue that God says that we should not be oppressive towards these people. And then the evangelicals were rallied to argue that God says it's okay to do this to these people, right?
Wow. Yeah. I grew up Southern Baptist, right? In the 70s, hard shell Baptist, right? We weren't like drinking strychnine and playing with rattlesnakes. That was the country people up in the woods. But but they would your pulpit was part religion, and it was part politics too, especially once you started getting into the 80s. And then you started seeing the televangelists like your Pat Robertson, your Jerry Falwell, Jim Baker and the PTL Club, and then you started seeing the super churches, the mega churches start popping up too, where it was just like, religion, Christianity was a franchise. Right. And when I recently, well, in the last few years, when all this went, in 2023, when they started like really doing the genocide in Gaza, I have two sisters who are basically evangelical people, and I told them, I said, look, this is some evil shit going on over there. And I said, you may know, the only thing you know about Israel is what you read in the King James version of the Bible, which was bastardized enough already by King James himself to make, so that he could keep the church off his back. Right. So it's like the Bible. I mean, I ain't trying to shit on nobody's religion, but the Bible is the biggest game of telephone that the world's ever seen. Because it may have started off as something, sincere and good for people and the teaching of Christ's word. But by now it's like, I think if Jesus actually did come back and he goes, what the hell y'all been doing in my name? What is this bullshit?
Interesting question. As far as when you ask how many times has the Bible been rewritten versus how many times has the Quran been rewritten versus the Talmud, whatever.
Right.
That's a very interesting, revealing question. So yeah. I could let other people do that research if they want.
Right, exactly. But it's a big time control mechanism for people, and yeah, and when you talk about Israel and the evil shit that they're doing, the first thing my sister said were like, "Oh, you're siding with the Palestinians." I'm like, "Yeah, bitch, I'm siding with the Palestinians because I don't like seeing kids get capped. I'm just one of those people. Call me crazy. I just don't like seeing children murdered in cold blood. I know that sounds radical, but that's the thing. It's like they don't understand." Hello.
Hello, everybody.
I know he's real because I've seen him on here before. So.
Hi, Lance.
I'm really just a highly refined piece of AI. Extra boy. Highly refined. I came out of a lab in your country, to be honest with you.
I can't hear him very well.
Oh.
Yeah, your audio is a little bit.
It sounds muffled, like he's underwater a little bit.
Oh, okay.
A microphone, or is it just like a camera microphone?
It's just the camera.
Oh, okay.
Right.
We'll figure it out.
I used to have headphones when I was broadcasting, but the cable broke in the slot, so it was just a hunk of metal in there.
Right. Well, it just might be something. If there's nothing else you could do, I don't know if another time you could look into finding some kind of thing to prop up behind you, as far as like it's the sound acoustics behind you that's maybe as much of the problem.
Oh, you know what that is? That's the heat. Okay.
It's the open. I'm saying the open space behind you probably makes it for the sound waves to be, as far as audio engineering. Okay. So, but I don't know. I'm not enough of an expert on that. It's just a thought.
What if I licked my computer screen? Would that help?
They usually the authorities show up. I don't know that from personal experience. I'm just saying it is fun. Don't get me wrong, and I highly recommend it if you live alone.
Oh, personal experience.
Just a smidge. Just a smidge. I don't want to brag.
It sounds like sounds like a great story there. I'm just looking behind you. You're in Chicago, is that right?
Yeah, this is actually 1969 Chicago. I got behind me here. This is this. I was born here in 69, so I'm like, when I do, yeah. So I have to have a reminder, because the hospital that I was born in Chicago is now a soccer field.
Don't you hate it when they do that? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like you can't go back to where you were born, but you can play soccer there, apparently. So if you're good.
Chuck UFO show. If you have a show, drop the link in the chat.
Yes,
you know what?
Does.
Yeah.
Sean, I was being a child too. I was like, oh, you were born in 1969, eh?
Mm-hmm.
1960 noise.
When I tell people I'm a 69 baby, they kind of look at me funny. It was like, how can you do that? There's like no penetration. I'm like, no, not that kind of 69 baby. It's 1969. The summer of love. We went to the moon. Yeah, it was stuff was happening. Yeah, it was hippies. Yeah, it was 69. So
yeah, but now in 2026, 7, 8, 9. So it's all 6, 7 now. Hey.
6, 7.
I know what that 6, 7 means, by the way. It means absolutely nothing.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
No, it does mean something.
Yeah, it means screwing with old people. That's what it is. That's what 6, 7 is.
No. Okay, remember you have
a bunch of old
pagers.
People about to talk about what it means. We need a Gen Alpha in this chat right now.
I know what it means. Hey, I know what it means.
What does it mean?
With the young folks.
What does it mean?
Remember when we had pagers, and we used to text people 30304? You remember what that meant?
Before my time.
You turn your pager upside down, and it's HOE.
Oh, kind of like what is it? 60065? No, 56006, and you turn it upside down. It's like boobs or something like that. I don't know. I can't remember.
It was 8008.
Yeah.
So,
pagers.
What are you guys talking about?
Never heard
I'm
of
about to
6-7
explain
before?
what 6-7 is.
No, and
Oh.
paging stuff. I missed that. I totally missed that.
Well, it's the same thing like on the
It's a means to
calculator.
method.
If you put in the digital calculators, you know, you put numbers on there, you flip it over, it said like boobs or something like that. It's just
So
If you
in the
got two
periodic
grandkids, your
table,
nieces and nephews, ask them. They probably know, right? So,
on the periodic table, the atomic number 6-7 is the element holmium. So that is in the
Holmium?
holmium. And
Holmium?
the yes, it's a
That's what
rare
hose is made of.
earth element, and
Yeah.
it's I forget what you call it, the sign or whatever. It's HO. So the young people thought, you know, like they're like, oh, we could say 6-7 and say ho in front of our parents, and we're like, wait a minute,
in the
we
future,
remember
really,
science.
yeah,
We
it's
remember
probably,
science.
that's pretty interesting. That's a novel theory I've never heard, Abby.
I love you, Abby, but that's some nerd shit. Okay, only nerds would know that, and scientists would know, or the cross between the two. I wouldn't know what that is. Homium. That's yeah, and you said that's rare. They ain't. Look, there's a bunch of hoes around here. That shit is not rare. I don't even know what the hell you're talking about.
Well, actually, I want to thank Abby for that, because that's a really good way to approach things, especially numbers.
Yeah.
But that's all I took, and was chemistry, and I'd never heard of holmium. Never heard.
I'm
Yeah.
gonna look up some other like slangs and curse words on the elemental chart too. See what I can come out. I'm like, hey, what's up? 296. Like, what? Hey, what is that? I don't know what that.
But I was thinking the same as you were, it meaning nothing. I figured it's something that they invented, whoever invented, just to have everybody talking about it, and we all come up with our own answer, and it's like an endless conversation.
Oh,
Well, the reason I said it didn't mean anything is because I Googled it and I said, what the hell is a 6-7? And I thought it was just a mess with old people, just so old people would look it up and waste their time. That's what I thought it was. But apparently it's an actual
Not just
thing.
old people, it's about everybody. Just look it up to waste your time, right? It's that postmodernist shit that we're in. But
there's a simpler.
Oh, don't be a Debbie Downer, Michael.
I don't have to be academic about everything, right? Yeah.
There's a simpler explanation. Let me try this. 6 + 7 is 13. So 67 is another way of encoding 13.
Mhm.
And it goes by the rules of numerology, which is an ancient craft. And they say in numerology, they go by the cross. So addition and multiplication. So when you see 2, 3 numbers together, add them up or multiply them out, or you can even add 1 and multiply the rest. But it turns out that it's not just coincidence that these numbers are shown to us. There's some funky stuff going on.
Well,
He's talking about
the Freemasons.
I can never remember the name. What is the name, Michael? Jeremy.
Oh, gematria.
Gematria.
Yes.
Yeah. That's the Kabbalistic stuff. So then we get into the conspiracies about Judaism and Zionism, and I'm not sure about the modern day Zionists being a bunch of Kabbalists.
No, see, you're doing that. We're not doing that. You're doing it.
Right, okay.
You want to avoid.
That's where my mind goes when we talk about this stuff, because that's where.
Yeah, but see, just Mike, look, the term conspiracy theory. I just want you to consider this: that term was not in our lexicon until I think it was 1964, and that came as a result of the JFK assassination, and then the following Warren Commission. Do you remember the Warren Commission? That was the investigation into JFK's assassination to find the truth.
Remember the Warren Commission, right?
And the Warren Commission was no different than the 9/11 Commission. It was no different than COVID inquiries that countries are having all around the world. It was just a sham, and so people started to question this magic bullet theory, and they started to talk about it, and so it was allegedly the spooks, the CIA and the boys, basically at that time got their way into the New York Times, and they coined this term conspiracy theory. And the point I'm trying to make here is that the term, to me, is meaningless. It is in fact a pejorative. So I don't know you'd have to define conspiracy theory to me, because I really don't know what it means. All I do know is that it's a very convenient way for people when they're faced with an uncomfortable truth to have that triggered into their brain and to express that in some sort of a way, and they'll feel better. And I've seen that thousands of times in the last, say, 10 years, but particularly the last 5 years. So like a good example of that was, well, actually it was just last week, and I don't do this on a regular basis, it's just once in a while. I saw an elderly woman in Walmart, and she had a mask, and like usual, it was down below her nose. So I just went up and I just engaged in some conversation, and she was a lovely woman. And then I got to the mask, and so I asked her, well, why do you wear that? And she's basically, well, have you heard about Nipah? Have you heard about this, that, disease X, Ebola? And visibly flustered, like visibly anxious. And so I just got her back to the mask. So do you think that this mask will protect you from that? And she said, well, I don't know. They tell me it does. And so I took a bit of a deep breath, and I explained to her that the problem with masks is not so much, well, first of all, the materials of these common masks. The mesh size is far too big for a virus. Like any, if you take their word for what the size of a virus is, it's degrees smaller than the mesh.
You know what? You've done your research on this. I've done all this work too, right? But go ahead, yeah.
But the main thing is that the crinkles, like every time you see somebody move their face, there's always a depression, a triangular shape, and it's just air getting through. So the whole thing is pointless. It's a waste of time. It tends to make people who are anxious about contracting respiratory illnesses feel better in some way, shape, or form.
It's a psychological, whatever, like fig leaf, right?
Yeah,
that's about it.
Sure.
When I lived in New York, when all that went down, right? It was such hypocrisy. Like when you go to a restaurant, right? You had to make sure the mask was on your face like this, right? But as soon as you got to your table, you could take the mask off. It's like there's no invisible like Star Trek force field around your table, dear. You can eat, and then it'll go throughout it'll go airborne and stuff like that. I never understood that. It was the hypocrisy of it, because if people couldn't eat with the in public with their masks on, that meant the restaurants were going to go under, and there was already enough businesses in New York already going under because of that bullshit. Yeah. And so it's like when I see people now today wearing these masks, it's the same thing, like you said, man, with the mask down below here, like the "I'm just fooling myself" mask. It's just sad now to see how people just got played like that.
So just to finish my story, so I gently explained to the woman that not only do masks work, but there's really nothing to worry about. Like the incidence of respiratory viruses it's relatively low. Your odds of getting sick from a respiratory illness are less than 1% just to start with. And maybe the best thing you can do is think about taking some vitamin D. And so then I couldn't judge her facial expression, obviously, but her eyes, they froze, and the pupils constricted a bit. And it's kind of, I'm never sure if I see eyes glaze over, but that's kind of the impression I got. And then she snapped at me.
Uh-oh.
You're a conspiracy theorist. And as soon as she said that, her eyes came back to life. You could just see she just perked right up, and she said, "Have a nice day," and it was all good. So, like, the term conspiracy theorist it's not a useful term anymore. It really isn't, especially when you consider that so many of these theories are coming true in front of our very eyes today.
Well, that's the same people that are calling. That's the same people that call Joe Biden communist. They have no idea what the hell they're talking about, but they heard it so many times from their family, friends, the media that they watch, that they just assume that anybody on the left is a communist. And it's like, no, you should probably look that word up and see what that means.
With Joe Biden, I have to put my foot down. I worked in a place that had a lot of Parkinson's patients for years, and I got to really, really know that disease well. And the first time I saw, I mean, I've been following Joe Biden. I've seen him on TV since I was a kid. That crooked senator from Delaware. Did you know that every corporation in the United States is incorporated in Delaware? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
Thanks to Joe Biden.
and I also read the book Laptop from Hell about Hunter Biden. It's a good book. Anyway, so the first time I saw him as president, I said, that guy's got Parkinson's. Like, I knew that instinctively. And it just got worse and worse and worse until it was last year. The face that goes blank, the shuffling gait. There's quite a few signs that he was showing, even back, first year into his term. So they gave us a senile, dementing human being that gave us the pretense that he was actually running the country. And
Should have been a huge sign to everyone that something was seriously wrong, and yet how many people were walking around just like, oh, Biden. Like,
I mean, they're doing it to Trump right now.
exactly. It's the same
Something
thing.
is seriously wrong.
yeah.
Didn't Trump make fun of Biden for like pooping his pants, and now apparently Trump pooped his pants too? It's like we have two presidents in a row with incontinence. Is that where we're at? That's the we
got
got
battleship to go along with it for for the cherry on top.
Historically, it'll be known as the incontinence years. Yeah.
Yeah, at least in modern times, at least they got medicines that can help with that stuff. But I guess if you're so far gone that all you're doing is shitting yourself, hey, make sure you got your finger on the nuclear codes and the button, right? Because that's not scary at all. Yeah, so maybe the next president will shit their pants too, and we'll hey, it's a trifecta. Why not? That's an American
The
tradition.
bar is so high.
Yeah. and the toilet is so low.
So I tend to feel like that the conspiracy theory term has a little bit more value. I would say it's not totally.
What's your definition of a conspiracy theory?
Because I would say we have a tendency to kind of, maybe a better word would be like conspiracizing or something, because people theorize about conspiracies and there are true conspiracies, and there is a need for the discernment between the two.
Well, what is your definition? What is your definition of a conspiracy theory?
So my definition of a conspiracy theory versus a conspiracy would be an unproven conspiracy, right? Or you might say that the conspiracy theories are the false conspiracies, where people have these theories about them, but then they later get proven.
Well, why do you say that? That doesn't ring true with me at all. Like I don't. Could you give me an example there?
Well, I was gonna say like Pizzagate, I think might fit as a fitting example in that a lot of people nowadays are saying Pizzagate's been proven true because of the Epstein files. But I think if we maintain our objective facts and our critical thinking, if we look back specifically, it's not that Pizzagate has been completely vindicated, validated as a bona fide, as a completely true theory. I think that it was still like, we're gonna have to maybe call it up or whatever. But I feel like the pizza place in question was not actually harboring the child trafficking that it was accused of, and then that's why it's become in the historic, like in the public collective memory, it's remembered as a false conspiracy. But they used these narratives for psyops, even though they're false conspiracies. They may have very well like gone on 4chan or whatever and created the narrative to begin with, and then get people to conspiracy theorize or whatever. So as much as they created the term, I agree with you that it was the FBI or CIA who came up with it to begin with. But I still find that it can be logically valid as a category. You know.
Well, my definition of a conspiracy theory is a hunch that two or more people are involved in a crime, and that goes on every minute of every day. So, what I would like to suggest then, so you're saying a conspiracy theory is as an unproven allegation that two or more people were involved in a crime. Would that be correct?
Specifically, the crime of conspiracy. That there is this a narrative that develops, that a hypothesis that gets created about there's some secret behind the scenes arrangement happening, like with Israel and Iran, or with Russia and America. There's this big conspiracy about how Putin and Trump are working together. Really, Trump's just a Russian asset, right? So to say that that is true when we don't have like a smoking gun, that's like just conspiracy theory. But if somebody comes up with some evidence that demonstrates that they have definitively this master plan, that we all thought the Democrats were bullshit with their Russiagate, but somehow Putin and Trump still are working together, then that would kind of take what we put into the bin of conspiracy theory, and we would have to take it out and put it in the bin of true conspiracy proven fact.
And who determines then that when a conspiracy goes from a theory to a fact?
Well, that's an interesting thing about how do we, who determines what is justifiably true, whatever. I think there's like different theories about that, and I think like consensus theory of knowledge is sort of what we're stuck with, like because there's even the crowd can be wrong, but like the general consensus of the general population tends to kind of have some weight to it, as far as the reason why so many people think this is true is because it's true, sort of thing, as opposed to we're all duped all the time.
I think with with 9/11, for example, right? When the planes went into the buildings and the plane went into the Pentagon, and then Shanksville, all that stuff. The prevailing theory by the government was that it was from like one source. It was terrorists. It was like based out. It was Osama bin Laden, right? But with a conspiracy theory, that's when people say, hey, wait a minute, maybe it was more than just one thing that contributed to this. It may not, conspiracy doesn't necessarily have to involve people. It could involve events that are used as part of the narrative to explain it, right? And the only time you can actually prove a conspiracy theory as fact is if you have irrefutable proof. And even then, people are gonna say, they're gonna consider the source of this irrefutable proof, like, water wet, sky blue. But because you're saying it, because person A or this specific person is saying it, I don't know if I can trust it or not. And then that's the thing, we never know the truth.
Right. Well, communists come up with all kinds of proof that capitalism is bad for us, and people don't want to hear it because a communist says it. So
just because you don't want to hear it doesn't mean it isn't true.
Okay, extra bowl. Give me some allowance here, because I'm looking at the Sears Tower behind you, and I'm looking at all the smoky haze in the background, and it kind of reminds me of 9/11. So try to imagine. So what I would say is, look at the Sears Tower. What is it made of? What material primarily is it constructed out of?
Steel and concrete.
That's correct. Yeah, there's a lot of glass, but the glass doesn't nearly account for the mass or the weight of the structure, right? It's primarily reinforced steel, which is concrete surrounding steel columns, and interlaced and all done according to mathematics and how much load and blah blah blah. So let's say there's a plane coming into that tower behind you. What is the plane made up of primarily?
Steel, plastic, some glass, various fibers and stuff like that.
Okay, well, it wouldn't have much steel in it, because the aim of an airplane is to,
or aluminum. I guess that's what they're made out of. That's some sort of light metal.
No, everything's made of energy. It's all atoms, whatever, right?
It's primarily
I only fly steel planes because I'm like that.
on, y'all.
I never get off the ground, but they're steel planes. So anyway,
Okay,
I'm
so-
sorry.
So let's assume, for the sake of argument, that it's primarily aluminum or other lightweight materials, correct?
Mhm.
So when you have a collision in physics, right? You know, the force equals mass times acceleration, but fundamentally, when two objects are colliding, which object is going to take the brunt of the damage? Would it be the material that is more dense, as listed on the periodic table, or the element or the material that is lighter, less dense?
Well, yeah, less dense.
Less dense will get beaten up bad. And an analogy might be, if you want to scale the Sears Tower down, let's take my place. It's like 3 stories high. It's all brick. It's all red brick. And it'd be analogous to me, for me, to take a pop can, say an empty can of Coke, and throw it at my brick apartment building. So in my mind, it would, it hit, it would go ding, it would crash down to the ground. There probably wouldn't be much dense, but if I got a cannon or a rocket launcher, or if I sped up the velocity, as the velocity of the can got faster, it would suffer more damage. It would be obliterated. It would be crunched. It would be, if you filled it with fluid, or if you filled it with, say, gasoline, there might be an explosion, but still the damage would be done on impact. It would explode out. It would come off. There might be some minimal damage to the steel and the concrete, but it's not very likely.
Well, I mean, like with the building, though, you're talking about mostly glass facade too. So because look at on that, yeah. So you're gonna have windows and stuff. But to your point, yes, I mean, so you have this aluminum craft flying at whether they said it was like 500 miles an hour or something like that. Maybe not that much, but still. The thing was those were the only 2 high-rise buildings in history that ever collapsed after getting hit by a plane like that. Everything I remember seeing something, they were showing videos of like planes crashing into buildings in the past, and all it would do was just cause fire, and that was it, but yeah, when I lived in New York, the thing about what made me believe that this wasn't just plane stuff is I talked to people downtown who worked there, and they had told me, every person that I talked to said they had heard explosions underground before the buildings fell. And I'm like, yeah, I saw in the pit, I saw the some of the structural the metal structures that were cut at 45-degree angles. They do that in controlled demolitions as well. The thermite that took like 2 months to burn off. Where the hell did the thermite come? That wasn't jet fuel, that was thermite, and that's what they use in controlled demolitions.
Over and over again online, you can see witnesses saying there was no crash. It was just explosions over and over again. So what I'm saying to you is, my version of 9/11 is the planes that we saw or believe went through the buildings, because they actually do. In the very first clip we saw, the plane goes straight through. The nose cone comes out the other side, and the announcer says, "It looks like it went through the building." So those planes were fiction. They were CGI. That was a movie production. That was post editing.
But what about the people though, that like the regular ass people that had videotaped it too?
Saw it
from different angles too.
Yeah.
What's real
evidence, isn't it?
Just all you have to do so is look at what you saw on TV. Go back and look at the clip, and you'll see a plane penetrating through a steel and concrete facade, one of the largest structure on Earth. It just doesn't.
But they had people who were there that witnessed it.
That's what they told you, and there are a lot of actors. Remember, we talked about crisis actors one time ago.
Yeah, that whole company. I think the Overton window about the 9/11 conspiracy as a theory, but I think it's shifted because of what the genocide in Gaza makes it more plausible that the Israeli state, whatever, Mossad, would literally be behind this, because back in the day when it happened, the public awareness was not anywhere near where it is today about, we all now know what's been happening in Gaza the whole fucking time.
Right, but Mikhail, you're going off subject.
No, I know, but I'm saying I feel like it's a relevant point as far as the finger's been pointed at Mossad for a long time, but now it's being taken seriously.
No, but you're going, see, what I was trying to see is whether or not you believe that a hollow aluminum airplane can penetrate through a massive steel and concrete structure.
So I don't know physics enough to answer that, right? I feel like it was plausible that the planes were real and did crash in the side of the building. I don't think it's plausible they could have brought it down. I think it's possible that they had them crash into the building and can they penetrate through the
building
from the bottom, right?
Actually, if you actually get the clip and just watch it, you'll see that the plane just glides right through the structure.
I haven't really looked at this stuff too closely. So I'm not saying that, like, I'm not dismissing what you're saying outright. I'm saying I have to consider the evidence. I have to take the time to do the research, right?
So right now, in your mind, it's that the planes were CGI. That's still a conspiracy theory.
To me, that's a possibility. That's not something I've been able to determine my opinion on at the moment.
So why would you even use the term conspiracy theory? So what does it prove? What does it do for you?
Well, because I tried to explain it a little earlier. I find that it has some limited value. In that, the problem is I don't really use it much because of how loaded of a term it's become. That you're in that way, you're right, and it's become kind of useless. But I also defend other terms that people consider to be so broken that we can no longer, like the word communism and fascism and imperialism. These things, people dismiss these as meaningless terms because of the way they've been abused and misused, misunderstood. To me, it's about reclaiming the actual meaning. You know, how do we do that?
Okay. Well, one thing, Michael, because we're never going to have all the information. So this need for you to like know exactly and be able to state it as fact is like, well, good luck, because, you know, you're going to die trying. So that's why they're called conspiracy theories. And that doesn't make them less real. Like if we go back to Pizzagate, you're like, well, that the pizza place wasn't the right place. So does that make the conspiracy theory any less valuable or any less of a fact? Because there's a lot of stuff in the Epstein files about pizza. And then when people are looking at videos now, like going back and watching different interviews with different people who are implicated in Hollyweird like that, they throw in pizza a lot, like for random reasons. Why are we talking about pizza? They talk about that in their interviews a lot.
Actually, Abby, I just want to mention one of the big ones is milk, right? They use the term milk a lot, and that reminds us of missing children on milk containers. It reminds me of the Got Milk campaigns advertising. Mustache.
That's interesting.
Sorry, go on. I didn't mean to interrupt. I just wanted to point that one out because that's profound, I think. At least I thought so.
Yeah.
No, I mean, when people are collectively on their own terms looking at something, using their brain and saying, that don't look right. Like this, the math isn't mathing on the official government story of what they're trying to tell us. And if I have the same feeling and questions, someone else is looking at the same thing, somebody I don't know, and collectively people are looking at the same thing and they're like, no, this isn't adding up because of these particular reasons, then that's a conspiracy theory.
Ooh,
we can't prove it yet, but we know something isn't right.
I know a conspiracy theory that was proven right. Okay. For the longest time, the tinfoil hat crowd, the nuts, were saying the government was bugging our phones and tapping, wiretapping, and all that stuff. Turns out they were right.
Turns out they were right.
Bingo! Yeah. So I mean, I guess that's one example of a conspiracy theory that was proven to be true. Because remember when it was like, what's his name? James Clapper testified before Congress, said, "Nah, we're not doing that stuff." And then later on, like, "Oh yeah, we're doing that stuff."
Well,
Shout out to WikiLeaks.
you don't actually need a conspiracy theory. That means
Hold on, one
But that
second.
was the conspiracy
Hold on 1 second.
theory for a long time.
Saying
Good night, Jacqueline.
Thank you for watching. We started a bit late, so feel free to tune catch up later. Thank you.
Yeah, she's across the pond, so. Yeah,
Okay, so you go ahead. I just I like to catch her and make sure we tell her good night when we see it. The comment.
Good night, Jack. You don't need. So you don't need to involve two or more people getting together to commit a crime or an event. So you don't need to talk about Epstein. You don't need to talk about the Mossad to simply prove to yourself that a hollow aluminum airplane can't go through a massive steel and concrete structure. But that should just be, oh yeah, that's obvious.
It's obvious.
But you're saying it like it went straight through.
You've already done all that research. I haven't looked into that question. But I'm just...
Okay, bring up the clip then. Bring up the plane going through the first or even the second.
What I was gonna say though, because I think it was kind of asked a question, but it's been a little bit lost. I forget exactly what the question was. But I was saying maybe we should get back to what is a theory as far as why do I care so much about objective fact? Why would you care about such a thing? Right? Well, because that's about being the scientific approach to things. The whole thing about being dialectic and stuff, right? So in order to determine if something is true, you first have to build a hypothesis and go from hypothesis to theory. And then your theory goes from theory to proven fact. And you have to do the steps properly to do it scientifically. But now we just take the conspiracy theory term. We're not thinking about the word theory in that portmanteau as the scientific term theory. It's been bastardized and turned into something like culture war, right?
We should be saying conspiracy hypothesis to be more accurate.
No, we should just leave the term. We should eject the term from our vocabulary. It just creates.
Yeah,
more
you think we should foreclose it? That's psychologically. You think we should just foreclose it and not repress it, or just completely eject it from our thought, right?
But Michael, you approach it as if like you're a scientist in the lab and you have all the things that you need to do to do the proper tests and all like the information so you can test a theory and to see and conclude it to be a fact and like keep running tests on it. You don't have that with conspiracy theories, and you never will because you don't have the information from the government. So to just dismiss it and say, well, we can't say this yet, and we can't. Yes, you can, because you are a human being and you are connected to the sun, and you're not a dummy. Like you know when stuff doesn't feel right. You know when it doesn't look right.
Like this is the problem about people thinking that they can achieve they can get to the truth just as effectively as a scientist or whatever, using their methods or whatever. When a lot of they're trying to recreate the scientific method without knowing how to do so, and that's how they get invalid conclusions that they don't even know are invalid because they don't understand what's scientific or not about what they're saying, right?
So you're using the word scientific as though it's a good thing, that it's fallible, that it's honest, that it's true.
So you're telling me science is bad or whatever?
Is completely fraudulent. Yeah, we all know that, right?
No, it's not completely. That's a hasty generalization, I would say.
Okay. So what percentage of science would you estimate is fraudulent these days?
Well, that's a good question, right? I would say there is a large percentage of fraudulent whatever happening in science, and I would say that has a lot to do with capitalism. But that's part of my theory, right?
Okay, but let's just stick to the science thing for a minute. So
can I ask a question really quickly? Because he said there's a lot of fraudulent things in science, and it has a lot to do with capitalism. And he said, hold on. And you said, that's my theory. So now theories are okay? Like, because you have this hunch, and it is a legitimate hunch, that some scientific studies are skewed on purpose with the research funding that they receive, because they're, like it, because they're trying to get a certain confirmation so they could push a certain narrative for capitalistic purposes. Okay, that's a theory, right? You can't prove it, but you're not a dummy, and you can see, like, you can use your brain and see things around you that happens and come to that conclusion. So just because you can't prove it doesn't mean we throw the baby out with the bathwater.
I mean, you can't believe it. Sure. That's where I think it gets kind of lost in the conversation is no matter how much science you do, at the end of the day, you still have to employ your belief or choose to maintain your disbelief. So what the science process is basically supposed to do is give us the strongest foundation that we can rely on to say, I believe this because of strongly supported reasons, as opposed to because I choose to, because I want to.
Right,
So
but
I think as far as why I brought that up, the thermite thing is you're trying to throw the baby out with the bathwater as far as saying that there is no science happening with conspiracy theorization, right? And so how did they determine that there was thermite found in the rubble? There was a scientific process, a chemistry, a specific validated scientific process that was employed to determine that scientifically, not just guessing that there must be thermite in the rubble because
I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give you a different example then. Let's take the Pentagon. Okay, the Pentagon. All right, the part that got hit just happened to be a part that's under construction. No big wigs in the Pentagon ever got hurt. Okay, the hole was like this big. The wingspan of an airplane is like that big. Okay, there was like just different little airplane parts that are just like strategically just placed out there. And then there's some passports that didn't even get burned, that was just like thrown out there. And you cannot prove any of this because the government went to the nearby stores and took their footage. Okay, but I can say, as a conspiracy theorist, a plane never hit the Pentagon. That was a missile. It's like Captain Obvious.
That's why they take
but because I don't have the science,
nothing to point to, and so that we have nothing but speculation left to rely on.
But the way you make it sound is, unless you could scientifically prove it was a missile, then
no. They also do it. For example, shortly after, I think within hours after the whatever hit the Pentagon, they had press there. And they had Donald Rumsfeld, the Secretary of Defense, or now War, and a bunch of people in suits wandering around and picking up little pieces of airplane. That's when you know the thing is a staged event.
Right. That's when you have to start sifting through the question of what is true evidence and what is planted evidence.
Well, the other thing you can do is look at the evidence. So, for example, you could look at the reel of the planes going through the towers, and you can see for yourself that, well, wait a minute. No, that's physically impossible. What I saw that day was CGI.
Well, as far as looking at the reel, it's like, I'm glad you used that word specifically because it's older tape. And so as far as the methods of determining whether something is fake or not, they have highly developed forensic technologies to look at things like reels to determine if they are like like forged documents, or if they have a whole process of determining if it's fake or not.
Okay,
and
so
we can choose to believe that they have developed a reliable process to determine if something is fake, or we can dismiss it outright. So
let's get back to the science then. So in 2005, a professor of statistics, John Ioannidis, at Stanford in California, he published this massive study where he took computer algorithms. He looked at all scientific research as much as he could get, and he started categorizing them as to whether or not a particular scientific study, because typically part of science is once you've gone through the procedure, the scientific method, and you've developed a thesis, is you give it out to your peers, and other people will go, oh, geez, let me recreate that experiment and see if I get the same results. That's the foundation of
yeah,
science.
We do have a reproducibility crisis in science, as far as that what you're kind of getting to.
Not
Like
kind of. No.
because they can't necessarily redo the study. Like they think that they've done the study accurately enough that it can be reproduced by someone else independently. And then when they try to do that, they often find that it's harder than they thought.
So Ioannidis found that over 50% of scientific research was not reproducible. So
Right.
other scientists would do the experiment and get different or contradictory results. That was the basis. So then he went to specific areas like medicine and psychology, and he found that the incidence of irreproducibility in those two fields was 85%. So he did some work, and his two reasons were for this phenomenon. It's not because scientists are stupid and they can't actually recreate an experiment and come up with the same result. It's because of one, ideology, like you were mentioning, perceptions, human psychology, for example, and just downright fraud, bought and paid for. Scientists are bought and paid for, and they will produce any experiment, any result that pays them well. So that was further highlighted in 2001. Marcia Angel, she was the first female editor of the New England Journal of Medicine. She resigned her position in 2001, clearly stating that she could no longer tell valid, honest, truthful scientific research in the field of especially drugs, or research that was bought and paid for by big pharmaceutical companies. She wrote a book called The Truth About Pharmaceutical Companies. So our science, I would suggest that if you're going to ever go to science, you really have to, especially after the last 4 or 5 years, you really have to understand that it's a hollow term now. It's about as useful as the term conspiracy theory.
Well, and AI has only made this problem worse. But I would just put the small caveat that was one person or a small handful of people who have begun doing this type of research into the reproducibility crisis, and now we are going to need more data. And unfortunately, we have to be honest with everyone has to be clear and critical about, now that they've identified a problem, the people that they've identified as causing the problem now have this incentive, this motivation to produce fraudulent science results to try and refute this finding that there is a crisis here. And so we're going to have to see a tug of war.
Another thing you have to realize too is like when you talk about science of something and you're trying to get expert opinions on something, when it comes to science, it's like, what is this science dealing with, right? Like when you talk about COVID, right? Of course there's narratives and there's motivations. Like you said, money is a big motivator. Also, threats of violence to you and your family is a good motivator too, to make you produce results that are favorable to those who are controlling you and the science that you're doing too. Because this didn't used to be like this. I mean, way back in the day, you had scientists that actually and you don't have to be a guy in a lab coat either to be a scientist either. We've had plenty of scientists who have made cars run on water and then they disappeared, right? Or were deemed to be crazy or something like that. So you have the other side of that where there's like actual science that actually helps but goes against the grain of what the powers that be want. And that's what the bottom line is what do the powers be want? What science will they allow and what won't they allow? That's
well said. Well said.
Oh, thanks. Sometimes I can do that.
You on the head with that one for sure.
Science is corrupt or not?
Yeah. Well, the science isn't corrupt. It's the people who do the science that is corrupt. That's the thing. Science is
not the gun.
That's like saying biology is corrupt. It's like, well, I mean, the science of biology is not corrupt. It's the people who manipulate it and use it for their own means or for other people's means if they're being paid or if they're being threatened, that sort of thing.
Well, as the average person understands science, this is from years of experience. I asked a guy in my building, why did you get the vaccine? Science. That was the first thing he said, science. But he didn't, it wouldn't even cross his mind, and I probably could never convince him in a million years that the science was all fraudulent. It was bought and paid for, and we know that. That is so well documented.
Yeah. A lot of people are just too gullible. It's not good for them.
Just the book, The Pfizer Papers by Naomi Wolf, where she actually sued. She got a lawyer named Aaron Steary who sued Pfizer because Pfizer's research, the FDA and Pfizer went to a judge and they got it sealed for 75 years. Steary sued them, got it revealed, and it was printed in a book. It's all over. But there were highlights, like in the first 100, I think it was in the first 10 weeks, when they were getting the first adverse effects being reported back, 1,000 Americans had died from the Pfizer product. That was in the first 10 weeks of it being on the market. And it gets a lot darker than that. Like the damage that those two, the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines, well, it's over 1 million Americans have died from it. And when you look at the deaths, you have to multiply it by something like 30 times, I think 25 to 30 times in terms of the number of disabilities. So, like even Pfizer acknowledged that. They said that the disability to death ratio would be around 25 to 30. So you're seeing floods, epidemics of heart attacks, strokes now. Like you see it on TV every night. A young athlete hits the floor. A young athlete hits the field. A newscaster drops dead on air. People are dropping like flies. They're never going to tell you why, but they want that in your head. They want you to know what's going on. The other thing that's on the rise is turbo cancers. So these are cancers that a person goes to the doctor, and by the time they get the appointment, they're already in stage 3, stage 4, like it's beyond repair. So these are highly aggressive, deadly tumors, and they've never seen the likes of it ever before.
The other thing that's on the rise is the eugenics there. Actually, I feel remiss I haven't mentioned this yet so far. As far as the fraudulence in science, what do we point at? As far as the smoking guns, what is the cause and not the correlation there? It's the fucking eugenics. Okay, the eugenics scientists who decided that watching the Nazi Holocaust was not enough for them to reject eugenics, that they're going to try and revive it now because we have the technology apparently to try and make it a reality. And they have been ignoring people saying you guys are being unscientific with your eugenic approach. And they're like, no, we're going to prove to you that there's valid science in eugenics. And we are.
Well, I have some conspiracy theories about the Holocaust too.
Right. Yeah. Well, sorry. Yeah. There's lots of, yeah. So that's where,
I mean, in your eugenics, like refuting your eugenics claim about the Holocaust. I have a couple of theories about that myself.
Right, but there's the problem with the Holocaust denial is when you look at the history of the groups that push that, that's like, it's interestingly, the Nazis have a motivation to deny the Holocaust that they committed, okay? And so then they also there's the problem with technocracy, about the inherent anti-democratic kind of authoritarianism that's latent in science, like the scientific approach to societal problems, okay? So then they're trying to sort of argue that only trustworthy people should be able to run the science. And by having that argument alone, that's how they start the slippery slope of eugenics, to say, I am worthy and you are not, to know what is truth and what is not. You're not smart enough to be trusted with science. You could harm me, but I wouldn't harm you if I'm trusted with it.
Yeah, it's not the science. It's the scientists, right? And they do have the technology. I don't know if you guys remember that movie Gattaca from I think maybe it's like the early 90s or something, where people were genetically perfect and then you had those who were not. But they have this stuff called CRISPR, CRISPR, that you can weed out any kind of genetic anomaly or any kind of genetic. It doesn't even have to be a defect, really. You can basically rearrange people's DNA to where they have kids that are perfect, don't get sick, have perfect teeth, whatever you want.
You can design
humans.
You can rearrange their DNA with messenger RNA, or by contaminating the product with DNA. So, for example, SV40. That was the simian virus 40 protein that was found in virtually every sample of Pfizer and Moderna. And that's the SV40 is a chemical that they use to induce cancers in lab mice. It works every time.
So people are thinking like, what's the value of creating such terribly botched products, whatever, as far as trying to say, like, what are they're not trying to prove anything, they're trying to hurt us, whatever. Like, all that is data that's extremely valuable. It's extremely unethically acquired data, but by killing millions of people with all these different substances and having all the hospital reports on all of that, they can sift through a massive, or they can get an AI really to sift through this massive amount of data that they've created by murdering millions of people, and then creating this panic, about this moral panic about, if you deny that there's any kind of a conspiracy of a worldwide genocide going on with the COVID there, that's because you're unscientific or whatever, conspiracy theorist, nutbag, whatever.
And the other thing too is that they can generate new data that we couldn't have imagined before. So, example, they can see our patterns during a pandemic or during a false flag event, airplanes going through towers. Like, they know how people react now, and it gives them more power and more predictability. So if they want to stage the next pandemic, if they want to stage the next Charlie Kirk or whatever it is that these guys do, they know. They're just better at it. They're more efficient, and they make more money off it.
Scary where we're at, right? That's where maybe, are we catastrophizing? There's another fun word.
No, I think we're just trying to figure out if airplanes can go through steel towers.
Well, the two things you should always consider is to follow the money and who benefits the most. And who benefited the most from 9/11? It was Israel.
Yeah.
Because people didn't give a shit about the Middle East since the 70s. And the only reason they gave a shit about the Middle East back then was because the gas prices. And now you fast forward, 30 years to 2001, and you have Israel wants this greater Israel, right? And they need the help of the United States, but nobody, we were done with wars after Vietnam, right? As at the time we were done with wars, right? And then we didn't want to do any of this shit in Kosovo. We didn't want to do any of this shit in what the other places, Iraq, like the first Gulf War. We didn't want to do any of that. We just didn't have a taste for that anymore. But all of a sudden, you fly a plane into a building, couple buildings, in 3 buildings maybe. Then people are like, oh no. And then they're the ones who did it. Those Middle Easterners, they're the ones who did it. Let's go get them. And then, that's where the pitchforks and torches come out. Because people, when you scare the fuck out of them, you can easily manipulate them.
That is so anti-Semitic.
Or like, also like in Syria, when they were like, he's gassing his own people, and here comes the reporter. She picks up a bag, sniffs it. Ooh, oh yeah, there's definitely something there.
Right.
What?
The backpack. She had the backpack. Oh yeah. I smell
Oh
it.
yeah. Oh
it's
yeah.
Like, if you smell that,
smell
you'd be dead. If she had smelled that, she'd be dead. Or she'd at least be started to get sick, and nothing happened to that chick. Yeah, exactly. There's all these little things to you don't the big false flag. That's one thing, but then you have to add the little stuff on the sides too to kind of hold it up, so people don't start thinking for themselves like, hey, wait a minute, how does a plane take down 2 buildings like that? How does somebody fly a plane smack dab into the Pentagon that horizontal, not like this, and so you start saying, oh well, yeah, there's this backpack has sarin gas on, blah blah blah, and they start doing all this other shit to just kind of look squirrel,
Yeah.
so you don't look into it yourself.
Do you know the vast?
And remember the one oh sorry,
the vast majority of people don't know about Building 7. They don't know that there were 3 towers in New York City that fell that day. It's phenomenal, really.
Yeah. The one that didn't get hit by a plane, but somehow fell anyway.
The first high-rise steel structure to fall down from fire.
So then there's the John McAfee apartment complex that imploded on itself an hour after he died in prison.
Wow.
Remember that in
No.
Miami?
Never heard of
So
that.
so John
yeah, she
so
mentioned
John
that.
McAfee is he's he owned the the McAfee
Yeah.
antivirus programs.
I know who he is a bit. Yeah. I didn't hear-
Okay. Well, he had put in a back door to his because he had government contracts, and he had put in a back door to his antivirus program, and he was like siphoning information off of the computers, and that so the information that he had, supposedly he had a kill switch. So if he died, the information that he had was in that apartment complex, and it was supposed to be released, but it never could because the whole complex imploded. And then guess who came in as the cleanup crew? IDF.
Oh, okay.
Only IDF was allowed in there as a cleanup crew. They were looking for those looking for the hard drives and the the what do you call it, the safe and all that stuff.
And McAfee was in the Epi files, is that right?
I don't know if he was in the Epstein files.
I heard his name the other day. Yeah, there's one guy on YouTube. His name is Sean Atwood, SHAUN Atwood, and he's I think he's British.
Yeah, I've followed his channel. I don't really watch him very much, but I do watch him every once in a while.
Lately, he's been on fire. Like he gets these guests from around the world who have just been studying this whole Epi thing for a decade, and just some of the stories are harrowing. Yeah.
He's an interesting character. If you know about his background, he was like okay. I don't know if I remember well enough to explain it, but he was like caught up in like committing some crime. I forget exactly what type of, but like organized crime. He was either embezzling millions of dollars or selling some kind of, I'm not sure. But the point is he got caught and he did his time. And now he's like a person who committed crimes with some of these people that we talk about, the conspiracy theories about all the time, or whatever. He's like changed man or whatever. Like I've seen it from the inside and I want nothing to do with it. So I want to expose these people now. That's the kind of guy he is.
Thanks. That helps make sense. Yeah.
Yeah. As far as motivation for why he does his work, right? So he's seen the light.
What's his name? Sean
Atwood. SHAUN ATTWOOD, I believe.
I think it's just one T, but who's quarreling? I mean, I think airplanes can go through steel structures.
I'll check him out again because I just think that some of that conspiracy theory conversations can get a little bit sensationalist. And
there you go, using that term again, conspiracy theory. Like it doesn't mean anything.
Yeah, and
agree to disagree on
and
that.
saying that it's sensationalist is a little condescending in my opinion. Because I don't think we're saying anything I don't think we're trying to sensationalize anything. I think we're trying to make sense of things that don't make logical sense because we're not stupid people.
We are. But I mean, there's also these people in the space. This is the YouTube thing about people with podcasts. Our motivation for what we're doing the podcast for isn't necessarily the same as everyone else. A lot of people are willing to talk on something that's clickbaity, not to get to the truth, but to just talk about it all day to get a whole lot of exposure. So,
yeah.
That's true. That's true. Or, to capture their audience. I know my audience will be really interested in this, so let me just hype this up real quick. Like,
yeah, I
a lot of that going on.
Yeah, I mean, it's easy to do that if that's what your motivation is to build up your channel and to get it big enough to where you can start getting ad revenue and more people donating to you and stuff like that. But yeah, what does they say? Peace sells, but who's buying? Is that the phrase? When news sells, but who's buying, right? You try to do informational type shows like you guys do, and a lot of time, you guys have a decent amount of people watching. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, yeah, in order to get those gobs of people to watch you and to do the clicking and all that stuff,
we have to be talking about Erica Kirk all the time, and
right,
and like all the gossipy politics.
Yeah, exactly. Personalities. I can't believe what so and so said.
Ooh, that's juicy.
You hear what that bitch said? I can't believe that. Click here so you can find out. Yeah,
it is more fun, right? I get that. I can forgive the audience a little bit because it is more fun. But if you care, it's like that Nietzsche quote I always remember is like, you can, if you want to be happy, believe. But if you want to know, inquire. There's a big difference there.
Yeah, because information, sure, like today's information, true information is not entertaining at all. It's quite depressing.
Sean, I haven't really been watching her lately because of that, because it's just like gossipy stuff. And sure, if I'm in the mood for a little gossip, I'll go over there a little bit, see what she's talking about. But it's a lot of entertainment stuff.
Well,
gossip. Let's gossip.
That's what I said. If you want to switch a little bit of topics, we can get back to the JB leaving RBN thing. I was going to say, we've all seen I don't know if we've all seen JB's video. Maybe we could play part of it anyway, as far as his reasons for leaving RBN. But there's also Nick Cruz made a bit of a rebuttal video, and it gets kind of spicy, gets kind of dramatic.
Oh, he did?
Yeah, he's a little bit pissed off at JB from what I gather. And he's wanting to be like I can relate to sympathize with some of what he's saying, and I can not with some of what he's saying, right? Because what he's saying is he wants to get back to that Marxist Leninist or whatever. I don't want to work with a bunch of these ultra leftists, whatever, fake socialists. I want to build communism. That's what we're doing the show for. I don't want to get distracted with all this culture war shit. So I can sympathize with that. But I don't think it's fair to say that JB is one of these pretend socialists, right? This is the thing that the Marxist Leninists like to do. They like to gatekeep.
Who said that?
They pretend like other people are doing the gatekeeping. It's really undialectic and low blows, right?
Wait, hold on. Did Nick say about JB?
I think rather than I should just play the video and let you see for yourself his response, because it's not just about gossip. Where for us, there's an ideological component that's worth getting into, as far as who is right and who is wrong here, right? Or maybe there's a bit of wrong on both sides, or what kind of thing, right?
Is this with Nick and Nico House talking?
No, it's just Nick Cruz explaining from his perspective about how the split happened.
Okay.
Can you guys help me out? You two are all over the internet. Every short I look at is one of you guys now.
Sure.
Yeah, Uncle Warren put out some shorts of you guys that are.
Oh, you did, Uncle Warren?
I noticed that. Yeah.
I love y'all so much.
That's so sweet for you.
I have to admit, I don't know what the RBN network is.
Revolutionary Blackout Network.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, go ahead and check them out. They got a lot of videos on YouTube, but they're we're wondering a bit if they're at the end of their arc. I think the question is RBN done? But from what it looks like, they're going to continue, but they are a little bit, they're kind of at that, in a crisis or whatever, where if they're going to survive, they have to find a way to to survive this setback, right? It's not the first time they've had a setback, but to me, it's like, how many people can you lose before everyone else decides you guys are done, right?
It wasn't presented as a setback. Like JB was just like, everything has a season, and my season is up here. You know what I mean? Like, he was very what is the word I'm looking for? When you're, the word. Shoot, I'm trying to open this thing you sent me to.
I'm not sure if I know.
Diplomatic about it.
Yeah, he was. It seemed to be
Very diplomatic about it.
saying he was being passive aggressive about it. So I'm maybe Nick would feel that way if some of what he's saying about you guys are getting into some cult of personality territory. That seems like a bit of a personal insult. It could be taken that way and say you're acting like you're all diplomatic, but that's pretty offensive what you just said there, right? You just said it nicely.
Wait, okay. This is like an hour and something long.
Yeah, no, that's the thing is we can't exactly get into
Jeez.
all of it, but we can play a little bit of like the often the most important stuff people say at the beginning, right?
The 9/11 video is only 10 seconds.
Can you send me the one you want me to play? I'll play it. I was looking for it, Lance. I was looking through them, but I didn't know, like there's so many of them. I didn't know the one you were specifically talking about. That's the only reason I didn't play it. But if you put it in the private chat, I'm more than willing to play it for you.
Let's play Mike's video now.
Well,
Okay,
if Nick's
and
videos
then-
is too long, we don't have to get into too much of it there.
I got all.
You want me to start from the beginning?
We could just like share it in the chat if it's too long or whatever. But I think just play it from the beginning and see how long we get through. See if he says anything in the beginning that kind of piques your interest, make you kind of want to keep watching it, or you're just, because I got like 20 minutes in and I was like kind of hungover.
I saw that.
I was like, this is stressful. I'm gonna watch the rest of it later. So
I saw you got 20 minutes in.
yeah.
Okay.
Just a full disclosure for the audience, or whatever. I think it's worth watching the whole thing, but like, do we have time to sit down and go over this stuff? And what is the purpose of doing that? Because if it's for like just for salacious enjoyment of Schadenfreude, I don't think it's worth it. But if we're going to sit there and figure out what are the contradictions that led to the failure of this or setback of this project, and how do we determine how to move forward? I think that's a worthwhile project.
I'm looking in the chat, and Sean says Nick made a big mistake making the joke. So I guess maybe Nick made some kind of joke, and JB overreacted. And
did he overreact though? Because people often hide behind jokes. It's just a joke. You're wrong to overreact. You're being a Karen about it, right? But it's like, you know what? Jokes can be a really popular way of being bigoted and getting away with it and whatnot.
Well,
you know?
Sean said he sides with both. Okay. So I'm assuming maybe he saw the other video. I want to know what this joke was, but I just felt like from watching JB that he felt like
Well,
there were some things that
I was
he
going to
felt
say,
like there was some. Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead. Well, I saw the Twitter thread between Nick and Afeni, and apparently Nick said he wanted to call Nick Fuentes a faggot, right? That was his words. And he wanted to be allowed to, he wanted permission to call him that, right? And then there were people in the thread that was like, hey, that's not cool, you shouldn't say that kind of thing. My hypothesis, part of probably the reason why JB left is maybe he didn't like that because I believe JB is gay. So I would probably take offense to that if I was gay too. So like I said, just a hypothesis. I don't know. I'm just going by what the thread said and then by JB's response. I think he just wanted to take the high road. I don't know. I don't know any of the stuff behind the scenes, obviously, or anything like that. I'm just going by what I saw on the Twitter thread. So for what it's worth.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good hypothesis. I'm saying my hypothesis here is the ACP's influence is kind of taking a toll that they like to be in denial of, because there have been very anti-LGBTQ, or they've been fingered as such by so many people that we got to wonder if those accusations are credible. And this is kind of more of that fallout that seems to be evidence that like Nick's fallen under the sway of these ACP guys, and they've been telling people we gotta, in order to reach out to the right and get the MAGA communists, whatever, if there is such a thing, we have to be willing to compromise on, like, stop defending the word, like using the word retard is bad, using the word faggot is bad, or whatever. The more that we do that, the more that we're just
Oh
like
my
fighting
goodness.
over rhetoric
And
and
then,
actual
and then you go and do it.
right. So, but I'm saying
Why did you do that?
because they're sort of acting like
That's not
like
cool.
tone policing is a problem. We agree with we can kind of come to an agreement on that. But then do we say that there are situations where tone policing is the right thing to do? That's sort of what the conclusion is here. That Nick needs to be tone policed, and that's where he's rejecting that. He's saying this is how we end up infighting instead of actually fighting the capitalists, because we're sitting here arguing over these
is it
side
that
issues
hard?
instead of the primary contradiction. You got to understand the theory behind it, right?
Is it that hard to not say words that are derogatory to a person and offend a person because of who they are and how they exist in the world? Is it that fucking hard? We have to say the R word. We have to say the F word, the N word. Like, is it that hard?
To argue about that, is it hard or not? Whatever I would say, as maybe a bit of a rebuttal, is: do you believe in free speech or not? That's what it kind of tends to go to, right? So
okay. Do you believe in free consequences? Do you believe in free consequences? Because if anybody in the ACP or anybody else calls me the N word, I'm punching them in the face.
Right, but you have the right to be verbally abusive, but you don't have the right to be physically abusive under the law, right? So, but we know that doesn't seem to matter because the law,
I have a right.
The law can go fuck themselves, right?
You have a right to free speech, but you don't have a right to non-consequences for your actions.
No, but that's not necessarily a legal, like, real thing. That's like a societal, I'm going to punish you personally for that because that's my beliefs, right?
And did and will.
And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I agree with that. That's the whole thing, like with prohibition, the way that they tried to impose a law that was bullshit. Everyone disagreed with. So how did they deal with that? They said, our beliefs are this law can go fuck itself. And if we do that collectively, it will go fuck itself, right?
It seems like if you care about someone and they are telling you, this offends me, when you say this word and the history behind this word and how I exist in this world, that offends me. It seems like, well, I have free speech. Okay, you do have free speech, but do you have empathy for me? So your free speech matters more to you than how I feel about it, how you're affecting me personally. Like, I don't need friends like that. No, and I could see why he would be like, yeah, nah, I'm good with that.
Thanks, Abby.
Yeah.
I'm gonna punch out anybody that calls me a conspiracy theorist from now on.
You have to suffer those consequences of whatever happens you can do. But if you're willing, that's the thing about the revolutionary attitude, Reverie. If you're not willing to take any consequences in order to achieve what you feel is necessary, you're kind of just embracing the slave mentality, maybe. Right? So
okay, but look, here's the difference between that joke and these other words. Those other words came with historic pain, physical marginalization, like oppression of rights. So like nobody's oppressed the conspiracy theorists because they had a conspiracy theory. Nobody's let's
talk about
so it's you see what I'm saying?
Historic, definitely validated history of oppression and of anti-Semitic language that has been they're trying to use now cynically to say you're not allowed to say anything bad about Jews, and they've gone through enough. So isn't it right that you just be polite? And so now we're like, fuck no, because there's this whole problem called Zionism, right? So there is a need for us to kind of have deal with things in a contextual basis, case by case, right? Like,
okay, Michael, with that one. You're trying to compare saying obvious things that you can see about a group versus derogatory words. I could say, oh man, this is very interesting that a lot of Eastern European Jewish converts control a lot of the media in various countries. That's not anti-Semitic. That's an observation. Now, if I said, look at those K words, that's a very derogatory word that was used during the oppression of Jewish people.
The difference there is that
that's a big difference.
The K word there is like was coined as a derogatory term, and the word Jew is a term that was more descriptive and has been kind of over time turned into, like, you just say it in a derogatory way, and now it is just a pejorative as opposed to a descriptor for a lot of people, depending on how they use it. So there's just not, I don't know if we're going to really get to a conclusion here on this.
Another thing about the K word, as you so eloquently put it, it's 3 Ks. So 3 and K is the 11th letter. So 3 times 11 is 33.
You talking about the KKK?
Which K word are we talking about here? As far as
oh yeah, 33. Yeah, 33 is that number.
That number.
Okay, so should we watch?
From now on, I'm only going to punch out people who call me Black Kike conspiracy theorist.
Black what?
Kike.
I didn't even. Oh no! Don't use that word.
No.
Well, you're not allowed. But this thing is a profane and the sacred. The words, there are some words that are sacred and some that are profane. And if you say those are sin. If you say that word out loud, or whatever. That's the kind of vibe I get from the whole clutch and pearls. If people say something or whatever, I understand it's offensive. I understand that the better way to be is to not say that, whatever. I encourage people, but that's kind of a liberal thing. People now, that's the thing. We're living in a historical moment in time. We can't just take ourselves out of it. So the thing about
what I hear from you is if you're in
tradition, the thing about we should use these words, fuck them. That's part of the conservative tradition.
So what I hear from you is if you're in a room with nothing but white people and they're throwing around the N-word, you're not gonna say anything. You're just gonna let them do it. That's what that sounds like to me. And I got a problem with that.
What would be the value of me saying something? You think it's actually going to change something if the 9 people in the room are going to be a bunch of Nazis and I'm going to stay in the room? That's that saying, right? Then what does that make me? A Nazi. So what do I have to do? Leave, as opposed to sit there and argue with people who are not going to
argue.
Right. So I'm still
I didn't say argue.
Get my ass kicked, right? So what you're saying, I would be wrong if I don't speak up, is what you're implying.
No. If you left the room, and was like, this is not my kind of people, and I'm not fucking with them because of this behavior, that's different. You don't have to speak up every time.
Right? As socialists, right? Leave the room. You're surrounded by Nazis, but they don't want to. Right?
So, Mike, you're not a commie pinko bastard then.
Right.
Yeah, I think Black Life is right when they said you're in the wrong room. So, get the fuck out of that room. I mean, but here's the thing too. Language is such a weird thing too. It's like there's context and there's motivation, right? So, like like in the case where Nick was calling dude the F word, right? Why? Nick's a very intelligent guy. He doesn't have to use slurs like that. He could have used a much more colorful insult to somebody without having to offend other people, right? Because yes, the F word is going to offend other people. Does he have the right to say it? Absolutely. But like Abby says, he also has to face the consequences of that, especially in this space where a lot of people don't dig that word. So it's almost like
a closet homosexual.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, or you could call him like I'll say it. You could call him a cunt, and that's an awful word, but it only really offends.
Tell me why cunts. That word is an awful word.
Because we have placed such a moral whatever weight.
No, it's bad. No. That's cultural. That's cultural. So I'm trying to understand like why.
I don't know. I use it a lot.
Why do white women think that's a horrible word? Like, what does that mean?
I would say the reason why it's a horrible word is because of misogyny. That's the simple answer, right?
But a lot of times women don't mind being called a bitch. It's almost like a badge of honor.
Women don't mind getting hit, right?
Yeah, I mean, different strokes for different folks. No pun intended. You talk about hitting, but I
have breaking news, by the way.
Uh-oh.
JB's coming on the show.
Nice.
Oh, nice. Well, so I guess we're talking about it a bit. My bad. But he puts his business out in public a little bit. It was a public situation. He kind of had to, right? But maybe we should get to that video a little bit because we've been sort of sitting on it, talking about it, and not playing it yet. So I'm gonna have a cigarette here.
Okay.
That's a good idea.
Wait a minute. They're saying the word cunt originated in AAVE. I don't ever remember black people in the chat. Do y'all? I've never heard the word cunt used in AAVE.
I can't believe you said the C word.
I don't know what that word means.
See you next Tuesday.
What is AAVE? Is that what you're saying?
They call it African American vernacular.
Okay.
Something.
Well, I know the in the UK they use it a lot, and it's almost like saying dude, or saying asshole. They call people asshole. They call them cunts. And here, if you say it, then it's just like the pearls get clutched.
He's a wrong.
They're saying that this is a term that was reclaimed from a slur to express feminine power. I have no idea what they're talking about.
That's interesting. I never heard that before.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
I use it for everybody: men, women, pets, furniture. Like if I stub my toe on something, I go, fuck you, cunt. And then, and then I'll be on my way.
It probably means dirty vagina, though. That's the thing. As far as I call someone a douche, right? As far as why do people take such offense to it? Because you're not just calling them a pussy; you're calling them a dirty pussy, right?
Well, no,
douche.
Because I believe these words, these terms, become co-opted by the powers that be, the people who run.
Yes, like woke.
Yeah, like
we don't even want that word anymore.
See the K term that I mentioned, the KIKE one. Like I hadn't even heard this until a couple of years ago for some reason. And I looked it up, and it turns out it's is it Staten Island in New York where everybody comes in immigration from Europe?
Ellis Island. Yeah.
And so they have to sign their name on a register coming into the USA. And so for the illiterate classes, if they were Christian, they would write a cross for the name. They didn't know how to spell. And the Jews saw this, and they thought, well, the ones that couldn't read, and they thought, well, I'm going to put a circle. and the Yiddish term for circle is keikel, and it was the customs officers that started calling them kites. That's how it started.
Oh.
And that's how tic-tac-toe was created.
That's offensive then?
It's been weaponized by the powers that I imagine.
Oh, okay.
And that's the point, right? A lot of these terms have just been weaponized. I learned that term in New York City. Somebody told me it was offensive. Actually, a black person told me that's offensive to Jewish people. So they could have been misinterpreted. I don't know.
It's become offensive now, but yeah, I think that's the takeaway. Where the lesson to be learned is that when a word becomes powerful for a community, and there's an opposing community outgroup, they want to take away the power of that word. So then it's just free game or whatever. So they try and invent a new meaning for it by weaponizing it.
Words are powerful. The whole universe came into existence based on words.
That's what one theory goes.
Okay, so here we go.
That's a conspiracy.
God is a conspiracy. God's for the word.
Lance is not going to let you slide on that one, Michael. I'm just letting you know.
Well, it's just that Mike and I agree on so much. And I like Mike because he's Finnish and he plays bass guitar. There's just some things I think are true, and I wish other people would look at them.
That's fine. It's good to find those things, the points of difference and contention. That's the thing about being the Marxists. We like the contradictions. We don't necessarily have a problem with them.
All right. So should I start?
I think.
Because when JB comes on, I doubt we'll be talking about this. We're just going to be talking about topics.
What's the context here, if you don't mind?
Oh, so this is Nick Cruz's response to JB's farewell video that he was leaving Revolutionary Blackout Network.
Okay.
Yeah, they all used to work together, and this is actually the network that got us into podcasting, and then we got brought on by the wrong person apparently that they were having problems with, and they kicked him out of the group and kicked us out all at the same time when we were kind of collective punishment. And always felt it was kind of unfair, and I would have wanted to try to continue working with them, but that never happened, and it doesn't look like it ever can happen.
And
But
Nick Cruz
now, after CJ was kicked out, now we're seeing JB leaving, and it's important for us as far as our proximity to this. Like, what is our take on it? What's our understanding here?
Well, I want to say hello to Coach Steve, by the way. Welcome to our home.
That's my uncle. Yeah, thanks for being here, Uncle.
Oh, hi, Uncle Steve.
Uncle Steve.
I know.
Yeah.
Is the term wops offensive? Oh, to Italians it is. Okay.
Yeah.
I've never heard that either, so I won't be saying that. Sorry.
Right. Funny enough, my old ex-boss who fired me at the beginning of the year, one of the things he said to me when he liked me at the beginning was, oh, we'll make a wop out of you yet. And I laughed. And thought to myself, yeah, fuck, we'll see. And lo and behold.
So do you know where it comes? Oh, because it means without papers. Okay. All right. Okay. Okay. You know the term coon. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, in Louisiana, in the Cajun parts of Louisiana, they call themselves coon asses. So it has a completely different meaning, right? So I'm in New York City and I'm like, they're like, oh, you're from Louisiana? I was like, yeah. And I'm telling them where I'm from. And I'm like, yeah, I'm about 45 minutes away from the Creoles and 45 minutes away from the Cajuns. So I go hang out in New Orleans and then I'll go hang out with the coon asses. And they were like,
yeah.
Well,
it's definitely a regional thing that if you're in Louisiana or in Mississippi, Arkansas, around that area, you know what that term means. And the other one, just the C word, that C word is usually relegated to between black people. Black people call each other that if they think they're, or an Uncle Tom.
If they fit the description. Well, actually, it's Sambo. Uncle Tom was the good guy.
Well, that was
Well, I've heard both. Yeah. I mean, living down south, you hear it all.
Yeah.
You know it. You know.
What happened was Malcolm X accidentally said Uncle Tom instead of Sambo, so it just kind of stuck. But if you read the book, Uncle Tom was the protagonist. Sambo was the antagonist. You were about to ask me something, Lance?
No, Jacqueline in the chat, she recommended a book a long time ago, and I read it called Barracoon. And did you read that book, Abby?
Mm-mm.
Oh, well, the author contends that was the origin for the word coon. And a barracoon was, there were these fortified structures on the west coast of Africa where they held the slaves before they were transported across the Atlantic.
Oh.
So actually, Abby, that's a fascinating book. It's called Barracoon. I think it's Barracoon.
Yep, it sure is.
So one of the things that the person talks about in quite a bit of detail is how the slave trade wouldn't have been possible without African tribes enslaving each other. So in particular, it was the kingdom of Dahomey on the western coast. They had these giant soldiers, and they used mostly women soldiers, is how the story goes. And they would raid other African tribes, take them as slaves, and then sell them to Europeans or Americans.
So they're like prisoners of war, which is not uncommon in indentured. They had no concept of chattel slavery at that time.
Well, I don't know.
So it's so unfortunate, but it is what it is. Should we play this?
Well, what gets kind of left out there is that before there were these black tribes selling slaves to white people to ship them across the Atlantic. There was 2,000 years of a slave trade, of the Arabic slave trade, that these black tribes, I think, originally were selling their slaves to these Arabs to go east for a long time. But the amount of slavery, if you look at the numbers that they did in the Atlantic slave trade, was like the same amount of people that, like, over 2,000 years it took the Arabs to traffic, they did in like 400 or whatever, right?
Yeah. Well, slavery it's universal and it's endemic to every culture. I mean, even the Native Americans, the Indians, or the Aboriginals, as we call them up here, they were trading in slavery too before the so-called white man got here.
Hell, slavery's still going on today with sex trafficking and, you know, that kind of thing. So it's like, did it ever really go away? Hell no. It
No.
just turned into something else, another flavor of it.
It's just part of the human condition, it seems. Yeah.
I mean, it's going on in the UAE. It's going on in Liberia. It's going on in Sudan. It's going on all over the place. It's very sad.
Mm-hmm.
If I don't press play, we are not going to stop talking. Oh, thank you, Black Life.
Just the point about the Native Americans also did slavery and blacks also did slavery. It has to kind of be like a reminder for the audience if they need to hear it. Those points are often cherry picked by white supremacists to say that's why, like, slavery, like, we're not white supremacists because everyone does slavery, so we're not bad. That's not what we're saying.
But yeah, everyone did indentured servitude and feudalism, but chattel slavery, that was something different. Never been. Let me press play. Yeah, okay, Rondo. Thank you, Rondo. All right, so here we go.
Ask me to run for office. People are like, Nick, why don't you run for office? Like, bro, you know who you talking to, man? Like, I'm clearly not fit for leadership. You know what I mean? It always wow with people. I'm like, guys, I'm a college dropout, struggling country black boy from the Midwest. And I made a lot of mistakes, man. And you guys realize that I was only a theory reading Marxist for about 6 months around the time that I formed RBN, formerly known as Fred Hampton Leftists, now known as Revolutionary Blackout Network. And you guys have seen I've been preaching that it's a failed strategy to organize based on race. And if I knew what I knew now, RBN would have been formed completely different. Rome, Savvy would probably be the only people I would have picked. It was a horrible idea to make an organization just based, because I was like, all right, let's get some black people who was on the Bernie campaign. We all progressives. We will all be all of the same mind. No, fam, this has been a fucking disaster. Managing the United States left is a disaster, okay? And I fucked up real bad because we all come from different regions. We all have different cultures. Like JB is from Florida, Sabby is in Boston, our former member CJ's in California. We have Josana who's from fucking Brazil, Finney from DC, and I'm a country boy from the Midwest who like to make politically incorrect jokes. You know what I mean? So we came from all these different cultures, and we have different life experiences. That's why it was absurd. And I've been preaching intensely that organizing outside of a Marxist, unapologetic communist lens is a failure. And I'm learning from that. Why do you guys think I've been warning you guys about this for the last few weeks? Why do you guys think I started my own channel when I was like, man, I want to be an unapologetic tanky? Why do I have to worry about people trying to tone police me? I can actually try to build a real communist movement. So that was a critical error that I made, that I decided, like, all right, let's just get some black people together and we're going to have this Fred up. And we had a good run. Trust me. It was a great experience. Like, I went around, gave speeches. I inspired countless people to engage in mutual aid. it was still a W. We was an organization that has been around for 5 to 6 years. Big W, but there were some mistakes that I made, and I will 100% acknowledge that. We should have been unapologetically a communist Marxist party. And the fact that we had so many lingering ideologies, I tried to salvage it. You know what I mean?
Wait, is Savvy Sabs communist Marxist?
That's
Would
where
you consider her a communist Marxist?
She does consistently say that she advocates for the revolution sort of thing, but then the way that she does her, like, there's words and actions, the way that she does her show, it seems a bit kind of more I guess like we're saying like a infotainment, wherever, appealing to the celebrity pop culture stuff, and then so that seems like more social democrat-y from our perspective. But this is where if we got to be more rigorous as opposed to trying to lob ad hominem attacks at each other. It doesn't really help.
I just asked a question.
No, I know, but I'm saying like it gets easily out of hand because like I'm a social democrat, you're a social democrat, whatever. No true Scotsman fallacy, right?
It's another banger. Okay, here we go. Hi, Driving Me Macy and Valley. Oh, you're gonna love this one, Michael. I don't know what's so hard about independent media sharing the same goal. Yeah, well, here, press play.
I was like, hey guys, it's okay if we disagree. It's okay if you had different ideologies. But fam, what was pissing me off, and the reason why I'm kind of glad this is done, why will we call ourselves the Fred Hampton leftists if you guys are not explicitly Marxists? You know what I mean? Fred Hampton and the Black Panther Party was a Marxist-Leninist organization, my friends. And then we would have meetings, and then people in my group, they were like, I'm not a Marxist. I think Marxism is anti-Black. What are you talking about? And then they say that RBN is toxic. They say that I'm toxic because they can't justify their positions. So they will say some stupid shit around me, and I will correct them, and then they'll be in their fucking feelings. That's this group in a nutshell. That has been RBN for the last 5 to 6 years. You can't say shit to these people. I'm like, hey guys, how can you call yourself a Marxist? How can you say you're a Fred Hampton leftist if you're not a Marxist? You know what I mean? Hey, Afeni, why do you keep smearing Black men as sexist for making jokes? Hey, I don't think we should be engaging in liberal cancel culture. I think we should ignore woke identity politics. And they was offended by this. And I was like, bro, we cooked. Like, I knew like 2 years ago. That I was like, oh my God. The second day they started engaging in bullshit identity politics, the second I seen the contradiction now.
What is he describing as identity politics right here? Not wanting to be called a F and you're gay? Is that what he's talking about?
I think this is it's important to pause and get into that, where I think there's a valid critique of the liberals using neoliberal thing, using the identity politics, posing as if they care about the LGBTQ community and allegedly caring a little bit about the problems of capitalism and stuff. But what they're ultimately doing is stealing our revolutionary energy and wasting it and trying to push us back into wasteful Democratic Party politics, whatever. And so we're trying to.
How do you define identity politics? How do you define that?
So that's the as far as like we will, like the Marxist-Leninists get often accused of being class reductionists, right? So we're trying to have the class consciousness. We're trying to focus on the class, and then other people want to focus on other things, about identity things, like the things that they identify as according to race, gender, religion. Those things are more important for people to argue about who want to not have class analysis in as far as the solutions they propose to the problems that we have. So I agree with him. I don't think it's all cope that he's saying. I thought that we started this thing. Fred Hampton, how do you not think that we're being Marxist if we're starting a thing called the Fred Hampton podcast? The whole point of it is to build socialism in America, even though we know that's a difficult thing to do. That's what we feel is necessary. And we run into trying to build a coalition with people who don't agree with the end goal of communism being the solution. And to understand the importance of analyzing contradiction, you recognize that to build alliances with people that have diametrically opposed views or diverging views to the point that they will never converge, it becomes necessary to recognize that to work with these people is to actively sabotage myself from accomplishing the goal that I intend to try to achieve. But the problem is that to do the devil's advocate, the MLs, they like to gatekeep a lot and say, like, you guys are ultra leftists, or you guys are liberals, you guys are Trotskyists, when there are people that are coming to this information from the places that they come from. Like, he's talking about how he's a Midwest guy or whatever. Like, these are our initial conditions are everything, as far as not everything. They're a large part about what shapes our worldview. And so then we get frustrated that other people have a liberal upbringing, and because they have a more conservative upbringing, like they tend to hyper focus on the liberals as the problem. But what I'm finding is that inevitably they end up arguing from a Marxist-Leninist rhetoric and then becoming kind of a realist conservative without recognizing that they're fucking conservative.
Okay, you're doing a lot of identity politics right there too, because you're
Exactly.
like, you're doing all these labels. So like, I just don't get this. I look at the way they're trying to frame identity politics in the moment. I don't see what he's talking about, because I see, like, macro, how they try to frame identity politics is, or how I see it is, the left doesn't really change their capitalist ideologies that would actually help the people. They just put a different face on it to make it seem like the ideology is being inclusive, but it's the faces that they're using are the very people that they're hurting. So they could put a black face on it, or an Indian face, or someone with a disability, some trans face, or what have you. But the ideology, the capitalist agenda, is still hurting all of those communities anyway. So that's what I consider identity politics.
That's what
now I looked it up.
Agreeing with him on that point, because that's what he's trying to say. He's trying to say that the liberals use identity politics like this, so they're trying to say, let's not really do identity politics. Let's, stop wasting our time with that. It's kind of like ceding territory or whatever. Like, we have to fight on all these different fronts.
But
some people say we have to fight the identity politics fight with the class analysis, where we have to argue our version of identity politics, and some people say it's a waste of time, like Nick's saying.
Two things. I'm going to read the formal definition of identity politics. Then I'm going to back this up a little bit, because that doesn't sound like what he was saying. What I just said, that doesn't sound like what he was saying to me. If you back it up a little bit, and maybe I misunderstood, it sounded like he was like, I should be able to, like, say whatever without having to get into these identity politics, as if, I could say words that are offensive, and it sounds like he's missing
a strategy. It's a tactical
word identity politics. So this is the formal. I'm gonna read the formal.
Hey, hang on just a second. I just want to say I need to get out of here. I go get something to eat. I appreciate y'all having me on, and I love this conversation. I'll see y'all Thursday. Y'all gonna be back on again Thursday, right? Yep,
we'll be here.
Okay, it's good to see you, Lance.
Wait! Shout out to your show when it airs.
Well, I have 1,000 shows basically. So Wednesday morning, me and Lainey Peterson, which is tomorrow morning at noon Eastern, is the Undercurrent. I'll be back on Friday morning for my show, Morning Extra, at 11 a.m. Eastern. It's on YouTube and Rumble and Facebook. And then Secret Show Friday night for sillies and all that kind of good stuff. Come see us. Like, share, and subscribe. Send me some money. I'm a big-time grifter, okay? I'll tell you up front. I ain't lying. All right, y'all. Y'all be good. I love y'all. Y'all be good, okay?
And thank you again for the shorts.
Have a good
Oh
night.
yeah, no problem. We'll see you.
All right,
Peace.
bye-bye. Okay, so the formal definition of identity politics is it refers to a political activity and theorizing based on the shared experiences of injustice among members of specific social groups. Rather than organizing solely around broad ideologies or party affiliations, people form alliances based on characteristics like race, gender, sexual orientation, religion, or disability to address their specific marginalization and seek social or legal redress. This formal definition, I don't see a problem with this. I don't see a problem
Okay, the
with
formal
people
definition
hold on, let me finish.
provided by who?
Let me finish. I don't see a problem with doing this, is what I'm saying. I don't see a problem with forming alliances with people based on your race or your gender or your all of these things that they're naming, because those different groups have very specific things that they care about in their community that they need to be addressed. And if you're not forming groups like that, and everything's just going to be broad, then somebody's going to get missed, because what's important to one group might not be as important to another. And then you get like gaslit. Well, we can't do that right now because it all has to be based on class. No, not all the time, because sometimes you just do things based on class, and the poor white people will get a more marginalized bit than the poor black people or the poor. No, so we can't do class all the time. Sometimes this group has to make demands and say, hey, this is what my community needs, this is what we've been lacking, and I'm standing on my square, and I'm demanding this.
You
So
consistently make it an either or argument, though. It does not have to be either or. What I argue is that it has to be both at the same, like, every time. You can't do one without the other. You have to recognize that it's two sides of the same coin.
I never said that.
So now what I was going to say is, you don't see a problem with that, but you just decided that the formal definition is what you looked up when you went on Google, and Google defines for us what the definitions of things are, and that is the bourgeois. That's the billionaire class, baby, telling you what to think, right? So now look up Marxist definition of identity politics and see what it says. Because I'm gonna
look it up, because I don't like your tone right now.
Well, let's get the
so
same.
What I did was, this is what I did.
This is what I did. Because you'll get a different answer was my point.
Which is fine. Right, so but your tone is a little off. You're a little, you're a little spicy right now. Right. So anyway, what I did was first I defined it as I understand it to be. Then I looked it up here. Now, if we can look up the Marxist one, I don't have a problem with that. And I don't. So I don't understand what your.
So my point, though, is
you get a little hype there.
Things, the reason why there's a danger here in trying to not kind of concede that the Marxists are kind of right about this, okay, is when you look at all those different things that you identified as potential ways to align our interests. You can have the black bourgeoisie, you can have the gay bourgeoisie, okay, pink capitalism, okay. You can have all those things. You can find people that are not your allies that are identifying and grouping with people based on those things, and they are excluding class analysis on purpose and trying to reject those of us who try to include it in the conversation as some kind of bigot. But what he's done badly here, Nick, he's given ammunition to people to say you shouldn't be included in the conversation because you don't intend to have respect. Okay. So
okay, I'm about to read this one. Like saying it's bourgeoisie. Like, okay, Marxism, identity politics is viewed as a form of bourgeoisie ideology that focuses on specific social group recognition, all those things I said, race, gender, sexuality, whatever, rather than class solidarity. And I never said that. I said I can understand why those groups want to come together and make specific demands
And then you
based
formulate
on what's,
argument.
hold on, let me finish.
Okay.
Based on what is needed in their specific community. I never said that there shouldn't be any class solidarity that is happening. I'm saying, no, I didn't.
You kind of said that there is a
If it sounded like it, I didn't.
Class analysis because it's becoming oppressive as opposed to like, right.
I never said exclude class
which is
analysis.
exactly what the liberal identity politics intend to do to the Marxist critique, is make it vanish by saying that if we include it, it's going to be just as bigoted as any racist. But really, the racists are the ones weaponizing the identity politics. The liberals are still racist, right? But then now you're kind of using their argument that we can't include class analysis with discussions about race, because if we do that, then the class discussion is going to overshadow the race discussion, and then now our interests are not going to be seen. But some ways,
hold on. You are putting words in.
Should it overshadow the race discussion or not? Because what is the primary contradiction? Is the Marxist kind of orthodox? Okay, this is where we get into there's a very long history of communism, because they're the orthodox opinion. We're going to get into the universal and the particular stuff, is that the primary contradiction comes first. Wherever this is part of the problem. Okay, so but the Maoist inversion of the universal and the particular, and you're not listening, so there's a waste of time here. But my point, when the Maoists are trying to deal with this problem, they invert the universal and the particular, the way that it's applied, and then that changes our understanding of what the primary contradiction is and how to resolve how to dialectically resolve the tension here, because both sides are not really agreeing that there is a way to sublate this problem here. Go ahead.
I was trying to stop you because I didn't appreciate you putting words in my mouth about class analysis. I never said that. What I said was we can work with each other on class, but if we're not looking at these different social groups as a system in themselves and what they need in their communities, and we're just looking at it based on class, then that gives way to this whole class thing to marginalize one of these groups even further. Because take one for the team. That's like when we were talking about reparations, and Jimmy Dore was like, they don't need that. What we need is Medicare for all. Okay, so now I got to take one for the team and do a class solid, and my needs are still not being met.
So this is what
my group.
Stuff. You just said about the way that the Maoists resolve this issue is basically what you just said, but you didn't use any kind of language about Maoism to explain what the problem with trying to do it the orthodox way is, right? And so what you're saying is valid. It's important as far as you're not really going to resolve the class issue if you further marginalize them, because what you're doing there is still applying a kind of class analysis or whatever. That's still rigorous and effective, okay? Because you're saying you're not going to resolve the class issue. You're going to create a new class unto itself if you don't deal with race at the same time or whatever. So you have included the sublation already, but we're already ahead of the conversation than most people are.
Yeah.
Or we're just getting to it now, right?
Lance, do you have something to say about that before I turn this back on?
Well, identity politics to me means
is it what?
Identity politics to me means at the core fundamentally labeling people, and I think a lot of these labels get taken as fact, when in fact they're just as meaningless as the term conspiracy theory.
I mean,
so like for example,
he's siding with Nick a little bit because he seems to be saying, "Why are we wasting time with identity politics? It's a meaningless term," you might say.
Well, we got to go back and look at what he said.
What I would say is that the primary one in our society is right, left, conservative, liberal, Republican, Democrat. And that, if you really think it through, is relation. It's meaningless. It's a term that is only used to control the way people think, feel, and behave. So for example, if you took everybody, or let's say you did a study and you took everybody who's voted liberal all their life and everybody who's voted conservative all their life, and then took those two sets of people and gave them psychometric examinations on anything you can think of, what they believe, what their taste preferences, how much they've traveled, this, that, everything else. And at the end of all that data collection, when these two groups identify, one is conservative, one is liberal, but when you measure them on every attribute, they'll fall like everything in nature does onto a bell curve. So the thing about the bell curve, it's a distribution of basically natural patterns. And so the reason for the bell is that if you take the middle line, on each side of the middle line are other lines, and they're called standard deviations. So most people will end up somewhere between the middle line and kind of when it starts to slope down. So most people, 66% of the population will be roughly the same. Furthermore, I would argue that, like conspiracy theory, the term liberal and the term conservative are virtually different for everybody you ask. And I would also argue that probably 90% of the population, if you ask them to define liberal or conservative, couldn't do it. I think it's, again, I think they're weaponized terms in order. And the other thing, too, is it even conceivable that this whole, in a nation of 300 million people, that there's only going to be two ways to express the way you feel about the world? It's a bit of a joke, really, and I think it's something that was put into place by the ancestors of the powers that be because they knew that creating this binary system is just another great way to get people fighting. While
the binary system,
while they control both parties behind the scenes and further their agenda, no matter what party's in power. And it goes for so many other things. Like I think, like I've heard, if you take on a label, you lose half your mind. It gets you to think in ways that if you really step back, you probably wouldn't.
Okay, well, I'm gonna. So now let's go see what he is saying. Identity politics is. This is very interesting. That was a good conversation.
It's important to watch this. It might be a little bit uncomfortable, but it's not just about gossip for us anyway. I think this is a real important contradiction that needs to be analyzed and understood and overcome because it seems to be holding us up. You know, it actually is causing us problems, not understanding it.
Yeah, I think that was a good conversation. Like, I don't necessarily agree about you can't label things. I've said that before because like that's how you start. I mean, you got to start from somewhere, and you can define what that label means to you, but like that gives somebody at least a basic understanding of where you're coming from, right? And you made a good point, Lance, because you said let someone ask someone what conservative means. A lot of Black people, Democrats, consider themselves conservative because they consider themselves conservative, but the term conservative means something different to Republicans in certain ways.
But wouldn't this world be different if instead of us talking in terms of left and right, we talked about up down, and everybody knew that it was a fraction of the top 1% of wealth holders that controlled the whole damn show behind the scenes. But instead we go, oh, every time we turn on, it's left, right, and we identify, and then we behave accordingly when really we should be focusing on the scoundrels at the very top, the epi class.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna start this. So here we go.
Things. group in a nutshell. That has been RBN for the last 5 to 6 years. You can't say shit to these people. I'm like, hey guys, how can you call yourself a Marxist? How can you say you're a Fred Hampton left if you're not a Marxist? You know what I mean? Hey, Afeni, why do you keep smearing black men as sexist for making jokes? Hey, I don't think we should be engaging in liberal cancel culture. I think we should ignore woke identity politics. And they was offended by this. And I was like, bro, we cooked. Like, I knew like 2 years ago. That I was like, oh my God. The second day they started engaging in bullshit identity politics, the second I seen their contradiction, now I tried to steer the shit back. I was like, hey, guys.
Okay. He said Feeney told him some jokes that he made. She considered them misogynistic and offensive. That I think she must have been there like a long time ago with CJ and all that. So he's saying that that's woke identity politics. Is that though? Because we just went through identity politics, and it had nothing to do with like offensive language. That deals more with like empathy towards your fellow colleague. So I don't get that part. Anybody want to speak on it before I press play?
Well, that's where I kind of differ a bit from Nick. Like, I can sympathize with a lot of what he's saying, but I have said, and I'm still consistent about this, that I think there's value to the woke politics. I don't think we should throw the baby out with the bathwater on that. And but people, I think, want to discard it because it's like holding a target when people are when people are attacking you for trying to be woke about stuff, or calling you a liberal and stuff, even if that's not your intent, then it gets to be the damage from the smears becomes too much of a cost if you start to wonder tactically. I think this is all kind of gets down to tactics, like that we kind of need to try something that works better. There's a problem with the ACP and like the more technocratic communists are. The pragmatism is sort of what undoes them, but they are very convinced that pragmatism is what is the secret to their success. But we'll have to get into that later. We can play some more.
Okay.
Guys, we need to be tanky as fuck. We need to be Marxist-Leninists. And they will do a giveaway. Like, that's charity. Anything that's not built on a revolutionary Marxist discipline, building a party, is not mutual aid, it's charity. And then there are people in this organization that will say stuff like, I don't believe in political parties. What the fuck are you talking about? Fred Hampton led the Black Panther Party. Black Panther Party. This revolutionary adventurism, well, we don't believe in parties. We're going to take phrases from the professional managerial class, like intersectionality. Guys, stop the revolutionary adventurism. And this is what my mistake is. Because I was laying this book, I was like, oh, we all believe in different things.
So he's talking about taking phrases from the professional managerial class. So that's a critique against the professional managerialism. But at the beginning of the video, I noted that he was saying managing the left is like an impossible task. It shouldn't even. So what are you? That's a little bit of a Freudian slip almost, or whatever. It's like, so you're a manager of us, but you don't like professional managers. I just wanted to say that's a little possible contradiction. So.
Well, that's interesting because earlier on, Rondo had said something about that. If I could find it, I'll put it up. But here, managing the left, like
the right
made you the left
is that it's like herding cats. It's impossible, right?
I mean, I don't know. I feel like, okay, if he wanted to manage the left so bad, what? I don't know. Let me shut up. Let me shut up about RBN. Okay, here we go.
Shouldn't harp on like cherry pick words too much, right?
Say again.
Maybe cherry picking words isn't as valuable as you might think it is, right? Maybe he just said it and I'm reading too much into it, but
Maybe.
he chose the word that he did for a reason. Who knows? So.
Maybe. Okay, here we go.
I believe in it, but you guys see how it led to disaster. Now that one of my brothers stabbing me in the back, joined the cancel culture mob against me, which I despise, by the way. Fam, if you can't tell jokes with your comrades, you're not comrades. If you're willing to cancel someone over a joke, we're not comrades. It's just that fucking simple. And it's because we had the.
I don't like that because he did not cancel you. He wished them well, said he still supports everything that they do. He just wanted to move on. He did not cancel them. So I think that's very inappropriate.
There's some if-then kind of, forget the technical term, but there's a fallacy there. I think what if you want to just rewind it a bit so we can be clear about what he was saying, but he was like, if we can't joke with our comrades without getting offended, wherever, then we can't, right? That's the if-then, the if P then Q kind of denying the antecedent, I think it's called, okay? Mm-hmm. So he's sort of jumping to a conclusion there, and it's a little bit false, but he's very convinced that there's nothing wrong with his logic there. But like you're saying, he's not really canceling you. So it's, there was something else I was going to say, but I kind of lost it. So like we could just kind of move on.
Okay.
So. Unreconcilable differences in ideology that led, and they know they can't really like challenge me on this. They had to join cancel culture mob.
Quick thing. You want to make light about jokes don't really hurt feelings. It's just a joke, whatever. Your feelings hurt is you choosing to be offended, whatever. But I think it's wrong to have that kind of callous attitude, whatever. Some people have committed suicide because of jokes. Okay. Oh, so I guess they were just weak or whatever. They weren't revolutionary enough or whatever. No. Okay. Jokes can be like psychologically damaging. It can be very harmful. This is why I don't really like to be like much of a joker or whatever. And a lot of times you want to talk about revolutionary, whatever, discipline, people kind of get a little bit undisciplined when they joke around too much. They stop really being rigorous with their analysis because they're having too much fun. But you get kind of depressed when you stop having fun. I understand we need to have some jokes, whatever, some optimism. We need to have some appreciation of the gray or whatever, and not have a black and white perspective about stuff, right? Do you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I've got a joke. How do you make a hormone?
I like jokes. How do you make a hormone?
Yeah.
Oh.
You don't pay her. You don't pay her. You don't pay her, eh? Here's another one. A guy in my neighborhood.
I like jokes.
A guy in my neighborhood just got busted for drug possession, and he's a dentist. And I've been going to the guy for like 20 years now, and I had no idea he was drug.
He was a dentist. No, you're supposed to say I had no idea he was a dentist.
No. Oh yeah.
Thanks for a good joke anyway.
Boom.
Boom. No bada boom for that one.
And trying to phrase a joke where I don't even call anyone a smear and then pretend that I'm fucking anti-gay for that. What a sad video he put out. My brother JB stabbed me in the back, joined the cancel culture mob against me because they can't, and then gossiping behind my back all the time instead of approaching me, because they approached me many times before. And then every time they approach me, they can't defend their ideal. So then they got to gossip behind my fucking back, join cancel culture mobs, talk shit about me in group chats. And this is all because we had ideological indiscipline.
You know who he sounds like, Michael? Remember when we were in that meeting with RBN, and because they didn't know what CJ was doing. Now Nick wasn't there, but the things that we were told about CJ, isn't that what he sounds like right now?
Sounds a little bit like CJ sounded when he was being defensive about how they were categorizing him falsely about being misogynist, and he wasn't really seriously. That's not who he is, and you're just wanting to make a category error. But so yeah, I think that's a good echo to observe. I think you're onto something there, maybe.
It's like everything that they were saying about CJ, that's kind of like what he's doing right here. Like the whole CJ being a bully and not listening to them when they tell him, you know, like, and they'd have to have meetings behind him, like away from him. You know what I'm talking about? All that stuff.
Yeah. No, well, actually, since you mentioned it, I meant to say, because they commented on it earlier in the chat about they thought that what CJ was doing was actually a good idea as far as expanding RBN. I thought the same thing.
We thought the same thing.
And then they came out, but I think what was the problem was that they disagreed with maybe it being the right time or that being the right strategy, and they didn't like that he wanted to ignore them and kind of unilaterally do it. But this is kind of Nick wanting to unilaterally do something, and he doesn't want to wait for the consensus of the group that he's not going to get, or whatever. So he'd rather kind of make the group smaller to maintain his authority. And so it's interesting as far as the authoritarian approach or whatever, like the need to avoid the direct democracy because the centralized democracy is more appealing to the person who wants to get things done pragmatically. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It was weird because they could have been like, well, took the time to watch the stuff and then decided who they wanted to keep or not keep. But they were just so offended by what CJ did that they were just like, full stop.
And I understand, like, I would be a bit offended
that
they didn't have any ability to participate in the recruitment process. They didn't get their input involved. That would offend me too.
Right.
But then you're stuck with the situation about what to do. And we were all, you know, working class volunteers that at the time we had all agreed that we wanted to try to argue the same line that are like that they're going to tell us what the line is. We're gonna publicly argue that and do the work, working together, but that's not what happened. So
yeah, Rome's big thing was white liberal people on the channel. That's what he remembers Rome.
It's ironic because now Nick is saying about I
shouldn't have made it just black people
along race is a failure,
yeah.
And he wants to organize with the white, not liberals, the white conservatives that are. I wouldn't say like they're not only conservative, like to dismiss the ACP as a bunch of Nazis that aren't communists or whatever. I feel like they have some kind of communist about them, but they are very, very much like the conservative side. They're the right wing of communism versus the left, right? And so there's a right and a left within all of the liberalism and conservatism and communism, and it's so controversial that there is such a thing or whatever. Because everyone likes to treat the left and right analysis as if it's fucking useless, whatever, or if it's so it's
so yeah. Because Rome did he was talking mad shit about us on his channel or what have you, and I'm just thinking, Savvy's kind of she's kind of liberal in some ways. In some ways,
I mean, to be fair, there is a lot of valid. I mean, if they're applying it to the right person, the white liberals in the West are a fucking joke, right? They think that they're doing so much good, but because the liberals, I'm saying, not any socialist, any stripe or anarchist or whatever, they're not even left, right? But they believe that they are, and what they argue for is some kind of capitalism with a clean face, where they have no idea of how stupid they sound and look. And so that's where the critique is valid. When we're talking about like fucking Sam Cedar and Emma Vigeland and those kinds of easy punching bags, whatever, right? But when they apply that label to us, that's when they start to be smearing, slandering people, whatever, taking away other people's identity, whatever, gatekeeping and that kind of stuff, right?
But I mean, Rome was saying that, like, the people that were selected were white liberals, and that wasn't the case.
But then, if we look at Stephen and Mastermind Hour, I can say at this point, maybe that's what he was talking about. Fuck those guys, right?
Oh, Stephen was. I don't know where Stephen came from.
I don't think that Charlie Brown, I don't think that I don't think that Jared or Nicolette deserved that thing about a bunch of white people who want to cosplay as Marxist. Like, no, that was a prejudgment that was wrong.
Yeah, Stephen should have never been there for sure.
But that was CJ. I don't know what CJ was doing, and not necessarily he was the one vetting people, and he got sloppy or what, or was he sabotaging? This is where I don't know what his intention.
I think he was. I think
like that on. Maybe he's trying to actually fuck with RBN or whatever by setting up a project that's going to be a problem for them.
Well, that's what happened was one person left, and he needed to fill a slot. And he just
done it rapidly.
He just grabbed it. Yeah, he could have like had them on other shows as guests until they found the right person for them to do a show, to go back to their show or something. So I don't know.
Yeah,
I think the CIA broke up the group.
Bill,
the
what?
CIA.
I think you have an infiltrator at RBN.
CIA broke up the group.
There is this the thing about people with the ACP or whatever, and like that people get into their chats and their discords and whatnot, whatever. Like the thing about people who might be fueling this, the idea that it's okay that the attack the woke politics or whatever, they might feel like they're, because they judge them easier to work with because they're not being all liberal or whatever, like that they're trustworthy. But I feel like they could have been infiltrated very easily by a bunch of right-wingers that are just trying to pull the commies to the right to the point where they actually effectively destroy our approach without us recognizing it.
See, I don't think this is fair for it's like okay, she's a PMC military brat. She did go to school in Germany, but like I don't know if would you call her a professional managerial class? I just think she does more infotainment news than anything. So
I don't know. It's kind of hard to say. I've seen a lot of her work that is more radical and
she does have some
or whatever. She's got her moments, right?
Yeah, she has her moments.
We're trying to the thing about placing people into one definitive category when people have elements of this and that, right? It's a little too like the categories are a little bit too restrictive, wherever, not acknowledging enough about the full breadth of the human behavior and everything.
Yeah, she has her moments. My only big critique is the gossipy stuff. It's a lot of gossipy stuff.
My big critique is the Scott Ritter stuff. We can't be, we have to, if you want to be talking about strategy and stuff and who to work with, who not to work with, I don't think it makes any sense to work with this guy who worked for the American military for whatever, such a long time, even though he was in that anti-nuclear kind of inspection. He's compromised by virtue of being brainwashed by the fucking military by having consistently decided to work with them for such a long period of time, where he doesn't really have enough of a strong anti-imperialist like belief at the end of the day or whatever, core identity, in order to be a reliable partner. And then there's the thing about the fucking, if that's not bad enough, like the thing with the convicted online sex pest, you want to work with that while thinking that people aren't going to notice when you talk about Epstein or whatever, that you have that kind of hypocrisy there.
You know, a lot of people
LaRouche
have.
angle too, as far as the right wing influence that's not really communist, and you want to say we don't want to work with you because you're social democrats, but you'll work with the LaRouche affiliated fucking idiots like Scott Ritter, and deny the fact that they can influence your ideological whatever, that they can cognitively capture you to some degree if you take their ideas
like Scott
seriously.
Ritter, boy.
Yeah, no, fuck that guy or whatever.
You know, he comes on Danny Haifeng's show a lot too. Like he makes his way through the left circuit all over the place.
No, exactly. That's what I'm saying. And I have a research project brewing. I have to get right in this article, my first Substack article about the LaRouche influence on the Marxist movement. And I think it should be eye-opening or whatever, but it's gonna be drawing lines in the sand between people in the podcast space here. I think it's about time. Because you can't, just like he's saying, wherever you can't work with people that are like all about the things that are not about the things that we're about. We're trying to organize about communism, whatever, explicitly. Well, the LaRouche group is not trying to, like, they're trying to, we work with everybody, whatever. But then they steal credit from people. They act like these people are aligned with us, whatever. They're using people. And that for their own gains, they go support Trump or whatever, and then they act like they can work with communists and support Trump at the same time or whatever. I'm getting too much into it. I'll save it for the article.
So this is a good point. Black Life says, so Savvy is different than Bree. We need all types of different styles and voices and experiences. And I agree with that. And okay, this made me think of something else. And maybe I should stop critiquing the info. Maybe that is a strategy. I was just thinking about my friend would play all of these music videos on public access television that they would watch in the prison. So all of these, like nothing music videos is rap, yada, yada, yada. And then in the middle of them, he'll throw in like financial literacy video that's like 10-15 minutes long, and then he goes back to the music videos, and like in the middle, he gets them captured, and then they know the videos are coming back, so they sit there and listen and watch. And so maybe that is a strategy to engage in all of the kind of gossip stuff.
Yeah.
To get people to come back. So maybe we should try it sometime. I don't know.
Maybe we can walk and chew gum at the same time. Or maybe we can try and have some cadres sort of working with the conservatives and reactionaries and downplaying the woke politics when it's strategically necessary. If you recognize it's counterproductive to try that approach, and maybe we shouldn't throw the baby out with the bathwater, and we should have cadres that emphasize the woke politics. And in our own circles, we understand what we're doing, but to the outside, they might not understand that we are still happy to not stab each other in the back or perceive that happening.
Right. So I'm just gonna try to look at it from that perspective, and leave her alone about that. So, when you're right, you're right. When you're wrong, you're wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so should we start playing again? So somebody says Savvy wants to be TMZ, but blackish.
That's the vibe.
Silly.
That's the critique as far as if they, like, we all welcome critique of our work. We're not just here to take praise, whatever. It's like, if this is what you hear people saying, you can choose to be offended by it, or you can file it away as this is what people are seeing, and maybe their perspective has some validity, right?
Who is Sarah? There's someone who are they on
Sarah Bills on DD Geopolitics. She's what they like to say. They look like that looks like Nick's honeypot, whatever. She's like a retired. She got like kicked out of the Navy, whatever, for being all pro Russia. She seems a bit suspicious as far as like, I wouldn't want to be Fed jacketing everybody, but the whole thing about being kicked out of the Navy is being a good cover story in order to infiltrate a movement that's actually surging and growing because of the whatever class war antagonism's gotten nothing but worse in the last several years. So that's all the natural appeal of socialism has blossomed, right? And so now you kind of need to take down this movement. You need people on the inside, whatever, that are actually not as communist as you might want them to be, right?
Oh, hi, Bad Cookies. Bad Cookies says Savvy leads our viewers to electoral politics. If you do that, you are already unalive in my book. She does follow the blue state here and the red state there, but you know, I
But that's trying to take
don't
people
like
out.
following
From
all
her
of that.
perspective, she's doing that to try and use that as a way to take people out of the electoral politics. But a lot of us see it as you're getting kind of sucked into it.
Is that taking people out of the that's like
That'd be giving her the
that's
benefit
like
of the doubt,
that's
right?
like CNN, the man who's like, you know, like, you know, it's almost like the pregame before the vote. You know, like, let's check the board and see where who's turning red here and who's turning who. Yeah.
Right. This is where I think they talk about like AOC too much, or I don't know who else would be like Marjorie Taylor Greene, that kind of thing. Like she's not so much in it anymore. Because she whatever left, but that's what I got annoyed with. I found it useful when I didn't know anything about it, but then I just think it's like you get a little bit maybe, I don't know, lazy, or you get used to doing a certain thing. Like you find what worked for you, and you get maybe a little bit worried about moving from a successful strategy because you have to risk something to your audience, whatever that they're. But I think there's a time and a place for talking about the electoral politics, but then if you spend too much time on it, you undo some of what you're trying to do, right?
The chat is kind of brutal. I see. Thank you, darling.
And the butt stops at me, I guess. The butt stops at me. And one thing that drives me crazy is the political hypocrisy of JB and Affinity and the people who endorse cancel culture. You got to know a big reason that started this flip, where they started flipping on me, is when I started having the ACP on. I had the American Communist Party on because I was like, hey man, let's talk to people in the Green Party. Let's talk to people in I'm down talking to people in PSL. I was talking to people.
Here's Zoya.
Yeah, she's all right. I've had my moments with her too.
She was the one that
ally, right? For them, like she's very. I wish that more people had the solidarity that Zoya has with them, right? Just in general, she's got her heart's in it. You know what I mean?
Well, she was our go-to person for CJ, and I'm like, y'all don't talk? How could y'all not know?
Right.
That part just didn't add up to me, but okay, let's finish.
When we were straight back, I was talking to people I was talking to Shama Sawant. Everyone talks about building an anti-Zionist coalition until people start doing it. Yeah, who promoted and uplifted JB more than me, and then he stabbed me in the back in the most bad faith way possible? It's insane. And then they say, "Oh, Nick, you normalizing people who are anti-gay." I love my sister Sabi, and I was still. She probably gonna side with JB over me, but even if she does, I still love my sister. But why is it okay for her to have FBA people on? She had Marcel on, and Marcel, I was debating on a panel on her show. Marcel is an unapologetic homophobe. What he says about immigrants is disgusting. He hates black immigrants, but JB has no problem with Savvy talking to them? I don't. You guys see how I'm consistent? I don't give a fuck. You need to talk to whoever you want to talk to. We need to put our voices out to as many people as possible, okay? But what they do, they get mad when you try to talk to people of different ideologies. People like JB and them, they just want to stay in an ideological silo and cancel anyone who have conversations to the otherwise. And what makes it even more disgusting is that this is consistent behavior by JB, who is extremely passive aggressive. You know what I mean? You guys know he took Marxist classes from the Midwestern Marx. He was cool with Midwestern Marx forever. And there haven't been a bigger group who supported RBM Mutual Aid than Midwestern Marx. Midwestern Marx, Jimmy Dore. Jimmy Dore was one of the first big names that went on JB's show. And who promoted RBM Mutual Aid more than Jimmy Dore? And then JB stabs these people in the back the same way he stabs me in the back. Because he wanted to join the cancel culture mob. Because it became cool to go after the ACP. It was cool to go after Midwestern Marx. And they wanted me to join this cancel culture mob. And I refused to. I refused to let them tell me who I should talk to. And because I was like, you guys can talk to whoever you want to. I talk to who I want to talk to because I believe in the potential of the working class. And this goes back to the differences between our cultures. I am from Missouri. Damn, you guys live on the fucking East Coast. You guys are surrounded by shit libs. There's nothing but social conservatives where I live at. My entire family, 75% of my family are evangelicals. They are hardcore religious people. JB will cancel half of my family members. So why should I be cool with you if you will cancel my family members? Because they make crude jokes. Because they do. If you guys think the jokes I made was crude, bro, fam, you ain't seen shit yet. Have you talked to anyone? Have you ever been to the Midwest? Have you ever had conversations with any ordinary American? And meanwhile, they offended because I'm making fun of a fascist? And then, hey, Nick, take constructive criticism. Yes, I'm down for constructive criticism, but you're not going to tone police me and join the liberal mob and me have any sort of sympathy from your point of view.
Hi, Abby.
So that's just the hypocrisy that pisses me off. You guys know, like, if you look at Lula's coalition, if you look at the Global South, Lula in Brazil, there are a lot of socialists and communists who supported Lula. And you guys know that a lot of these people are evangelicals? You guys know that a lot of people...
What's up, Michael Payne?
Yes. Hey, Nick. Hi, Mike. Hi, Abby. And hi, Lance. Yeah, so Nick Cruz, I'll tell you, he gets very frustrated because he wants his point of view to be one-sided as opposed to being reciprocal. And he criticized Marcel Dixon when Marcel Dixon was focusing on a specific agenda, right? And Marcel Dixon is not against universal programs. It's just that universal programs alone don't close the racial wealth gap. And just because Marcel Dixon is promoting, family values does not mean that Marcel Dixon is against LGBTQ. And I think that's
Is that the man that, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off. That's the man that was running for office in
2022 and 2024 against James Clyburn.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure who that person is either. I have to look up a little bit.
James Clyburn.
He got into it with what's the one that was trying to sell books, cosplaying like she was running for president?
Yeah,
Oprah's friend, Marion
Williamson.
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah. So I remember Marcel Dixon put Marion Williamson in her place when she tried to lower the amount for reparations, because Marcel Dixon had receipts and said reparations has to be more than $1 trillion, and Marion Williamson said, "I'm only do $1 trillion. That's it. I'm tired of negotiations." And I know her tactic was, let me focus on universal programs because Americans are struggling financially. And Marcel Dixon is like, Marion Williamson, due respect, the dollar amount for reparations is not enough. It's like cheap chains. Like, you gotta do better than that. And I know
I don't want to talk about reparations tonight, though.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, sorry to go off topic, but I was just saying, like Nick is not very flexible, I could tell you. Because I know he's very one-sided. And
he's I appreciate his foreign policy takes.
Right. I agree, of course. Sure. Right. I agree with Nick on, socialism for sure, right? But
Well,
the way he goes after like Marcel Dixon is out of context.
mm,
So
And
I
I
I
think the one-sidedness you're sensing from him there would be because he wants to have this specific Marxist-Leninist kind of vanguard approach, and that's the thing about vanguardism is we are trying to be the one to be the leading group uh,
Mhm.
of the revolutionaries, and you guys should be taking our advice. And if like essentially if we're it's like is vanguard like we need to kind of debate like is vanguardism the way to go, or is it like never going to achieve revolution? Because what it seems like a lot of the Westerners kind of reject vanguardism. They're sort of saying that's kind of paternalistic and condescending, where you guys don't have the right to tell me what to do, Dad, kind of thing. And it's like if you're going to be the leader, or whatever, the most expert, you really gotta like walk the walk. You know what I'm saying? And so I think part of that would be having like the 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 willingness to try and recognize that these marginalized groups that are being identified by identity politics are like we have solidarity with the members of the working class that are of those groups,
right.
but
But
we
so
can't necessarily just let liberals be the vanguard whenever we have to have Marxism, like otherwise the working class isn't really going to achieve our goals. I kind of agree with that part.
right,
So
right.
I
And
do
also,
wanna mention just real
Mhm.
quick, Michael, going back to what I don't want to harp on it because we kind of beat the horse dead, but when I was thinking about the comment that Zoya made, and
Mm.
it really does harken back to what I was saying about how Fred Hampton, somehow we got to fix this because we can't see you anymore, Lance. I'm gonna fix it. Because Fred Hampton would say, uh, "Black power to black people, white power to white people."
Mhm.
Like, yellow power to yellow people. Like he was saying, like all of these groups should have power within this class solidarity. So I think that's what I was kind of trying to allude to
I
earlier.
think the democratic approach is what maybe is the critique that's not being like he said he's down for the constructive criticism or whatever, but that's only if you actually allow the criticism to kind of construct your like the change going forward. Otherwise, if you reject it, you're not necessarily like you might be down in theory with constructive criticism, but not this like you're rejecting that this criticism is constructive, even though the other person thinks that it is. So it's
Right. But I'll say that,
That's Michael
what
it's
you
just
looking
call
up.
me M. Yeah, but I'll
and
say that the reason why, the working class people are growing in higher numbers against the Democrats because they can never forget what Bill Clinton did in 1993, signing the NAFTA, North American Free Trade Agreement, with Canada and Mexico. That started the long-term trend of outsourcing jobs. And before that, American companies were outsourcing jobs anyways before Bill Clinton came into office. And what Bill Clinton didn't say directly was that he was going to strip unions' rights by signing NAFTA with Mexico and Canada. And then he also included um, permanent trade relations with China in 2000, which led to the further acceleration of manufacturing jobs being gone overseas. And Bill Clinton said in '96, as long as the working class voters vote for us, we don't have to offer them anything because we know that working class people are going to perceive the Democrats as doing something for labor or benefiting labor. And this was like in the '90s when internet was not advanced unlike today's. So I think that there's a difference between what really changed between '93 and today's the social media, internet, more working class people are exposing the corporate Democrats of the past, right?
what what was that libertarian's name who almost got 5% of no, not Rand Paul, it was somebody else.
Ron Paul.
Not Ron Paul, somebody else.
Are you talking about in the last years in the couple
No, no,
in
no.
the
This is years. This is before Ron Paul, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
But and they did a documentary about it, and Lawrence, what's his name on MSNBC, and
Lawrence O'Donnell.
yeah, he was like he came on there and was like, if you want to move the Democratic Party to your side, you have to be able to not vote for them. They have to know that you won't vote for them. Nick
Right.
Fuentes is saying the same thing right now about the right. He was like, don't even vote for them.
Right. True. And unfortunately, because like right, that is that is so relevant in today's in
Man.
today's political environment, because especially the centrist Democrats, right? They get very angry, upset if not a single voter votes for them, right? And how do centrist Democrats get aggressive in their approach? They use propaganda and say Donald Trump is a bogeyman. If you don't vote for us, you're gonna allow Donald Trump to take away our democracy, take away workers' rights. And working class people's like, centrist Democrats, what labor rights do we have? We don't have any labor rights anymore since Bill Clinton signed NAFTA into law. And the centrist Democrats, like James Cohen's like, just vote Democrats. You got to, because American democracy counts on you guys. And working class voters like, no, we're good. We're gonna vote for Trump as a protest vote. And centrist Democrats say, don't do it, don't. You're going to allow the further acceleration of government programs getting cut. And working class people say, we don't care, because we never benefited from universal programs, or we didn't make, or income was slightly not poor enough to qualify. And this is the problem I'm seeing with the centrist
His
Democrats.
Where is this coming from a little bit? I'm just kind of
his name just came to me in Cowboy. It's not Gary Johnson. I think his name was Ross Perot.
Yes, Ross Perot. Yeah, Ross Perot ran in independent 92
Ross
and
Perot.
96. He ran as a Reform Party candidate. And he was a populist independent, as a matter of fact. The stuff he was saying in 92, he said he said, be aware of the giant sucking ground. In other words, he was referring to NAFTA, the
Hmm.
NAFTA being signed into law in 93, that was going to cause the destruction of good American paying jobs going overseas. And he was right
Yep.
then, and he's right, now. And unfortunately, because the corporate Democrats embrace neoliberalism and told American workers, be ready for precarious working conditions. Those days of, securing pensions, union rights are going to be over gradually. And from there, the centrist Democrats have not really like upended plantation capitalism or other forms of capitalism, because they feel like if they end capitalism too quickly, they're afraid that they're going to lose liberal supporters, and then liberal supporters are going to vote Republicans. So I think that's why centrist Democrats are still stuck in the middle, and very difficult for them to really like go beyond what they thought was good back then to where we are right now.
right, and that's where Nick is
I
pretty
want
correct
to.
about the centrist Democrats as far as being entrapped in the identity politics of liberals. They are a lost cause in some sense. We should focus our energy on people that are not. That's
Right.
the hard
Yeah.
thing, to figure out who is worth saving and who is beyond hope.
Right.
And
Right.
and I just want to also point out, like how Lance was saying, how these different terms mean different things for different people. So I take that with a grain of salt from him too. Once we like really listen to him, but I did want to I wanted to at least get to where you got before you got tired of him, Michael.
Right. Well, I
So that
also
was like
just want to say, as far as other people have different points of view, and that's all well and good, but we don't want to get too much into like a both sides ism kind of fallacy where everyone's point of view is equally valid. Wherever, that's not the point of what that is. It's about giving people the opportunity to demonstrate that their position is valid. Because if you don't even do that, then you're not being fair, right? Who's to
Right.
say that someone's critique isn't out there that's going to debunk your position completely, or if you never let them speak, or you're not really being revolutionary with that.
Bill
and
Clinton.
look and Lance, I haven't forgotten about you. After we finish with Nick, I'm gonna play your video.
I do got to take Bella for a walk though, so you want to
I just wanted to say that Bill Clinton was also deep in the Epstein files, and Bill and Hillary stole billions of dollars from their foundation hurricane relief fund from Haitian
And Epstein funded the Clinton Foundation, and well, he had his hands in all kind of nonprofits from both sides. You know, it's like the same thing they do. Companies do. They give both sides money because it really doesn't matter who wins. I paid you, and I expect something from I expect something for my return.
Yeah.
Always
But
worth
okay.
mentioning. People don't know about Bill Clinton's past, whatever, who needed to hear it, whatever. So thanks, Lance. I'm gonna go walk Bella, and you guys, you probably still be here when I get back. Or
I don't know. I've got my my.
Oh,
nurse-
wait, hold on. Before you,
yeah.
I gotta do my thing. Bella,
Bella,
Hi Bella, how you doing?
there she is.
yay, ready for a walk? Yeah.
Yay!
Okay.
All right, you can go now.
Thank you.
All right, I'm gonna start this video.
Against abortion. You know, a lot of these people are anti-gay. JB and these cancel culture merchants, they will cancel the entirety of the global South. They cancel anyone who doesn't go along with PMC liberal bullshit. And I told them that's the hard line. I'm like, you guys can criticize me, my ideology, but we're not doing this cancel culture shit. RBN is not going to be a mechanism, a gatekeeper of cancel culture on the left. And that's what they wanted to turn it to. As I said before, if you're canceling people over jokes, we was never homies in the first place. If you wanted to throw away everything over a joke. So that's why I'm kind of relieved this is over. We was cooked for at least 2 years. But
Really?
I'm an RBN founder. JB
Really? Cooked for at least 2 years. That's news to me. Okay, go ahead,
quit.
JP.
I didn't. I'm gonna fix the mistake that I made. And the whole race-based organizing shit is over. Because organizing just based on race has been proven a joke. It's been proven to be a joke. It's been proven to be a failure. And RBN is just another recent example of why organizing based on race is a failure. So RBN is not over, fam. I'm a founder. This shit is here to stay. Rome is a communist. Rome is a communist. That's why I ride and die with my nigga Rome. So from now on, RBN is an explicitly communist organization, and we're rejecting cancel culture. We're rejecting PMC, bourgeoisie ideologies. So I'm gonna get through some super chats because this is not gonna be a long stream.
Okay.
And because I just want to leave here because tomorrow I'm gonna get right back to it. Monday I got an amazing show prepared for you guys. We got war with Iran. That's
Okay. So I guess that's enough. I'm gonna go back and watch later.
I just noticed that Donald Trump, the Orange Man, is giving the State of the Union address right now.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. You guys want to watch some of that?
I heard like from several
I
liberals.
do.
Several liberals say boycott Donald Trump's State of the Union address, especially like Congresswoman Summer Lee and those in Congress, and of course, Democrats at the state level.
Oh, here's a quote, Abby, from his speech. I'm doing really, really big things, and I hate smallies.
Oh my gosh. I'm just gonna remove him for now so we can see your face. All right.
Thanks.
Before I do that though, before I go to his State of the Union, let me play your video. As promised.
It's pretty boring. Don't let the trauma get you.
So this is going back to, oh shoot, that was loud. Oh my gosh. I gotta turn it down. This is going back to what we were talking about earlier about conspiracy theory and 9/11. So let me. They make it so hard to click and clack and get to where you want to be. Here we go. All right, you ready?
Just look at the wings of the plane is all you really need to do and see how they go through the building.
Okay. I was trying to make this big. It's not budging. Okay, let me just press play. Oh, okay. So I understand what I see what you're trying to say. You're trying to say like when we were talking about dents versus like those wings should have probably broken or something, huh?
Got smashed right off the plane. There was one.
Right.
Remember the Pentagon? They showed you the proposed route of the plane, and they showed that there was a concrete lighting pole that was on the ground, and the story was that the wing of the plane took down that concrete pole. In reality, Abby, what would have happened is because the plane is made of concrete, or sorry, the pole is made of concrete, and the airplane wing is almost pure aluminum. It's hollow too. The wing would have been sheared off at the moment of collision, and because the plane had no wing, the plane would have just spiraled out of control and hit the ground.
Mm.
So yeah,
No, that does make sense. That does make sense.
so what we saw, and because they show it over and over and over again, and because it's on TV, the vast majority of human beings believe that there was a real plane, when in fact it was just CGI drawings. It was just Hollywood. It was just a fake staged event.
But some people actually saw it.
Sure, but some of those people could have been crisis actors. There are very few. Like the vast majority of people say they never saw a plane or heard a plane. They only heard multiple explosions.
Mm. Oh, they're screaming USA, USA.
But what do your
You
eyes
know
tell
what that means. My eyes tell me the wings, I mean, like really thinking about it, the wings should have disintegrated or at least broke off.
Right.
Let me see if
It's
I
amazing
make this.
that this guy.
But I'll say the wings didn't break off because it was coordinated very carefully.
Hold on, I got to turn the volume down. They're not doing anything but screaming USA.
Screaming Trump, yeah. Yeah, in Trump's version of USA, that means America first. America has to be aggressive, not diplomacy through peace, diplomacy through strength. That is his definition of making America great again.
What I see this now.
Figure out how I can
I see this now.
this shit.
I see this now as a Tuesday night meeting of the Epstein Club.
I was trying to remove this chat, but I guess they won't let you. It's going crazy too. All the bots are out today.
Oh, you got bots in the chat?
No, in their chat.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
yeah, I can't turn it off. I don't know how, at least. Maybe.
Yeah, Abby.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm surprised that Donald Trump's State of the Union address is happening late in February. That's usually happening like between late January to early February, right?
Ask the question one more time.
I said I'm surprised that the State of the Union is happening at the end of February. Usually it happens between late January to early February.
I don't remember.
Yeah. But anyways, the Democrats
he's talking
say,
again.
Yeah. Anyways,
you want to hear it?
Yeah, absolutely. He's our leader.
Our dear leader.
If you apply for that job, you need to show 2 original forms of ID and a social security card.
He's referring to the shoveling.
Yet they don't want identification for the greatest privilege of them all, voting in America. No, it's no good.
We already debunked this tonight.
Both Republicans and Democrats overwhelmingly agree on the policy that we just enunciated. And Congress should unite and enact this common sense, country-saving legislation right now, and it should be before anything else happens.
Yeah, before we release the next tranche of the Epstein file, which they canceled, Abby? And not only that, but 500,000 pages were redacted offline. They took them down from the original draft.
Oh, they've already been removing pages.
Yeah.
Not one voter ID. One reason, because they want to cheat. There's only one reason. They make up all excuses. They say it's racist. They come up with things. You almost say, what imagination they have. They want to cheat. They have cheated. And their policy is so bad that the only way they can get elected is to cheat. And we're going to stop it. We have to stop it, John.
Apparently, those Dominion voting machines that were allegedly the source of the fraud in the 2020 election,
Common sense in
they were made in Venezuela.
In the gallery tonight are Sage Blair
for
and
real?
mother Michelle.
Yeah.
In 2021, Sage was 14 when school officials in Virginia sought to socially
In Venezuela. Okay, in my mind, I was thinking Argentina.
Gender,
Made in Venezuela. Interesting.
And hiding it from her parents. Hard to believe, isn't it? Before long, a confused Sage ran away from home after she was found in a horrific situation in Maryland.
Oh, are they talking about transgender?
Refused to return Sage to her parents because they did not immediately state that their daughter was their son. Sage was thrown into an all-boys state home and suffered terribly for a long time. But today, all of that is behind them because Sage is a proud and wonderful young woman with a full ride scholarship to Liberty University.
Ooh, Liberty University. I know she didn't hit the pocket. Clock it. Clock that T.
Yeah. This is the human connection in the Trump speech.
Right, yeah. They always got to do that. Like, nobody cares about these random people.
They should just run some dogs and cats down the aisles, you know?
Have a little puppy bowl.
What's wrong with him? And now we have to say it because it's going on all over numerous states without even telling the parents.
It's
But surely we can all agree no state can be allowed to rip children from their parents' arms and transition them to a new gender against the parents' will. Who would believe that we've been talking about this?
Who would believe that's actually happening?
It's incredible. You know?
I mean, you know, they were putting litter boxes in the schools. Remember that?
No, what was that about?
That's what they were saying. They were putting litter boxes in the schools because some of our children wanted to be furries.
Oh, no. Don't tell me that. Really?
Not lying. They had a congressional hearing about it and everything. And I'm like, this is deeply unserious.
This is the deliberate.
We're lucky we have a country. With people like this, Democrats are destroying our country, but we've stopped it just in the nick of time, didn't we? Huh?
Always that left right thing, eh?
Yeah.
I tell you, America deserves everything it's going to get.
No one cares more about protecting America's youth than our wonderful First Lady. Now a movie star. She's a movie star. Can you believe it?
She's a movie star.
Who would have believed that? Over the past year, she has had an incredible impact championing AI legislation, advancing a landmark executive order on foster care, and helping secure $30 million to launch the Melania Trump Foster Youth to Independence Initiative. It's really a tremendous thing that happened and had a lot of bipartisan
support. Oh, Lord, foster care. So they're going to be stealing more children.
Than I do. I get none.
From the foster care.
Someday you're going to have to tell me how you did that. And students and educators in every state have joined the First Lady's efforts in the presidential AI challenge, keeping America's next generation positioned to succeed and strongly succeed in the future. Tonight, we welcome two young people whose lives reflect the First Lady's impact, Sierra Burns and Everest Nevermont. Thank you both. And Melania, thank you. I know how hard you worked on it. Thank you very much.
She worked hard on something. Yeah, right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
Yeah, right. She was right there. putting it all together.
Would this be a bad time to mention that Melania is most likely a male to female transgender?
You know what? This is a conspiracy theory, and I've seen it for more than one president.
The first 4
And
years, and
I'm
in
just gonna
particular,
leave it at
this
that.
last year, there has been a tremendous
But I've heard
advance
about
in
this, yes.
religion, faith, Christianity, and belief in God. Tremendous, you know. This is especially true among young people, and a big part of that had to do with my great friend, Charlie Kirk, a great guy, great man.
Where's Erica? Is she sitting next to JD Vance?
There she is.
So last year, Charlie was violently murdered by an assassin and martyred, really martyred for his beliefs. His
Martyred?
wonderful wife, Erica, is with us tonight. Erica, please stand.
Erica was kicked out of Romania for stealing.
Oh my God.
Orphanages.
Mm-hmm.
She's the biggest crisis actor on earth right now.
Exactly.
Thank you.
And the fakest, she can't even act. She needs to go
In
to more
Charlie's
acting
memory,
classes.
we must all come together to reaffirm that America is one nation under God, and we must totally reject political violence of any kind.
That's all of it.
Except when I go to a whole country and steal their president. That we could do.
Yeah.
We love religion, and we love bringing it back, and it's coming back at levels that nobody actually thought possible. It's really a beautiful thing to see.
Beautiful.
Above all, unleashing America's promise requires keeping our community safe.
Say it.
We have made incredible strides, yet
Oh, I thought you were trying to talk.
repeat offenders continue to
Oh,
be
yes.
faced by pro-crime Democratic politicians again and again.
Oh, I noticed Donald Trump when he mentioned about getting the SAFE Act done in a timely manner. We know very clearly Donald Trump is about deadline and very firm. And I know some of Democrats, when Democrats want bipartisan support for bills, I noticed that Democrats don't impose deadlines or don't push hard for deadlines. Hey, within like 80 days, I want a bill to be not only passed, but I'm going to sign within 80 days.
Okay, I'm gonna push back a little bit. He's about deadlines for the nefarious Project 2025 shit.
Right.
He's been giving us a new healthcare plan for 2 weeks for 10 years.
Right. But what I'm
Like
saying
when
is,
he says 2 weeks, you know it's not happening.
right, it's not happening. But what I'm trying to say is that, in other words, I think Democrats should definitely take a playbook to definitely borrow a playbook from Donald Trump about emphasizing populism and having swag, because Donald Trump does a good job of manipulating the media and manipulating the public and media. And that's one thing people like about him, because he speaks with confidence. And he's not afraid what he's going to say.
Donald Trump has a vocabulary of
Yeah.
less than 1,000 words. He speaks
Right.
he speaks to the nation like everybody's a 6-year-old.
Right.
He only does a good job of rallying up the fear mongered people that they're gonna lose the nation to these brown and yellow people.
Yeah. He's
and
modeling,
black people.
Right.
he's modeling and trying to normalize bad behavior, immoral behavior.
Right. But also
Right.
Donald Trump is coming out as open, because no other presidents in U.S. history has come out as open as Trump. So that's one thing. I think that's why why majority of people supported Donald Trump, because they like how he was open, confident, and he also spoke with swag.
But he's not really the president.
Swag.
Donald Trump.
Yeah.
Donald Trump is an actor who's been playing Donald Trump all his life.
Right.
He literally, like, people say, well, he's a businessman. No, most of his career was peddling his name and playing his role.
Mm-hmm.
And people suggest, like, there are so many indications that Donald Trump was selected to be president in this decades ago. Um, the Simpsons, so many cartoons, so many movies. Back to the Future was all about Donald Trump. And 88 is Donald Trump's number. Put Donald Trump into a gematria calculator. So I think the car had to reach 88 miles per hour before it could go supersonic or whatever. But there was all kinds of references to Trump
and Tesla. That's another Lance, you need to come up here and talk about conspiracy theories with me, because I want to talk about that one with the Baron Trump and the his uncle that worked at MIT and took all of Tesla's works.
John Trump. Yeah, John Trump was the last person to go into Tesla's hotel room in the New Yorker. And he walked out with all of his lab research papers, all his diaries. And but apparently Tesla had been tracked by these guys and basically held to account. He had to do what they said in the end. And I think they did not want his technology out there because it was basically free, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they had to go with Edison's technology, which would make them lots of money.
Mm-hmm.
And we are honored to be joined by her wonderful parents, Gary and Evelyn.
He mentioned Louisiana. That dumbass. We had the ability to have a governor who was a PhD, had tons of government experience, a black man, but they were like, no, black man, let's vote in the buffoon instead. That's what Jeff Landry is, an absolute buffoon.
Has Michael told you about the Premier of Ontario, my province, Doug Ford?
No, I don't think so.
Oh, you should ask Michael about him sometime. But Doug Ford and his brother Rob. Rob used to be
He'll be back soon.
Rob used to be the mayor.
He'll be. Okay, he'll be back soon, and then we could talk about it in more detail.
No, I was just to say about buffoon leaders. Like when Canada legalized marijuana, the front page of the Globe and Mail said that Doug Ford should know a thing or two about marijuana. He used to be the biggest hashish dealer in Toronto. So Doug and Rob Ford basically run this province. We're the biggest drug dealers in Toronto at one point. How does this happen?
Old man Barker said Rob was a crackhead. Is that true?
Yeah, there's a very famous interview. He's before the cameras in some press mess. And yeah, I smoke crack cocaine.
The doctors didn't understand what she was saying.
Yeah, we had some mayors do that too. we had some meth heads, some cocaine. I mean, all of these people are drugged out psychopaths.
But she turned out to be right, Melody? She turned out to be right.
I'll say this: Donald Trump is a good storyteller.
No, he's not.
No, what I mean is he knows how to like manipulate.
He knows how to talk to people. Yeah.
Right, and that's how he's able. That's how he's able to rally people up.
But it's the same old shit. It's all nationalism. It's rah this and fake history that and blah blah and hate.
But at the same time, the Democrats are too weak, too feminine, and they're like, we need law and order. We need to be cautious. We couldn't let the old guard down.
They're both factors. They're both
feminine. Feminine does not equal weak.
Okay, I mean, let me just say, Democrats are not like bold enough. I'll put it this way, to fight back.
Because the Democrats, their whole purpose is to lose.
Right.
They don't want to implement the things that they claim that they want for the people. So if they could lose,
nice to see he's a good-looking
and
guy.
just fight to win another day.
Thanks, Andrew.
That's the objective. That's the goal.
Isn't that guy look like Barack Obama?
What was the question?
I said the guy. I thought that was Barack Obama.
No,
Right there, next to the lady with glasses.
no.
No.
Now I'm going to ask a highly respected.
I wonder if he's going to
General
mention
James
aliens tonight.
Andrew Wolf and the great family of Sarah Beckstrom with the award created by our late great president George Washington himself.
So really, at this
The
point,
purple-
all he's doing is like circling jerking people in the audience.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
basically what he's doing right now. I thought that was Jared Kushner right there.
Yeah, how does Jared Kushner get to run the government? He wasn't elected, was he?
No, but he's sure running the whole Gaza thing.
Yeah,
Hey, Black Light.
he's bored. Donald Trump's the lifetime chair of the police board. How does that happen?
It took our taxpayer money to do it. So basically, he's trying to create an organization that will rival the United Nations.
In Canada, last December, Mark Carney announced he was
Hear me?
giving $2.4 billion to the Ukraine, and we've already given $24 billion to the Ukraine, more per capita than any other nation on earth. And then 3 days after that December announcement, the Minister of Finance, Chrysler Freeland, leaves to go to Ukraine to become Zelensky's personal financial advisor. And she tried to keep her office in Canada too until people got pissed off.
Hey, can I slide in on a quick thing? Can
Hey,
y'all
Black
hear me?
Light.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
I have a question for Michael because Michael is making me a little concerned of how he's viewing Trump's BS as a strength. I don't think I could take it no more, man. It sounds like you're a fan of Trump. Like
No, I'm not a fan.
But look, hold up, let me finish. It's like
Right.
just because he talks bold and brass and he say these things doesn't mean he's an effective leader. It means he's a fucking bully and he know how to utilize that strength. It doesn't
Right.
mean he's doing anything good for any group other than the group of elite people that's making money off his the bullshit as distractions and stuff. It's like you sitting up here talking about Democrats are weak or yeah, they are weak. They
Yeah,
weak
they
because
are
they're
weak.
part of the fucking problem. They
Right.
weak on purpose. They not trying to stand up to him. They are a part of it. And for you to be like, it just rubs me the wrong way when you sit there and you say stuff like the Democrats are being too weak, or it seems like you're not informed on who these motherfuckers really are.
Let me address you, Black Life. I'm just saying from my observation. This is not me advocating for Donald Trump or supporting his policies. But I'm just saying from my observation what I noticed.
And from my observation, it sounds like you are fanning him because you are I don't know, you feel good about the way that he stands up and talks with a loud voice or some bullshit that comes out of his mouth. That's not leadership, man.
I agree.
That's not the shit that's gonna make a country better or a group of people better. That's
Right.
gonna bully people. He's gonna do exactly what I think some other people were saying. Normalize talking to people any kind of way, using fear as a tactic of leadership. That's what he does best.
Right.
That's not a good thing to be like, oh, we need to be like that.
Let him respond.
I'm just saying it's not a good thing to say that's what you should be like. You
No, I'm
shouldn't
not
be like
saying
the
that. I'm
book.
not saying that. I'm not saying that Democrats need to be openly, hostile, bully people. But what I'm saying is that the Democrats need to be a little bit more aggressive and
And
bold.
you see that is on purpose that they're not.
Right, but I'm just saying, like Donald Trump borrowed a playbook from Bernie Sanders, speaking economic populism. But when we saw Hillary Clinton debating Donald Trump, Hillary Clinton, yeah,
Wait,
was
what? You think he borrowed? Wait, say that
no.
again about Bernie Sanders.
Like I'm saying, Michael is caught up in using these things that he consider a strength from Trump. He's caught up in using that as something that people are supposed to imitate or utilize. We don't have to be like the bully to be
No, we don't have. I agree with you. We don't have to. But what I'm saying is that Donald Trump got a lot of support from
Of
his
course, from the
and
people that you talking about, the weak
2016.
people.
Right. But yeah, but what I'm trying to say is that the Democrats have been caught between being reasonable and going hard to dismantle the system, or just go in the middle. Like I said before, the Democrats have not done a good job
Who's
of
the
really.
strongest Democrat that you know?
There's
That
no strong
actually,
Democrat. Yeah, let
the
me say
strongest
this.
Democrat that you
There's
know
none.
that actually has some strengths or similarities of these things you consider strengths for Trump.
I mean, none.
What
No
Democrat do
Democrats are
you know
strong.
who ever who?
None of
Hold
them.
on, hold
None of
on.
them are strong at this moment. None. But what
That's
I'm
the
saying,
point.
but I'm saying, like, if Bernie Sanders had won the presidential primary race without the Democrats cheating, I think he would have a better opportunity then in 2016 to beat Donald Trump. But that was not the
But it
case.
wasn't the plan for him to win, man. That's what we try to tell you.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
not.
yeah,
I'm
yeah.
not trying to say. I'm not trying to speak for nobody else. But the
What's going
Right.
plan
on with
wasn't
your
for Bernie
mic,
to win.
Black Life?
The
What's
plan
going
wasn't
on
for
with your
Bernie to win. The plan was for him to utilize and get all these people together to do exactly what happened.
Right. But you have to. But understand this. Black life. We live in a different era. This is not the era we lived in back then, when presidents were more cordial, reasonable.
No, because
Now,
Donald Trump changed that. His
right.
his
Black
so-called
Life? You
strength.
you gotta let him finish.
I
Okay,
understand Black life getting very excited. I understand. I respect it. But what I'm saying
I'm
is
not
that
excited. I'm pissed. To tell you the
I mean,
truth.
pissed. I understand. Like, I understand you're pissed. I'm not here to piss you off. But what I'm saying is that, look, I read the Democratic autopsy report, and it was really, really bad. Democrats failed on every measures when it came to, like, policies that the voters wanted, like Medicare for all, tuition debt-free public education, vocational training, policies to address climate change, paid parental leave, and other policies. And the Democrats didn't do that. The Democrats said those policies are too radical. We got to be reasonable. We got to go in the middle. We got to focus on Republicans, because if we go too radical, we're going to lose the Bush Cheney supporters, and the Democratic voters, like, let me say this: some Bernie Sanders supporters were fed up, said, "Forget about Kamala, Karen Harris. We're gonna go to Donald Trump, because at least Donald Trump had the guts to speak in populist terms, even though Donald Trump was not going to do anything for the country. But Donald Trump spoke to the pain of the working class, whereas the
Well,
Democrats,
can I push back on you about that, because so did Obama, but he didn't do it in this crass way.
right?
You understand what I'm saying?
I understand what you're saying. Oh, I understand, right? But I'm just saying that Donald Trump is a unique Republican president. Yeah, I'm sorry they're Republican in the
That man
past.
not even a Republican. If you really look at it, Mike, he's not a Republican. He is
Right.
not a Republican. He supported Democrats the majority of his fucking time.
Yes, I'm aware.
So
Yes.
I'm trying to tell you this: if you keep fighting and fussing for these parties, both of these parties, then you are just like what I would consider everybody else that's just going to allow it to continue to exist. What you need is leadership outside of those two parties, a
I agree, of
galvanizing
course.
leadership outside of those two parties, not somebody to go in and revamp it or rechange it and all that other shit. If you talking to people to get them to vote for a Democrat, then you are not helping. That's my perspective. You're
I'm
not
not
helping
advocating for Democrats in the first place. I'm just saying from observation, from what I
because they
read
could
in the
fool
report.
you and come with somebody that look like that and sound like that and still do the fucking dirt that they do.
Right, right. But
So
I'm
what's the
just
point?
right. I'm not making, like I said, I'm not advocating for people to vote for Democrats, Republicans, but I'm just saying from historical past how people voted. Democrats have never been successful in the last several election cycles.
You know what they've been successful at? Fooling
What?
motherfucking people.
Yes, no,
Fooling people to vote for them. Getting people worked up, aggravated, angry at the status quo, and then
right,
getting people to fucking vote for them for the same cycle of bullshit.
right.
It's
And
like
like,
a seesaw, up and down. Republicans get it. They fight about this and this and that. Oh, Democrats gonna come back and save it. Democrats get it. Don't do fuck from the start.
they
Not
don't, right?
not not along the way. From the start, they don't do fuck.
No, they
This,
don't.
and
And
you can
Democrat,
take that back to President Obama.
right? And
From the
right, like,
start.
right. Like I said, I agree. I agree with what you're saying, but also looking at how the Democrats, intentionally don't want to fight back, by design. And why do
Well,
Republicans
let's
keep
change our
winning?
language. Fuck Democrats. Let's start
Wait,
talking about
hold on.
Democrats.
Black life. Okay, you getting like Michael.
All right,
Let him
I'm out.
finish.
Look, Black Life, I respect what you're
No,
saying.
don't be out, Black Life. Stay.
No, he put on mute. He's on mute. But what I was saying is, go ahead.
It's a
Yeah,
she.
it's a C. Sorry,
No,
but no,
no
what I'm
worries.
saying,
She got
yeah,
a deep voice.
no, I understand her concerns and frustration. But what I'm saying is that from what I read in the report, in the autopsy report, and what I read in several analysis, yeah, the Democrats failed the working people because they don't want to cause they don't want. Let me say this: they don't want to disappoint some Republican voters like the Cheney, the Bushes, right? So they want to embrace moderate policies, and that's why Democrats fail every election cycle. The
Can I
Democrats
just please say something right quick?
Because
yeah,
they
you
want to
finish.
be they want to talk a good
Can I
game about being on the left, but then they govern
They move to the right.
from a
can I share,
from
can I please
centrist.
share this? Can I share this with you? Do
Yeah,
you
go
know
ahead,
what
share.
Charlie Kirk did for the fucking Republicans? He expanded their fucking base. Expanded.
Yeah,
If Democrats keep trying to appease all these people that don't do fuck for them in the first place, if they want to worry about the Cheney names and all them other kind of people, they can expand the base by doing something for the people. And they have, as you said, haven't done it for damn near 50 years.
mm-hmm.
So
Right.
what's the point? The point to keep beating your head against the voting machine and
Right.
vote for
But
them. They're
what I'm
gonna
saying,
change this time. They're gonna
what
change
I'm
this
saying,
time. They
right.
gonna
But
listen
what I'm
to
saying
it.
is that Republicans kept fighting when Obama was president for 8 years in office. They had a strategy to win the midterms, the House, Senate,
But
and
their
the
strategy
president's.
didn't benefit the American people. It
No,
benefited
it did
a
not. I
group
agree,
of
it did
people.
not benefit the people. But what I'm saying is that the Democrats has always lacked strategies. Even to this day, they still lack strategies because the Democrats don't think on a long-term basis. They're thinking like,
Yeah,
oh, once we get into power, we don't have to do it. We don't have to radically change anything. We're good for another eight
because we
years.
gave it, not we, because it was given to them. But this is my thing. So Democrats, you trying to, the way that you're saying this and the way that I'm getting it is like you trying to tell me there's no intelligent Democrat fighters out there. There's no intelligent people with a voice big enough to be able to do something different. Is
No,
that what
there
you're
are
telling me?
except
The
no.
Democrat Party is full of pussies. Is that what
What
you
I,
said? It's not true.
no.
I know
What
it's
I'm
not true
saying,
because
what I'm
they
saying
talk
is
a
that the
different game to
Democrat.
get
What I'm
elected.
saying.
Hold
What
on,
I'm
hold on,
saying.
hold on. I'm gonna turn this back up for a second because y'all getting a little too hyped.
75
I'm not
dollars.
getting
I
up
said,
at
wait
all.
a
I'm
minute.
just.
For $1 more, we can have 1776. It's going to. I said, we're going to figure that. I never asked anybody if we could afford it. $1 more. I said 1776, and I said that's good. And I'll tell you what, our military. That was 4 months ago. Our military. I never see a person in the military that doesn't thank me for it. So we're honored to do it. They deserve it. And we call it 1776. It was great. And we love our military. We love our law enforcement. We love our firemen. You know, the firemen don't get mentioned enough. We love our firemen.
Okay, he not talking about anything. He love everybody but the citizens.
Right.
Okay, so y'all calm down now.
I'm calm. Like I said, I'm calm. Really, I'm just stating my.
Well,
I love it.
Black Life,
I'm
you
not,
gotta
I love
calm
this.
down, Black Life. You gotta calm down.
No, it's
I'm not.
okay.
I'm not too. I'm excited about the fact that we getting closer to what I would like to see, versus going backwards and try to boost up and pump up Democrats. We getting closer to saying forget these parties because we are actually starting to see that they're both the same. So I'm cool.
Right. They're the same, of
I
course.
just don't like people. I don't like to hear people defend these mugs or give false credit to people who are utilizing strengths to hurt and harm Americans versus unite and lift Americans. You talking about strengths of these Republicans? That's like me finding some good points about a bully. Yeah, this bully might dress nice. He dressed nice or she dressed. I'm not pumping no fucking bully up. That's what it sounds like, man. I understand what you're saying, Michael, but it sounds like it sounds like a fan of somebody, like when kids like athletes, right? And
Right.
they pick a certain athlete or rapper or entertainer and they grab onto him without knowing the whole truth about him. It's like you're not seeing all of it. You're seeing only these things that you might deem as strengths. But in reality, those are not strengths.
Right.
Okay,
I
let's let
get
him.
that. I understand.
Okay,
Has he
go
mentioned
ahead.
baseball and apple pie yet?
Almost.
Not yet.
Oh man, Donald Trump's favorite food is the hamburger, sodas, chicken, wings, and fast
Oh,
food.
is the U.S. is the hockey team there?
I want to know who's gonna follow him up. What Democrat they picked to follow him up?
Yeah, I wanted to
Oh,
ask that
I
too.
bet you they picked Abigail Spanberger, the
I
so-called
wanted to see
Democrat, to
because they've been
respond.
having some great picks so far. That shit been hilarious. Bobby Jindal was got to be my favorite of all times. That
Who?
motherfucker was
Remember when
hilarious.
Chris Hayes, when he walked up, Chris Hayes, you said, "Oh dear," on the hot mic. That shit was
That shit was
hilarious.
hilarious, man.
He
Bobby
walked up
Jindal.
like you. So just compare the Obama walk to the gender walk up to the podium. That
That shit was
alone,
hilarious.
dead. It's over with. You ain't even
Man,
gotta
but
open your
look,
mouth. It's
Marco
already over
Rubio.
with.
On the flip side, Marco Rubio was also hilarious with that water drink.
The way
That
he
shit
was
was
trying to drink that water,
priceless. It was all priceless, man. That shit was hilarious.
Right.
I said,
Did
"Is
you?
he hot?"
Donald
I
Trump
know.
and Marco Rubio and Hegseth created a rap music video. It's so funny. You gotta watch.
Hey man, all I know is I know y'all have seen Marco Rubio
Uh
getting them bumps and feeling great on the podiums.
and putting
I
that
know
coke
y'all
on
have seen
his
this.
This fool sitting there putting coke on his gums
huh.
on
And
camera,
right in front of your face. Right in front of your face.
right in front on camera.
I mean, they feeling
Well,
good on your
Hunter
dime.
Biden, I know Hunter Biden took a bump on the White House.
Right in
Y'all
your
remember that?
face.
Right in our face. That he said,
That shit is hilarious to me, man. I'm like,
Like I said, Donald Trump. Donald Trump does not care about. Donald Trump does not really care about class appearance. Really, he's like, as long as you can meet my standards, we're good. I don't care. Like you
that
have
is
to
the
like.
easiest. Donald
Right.
Trump is the easiest person to get
Mm-hmm.
if you know what you're
Right.
doing. If you're a real one, you know what you're doing with him. Easy to get because all you have to do is boast his ego.
Mm-hmm. Exactly, and that's one for
But not
Democrats.
just boast his ego, as some people have shown us. Because some people tried it and failed miserably.
Right. And guess what? And don't I gotta say this: the Trump those people who supported Trump have not regretted that they have supported Kamala Harris in 2024, and they're
And
going
they
back
dumb for
to
that
the
too. They
Democratic
dumb for
stream.
that too. Like if you realize that you shouldn't have supported Trump, but you also have the same voice to say, well, I should have supported Kamala. Kamala is gonna support the same, well, I'm not gonna say the same,
Like
different
similar
agenda,
policies, like Trump.
similar policy, but still Israel first.
Right.
So come on, man. If you got the mouth to say you made a mistake with Trump, why your mouth ain't big enough to say you making a mistake with both parties?
Right.
Because they're the
Right.
same. Like
They're the
if you
same.
want to be intelligent enough to say, you know what, I fucked up with Trump. I shouldn't have
Right.
voted for him. You
Right.
should be able to say, you know what, this fucking voting ain't working 50 years. Something
Mm-hmm.
got to happen. You know,
something
like
going on with your mic, Black Light. Can you fix
Yeah,
that?
because like those Trump supporters,
I'm in the car.
core. Yeah, because those Trump supporters want to
Take it
go
off
back to
Bluetooth.
the. Yeah, can you hear us,
Go ahead,
Black Light?
go ahead, Michael Payne.
Yeah, I was saying like because the reason why the Trump supporters said they regretted not voting for Kamala because they regretted they didn't vote for Hillary Clinton in 2016. Also, they want to go back to the Bill Clinton's presidency from 1993 to 2001. The great economic prosperity. We had back-to-back budget surpluses from 1998 to 2001. Even though at that time, yeah, some people did not support Bill Clinton, but they reminisce of that era.
But you
Well,
know what else?
hopefully,
They didn't realize all the fuck. Excuse me, I'm so sorry.
Go
They
ahead.
didn't realize that even though there was glorious fucking years
Uh-huh.
under Bill Clinton, he was still doing the same dirt that the both parties are doing. Like he
Right.
didn't do anything exceptional as a Democrat. He played the fucking game right. He did a lot of harmful fucking things. His wife did a lot of harmful things. They didn't do things to unite everyone. They did specific fucking malicious, minute things to help themselves. And they hid a lot. Now, in retrospect, knowing all the shit the Clintons did, you still saying that he great? Man, fuck that. He wasn't great.
Right, he wasn't that great, right? But I'm saying like the Trump. We understand the Trump supporters. You know, they don't read a lot. If they do get the news, they get it from like Fox News, sometimes CNN, but it's mostly Fox News. And then when they realized they realized that when they watch Fox News, oh my gosh, we should have considered other sources of information before making before making this erroneous conclusion. Erroneous conclusion who to vote for, right?
You know what?
I hope that
Say
the
what?
American public
I'm sorry.
comes to the conclusion that their Democrat leaders and their Republican leaders are either criminals or pedophiles.
Right.
And I hope that when they come to that conclusion, they realize that their TV has been lying to them all their life.
True.
Yeah, also, one more thing. Trump, this is what Michael probably, and I'm asking you, I'm not saying it. I'm not just gonna come to the conclusion that yes, that's what you're doing. But Trump is a president for anybody that have a grievance or that like revenge or something like that. He looked good to people who mad at certain things. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I know what you're
That's
saying.
what he used. He is an exceptional, him and his team around him, because I don't credit him because he got shit for brains, but him and his team around him know how to utilize the things that people are angry with to be able to lift themselves in their platform or message or whatever it is, whatever they're trying to get across. All they do is use people's anger and the shit that people pissed off about. Like they was pissed off about fucking Obama being president. That's a fucking way to vote for him. I talk like the people that I talk to that are Trump supporters. They have an underlining sense of like they want to be put in the right level or place. You know what I'm saying? Like, if you want to say class, they want to be. I voted for him because he's in my economic class, or he's in my I don't know how they worded it, but that's what they believe. Like it's a status thing.
Right.
Or I voted for Trump because he pissed.
Hello.
Hello, Michael. Hey, welcome back.
Thank you. What's up? I was hearing Blacklight's got a lot of burping sound to that microphone. I don't know if you guys noticed that. Bit of sound glitch. So what did I miss?
Oh, nothing.
I'm saying that I was just saying that a majority, a good bit of Trump support from like different races and different groups come from people who are angry at certain things that he elevates.
We were talking about how Trump is the most awesomest president.
Yeah, just like
Hold on, I'm muting y'all. I'm muting everybody. I'm muting everybody just for a moment. I need to bring Latrell. Oh, Latrell's up. Okay. Hi, Latrell.
Hey, how y'all doing? Peace and blessings. What y'all up to tonight?
Good. How about you?
They in here fussing and fighting.
They
kung fu fighting up in here.
Oh well, I want to be the peacemaker, huh? That's it.
Okay, I'm unmuting everybody. But
okay.
That's Jim Carrey accepting the medal.
Oh, y'all muted yourselves. Okay. No, Latrell, you just got here. You got unmute.
Okay. I don't know what y'all talking about, so I wanna be part of the discussion, but I don't want to ruin nobody's discussion.
Well, go ahead. Then we're gonna let them finish. Then go ahead. Black Life, fight. I'm just playing.
Fight. Yeah, I mean, well,
don't fight.
Okay. Verbally tongue wrestle. Okay, if that's better. Okay.
Right. and let each other talk.
Yeah.
Let's go.
Let each other talk. I'm not gonna cut nobody off. Huh?
Go ahead, y'all. All they doing right now is just going through the
You know,
audience,
so right.
meddling
Do y'all
people, doing
realize
all
how
kinds of
difficult?
stuff.
I'm trying to say, y'all realize how difficult it is to be passionate about something and try to articulate and say it and communicate it. And every time you do, if you elevate your voice one inkling, there's somebody, oh, calm down, Black. Like I could talk the same way other people talk about that passionately about certain things, but I'll be damn if it's not like like one tweak of my dial to my voice automatically puts me in this category. Like, God damn, I'm hostile, or am I passionately talking about what I'm talking about? It's amazing to me. And look, it
No,
happens
it's not.
all
It's
the
not
fucking
that.
time.
It's not
No,
that.
I'm
It's
saying that
not that. Let
it
me
happens all
let
the
me
time.
finish.
Yeah, it
It's
does. Yep.
Yeah.
it's not that. It is the like you got to give people a word in edgewise too. Hi,
No, I know.
Jimmy.
Jimmy. Oh, hey, Jimmy Tessio, what's up?
Welcome. Pull up if you want to.
So that's just something that, just to back up what Black Life is saying, that's something that happens with me a lot. When I get excited, I don't know if you notice, I get a little loud and I tend to be pretty passionate. And then I might come across, especially if I'm genuinely arguing with somebody. I'm not trying to be offensive, but I do, my tone gets to be a bit offensive, you know.
Yeah, man, and people take that the wrong way sometimes. But look, what I notice is they don't take it the wrong way from certain people. It's only it's like they handpick people who they gonna go off like say that about. And I just so happen to get the bad end of both sticks because I'm a black woman. Automatically they act like I'm angry if I have a difference of opinion. And it's or there's a different perspective. And
Right.
it's like, God damn, I can't I gotta watch and police how I say and do a lot of shit that's unfair. You know what I'm saying? I think it's unfair because I see other people get away with the same tone or the same words or the same emotion. And I'm like, this motherfucker can say all that, but I can't say nothing. You know what I mean?
Okay.
It ticks me
What it
off
is,
sometimes.
I think that maybe for certain people, you're a easy target. Like I go through that a lot. Like people think that I'm always trolling. I'm not always trolling. You know what I'm saying? But just hold it as a badge of honor and know that your niche is out there. You just got to find the people because all these people in the world, it's different people that would love to hear what you saying. We just got to find them. You know what I'm saying?
You know, I love that what you just said. And guess what? People normally tell me that, but it's like it's hard to feel what you're saying when in actuality, every time I open my mouth to say something passionate, it's like people tell me calm down. I'm very passionate about what I'm talking. And look, it's certain things I'm passionate about, and there's other things that I'm like, whatever. But when
Right.
I'm passionate about something, I want the same respect as somebody else that's passionate about it, and not automatically off the top or instantaneously told to calm down. You know what I'm saying? Or
Okay, so
not be
may I comment
angry
on
and
that?
stuff. I'm like, I'm just saying it. That's just my feelings.
We know you're just saying. May I comment on it?
Sure.
Okay, so Sean says passion is sometimes misconstrued as anger. It's not the passion. Well, the we don't have to yell, and I'm not saying you were yelling. I'm not saying that.
I
I'm
grew
just
up in a
saying.
yelling house though.
Hold on. See what I'm saying? That right
I'm
there.
just I wanted to
We don't have
interject
to.
that important point.
Oh,
I agree with that. I also interject. It's got to do with the
shit.
way I was raised, where with exposure to my
I'm
grandmother,
just
who
saying
was
I
that's an
also
wasn't
yelling.
even
important point
finished.
to
I
just
wasn't
make.
even finished with my statement. That's what I'm
Let Abby
saying.
talk, please,
But that's
guys.
an
Let Abby
Go
talk.
important
ahead.
point to take in consideration when you're making the statement. It's because it was natural and normal in my house to speak loud when you got to say something. But here
Okay,
it's
but this
like when
isn't. This is not your house. This is
I'm not saying
this is
it's my house.
our panel, and on this
Okay.
panel, a lot of people in the chat, they're here to hear everybody's point of view. And when we start, and I've done it too, right, Michael? Me and you have gotten
Yeah, it's
heated
hard
too.
to
And
set
and
rules without.
If it's a
hold
norm thing, then why isn't it treated normal for me?
Hold the fuck on.
Go
Let
ahead.
Abby speak,
Hey.
please. Thank you.
So, Michael, it's happened to me and you too. And what do the people in the chat say? I can't hear when both of you are trying to like yell over each other at the same time. That doesn't give the chat or the people that are watching a good experience. And that's not what we're here for. We're here to like let people hear everybody's point of view, and so the people in the chat could listen to what everybody's saying and formulate their own opinions. But if we are over talking to each other all the time and yelling all the time, then we can't do that. And that's all I'm saying. That as host and co-host, thank you, Jimmy. Jimmy says true. As host and co-host, or I'm sorry, co-host, because we're lateral, neither of us are above each other. As co-host, it's our job to make sure the chat is maintained and is orderly. Now we've done it to each other before, so we're all human. So sometimes it doesn't happen that way, but it still is our job to make sure we try to make it happen as much as possible. And that's all I'm trying to say.
There's also that old adage, that old rule of thumb, that if you get emotional, you lose the debate.
What? I didn't hear that.
The first person to get emotional loses the debate.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, that
Yeah,
can
they
be
say that a lot on Jubilee.
rule of thumb, but seems a bit false at times. I was thinking what Abby was saying is, but the analogy of like a boxing match, as far as sometimes they get a little bit going at each other after the whistle's blown. They're supposed to separate, but because their blood's up, they're kind of going to keep going after each other. And the ref can't just jump in. They're going to get smacked in the face or whatever. They got to find the way to intervene to get them to pull back, reset, okay, engage effectively according to the rules, right?
And you know what, Mike? In my circle, in my family, I treat communication. I really didn't start speaking up until I was grown, like an adult. But I look at it like double Dutch. And I'm saying double Dutch. I don't know if everybody got that reference. But double Dutch, you have to time. It's timing. It's timing of when you could talk. It's time of when you could express yourself. Yeah, you in it to listen, but you also in it to be heard as well. And then if somebody's giving a misrepresentation about your perspective, it's kind of hard to sit on your hands and hold your mouth and stuff when somebody is delivering or assuming a false misrepresentation of what you're saying. It's hard to do that, no matter who you are or where you are. And I'm saying like when I'm speaking about how people interpret my passion, it's not just about the etiquette and decor of this podcast. It's in real life, is what I'm saying. Like in real life, if I'm passionate about something, and I could be a part of a good discussion or debate. If I start to speak, and if my tone tweaks a little bit, then I'm automatically deemed as, oh, calm down, and I'm like, I'm a part of this discussion like everybody else. Why my passion got to be toned down?
May I ask real quick, what does this next thing that I'm about to say mean to y'all? The passion of Christ, huh? What does that mean? Did Christ have the passion of what? Come on, let's break that down. Let's go.
I'm guessing
Did he throw over tables or something?
I think there's a lot of
the tables,
but passion for humanity, whatever that God, whatever might consider irredeemable. He's saying, no, I love these people. We can save them. Give them a second chance. That's what I'm guessing.
Y'all, who is this man right here? I forget his name. That's the one who got his 7th heart transplant. That old ass man right there.
Right there? A 7?
Oh, we just missed him.
7?
Remember I was telling y'all about that?
He had 7. He got none. I mean, well, he got 2 more.
100 and something.
He's
like
like
100 and something.
He 100
that's like a social media clickbait thing. That's not accurate.
And he got like his, huh?
I know they be embellishing on certain things. That's like a Rothschild, Illuminati type
Him,
thing.
yeah, him right
Yeah.
there. This man.
Oh no, he's a well-established crisis actor. I've seen him at multiple occasions.
He's a crisis actor. Whoa. Look, Christ is in crisis. So is he a
I love
passionate
that, man.
crisis actor, huh?
I love that shit. That was cool. You see how you gotta look at it? That's good stuff.
Well, people might say Christ is the greatest crisis actor of all time. If
You see how it be right in your face? It be right in your face.
Y'all crazy.
Right.
So was he
funny.
acting
good fun.
up?
No, not trying to be offensive to any Christians out there.
Me
Nah, I'm
either,
saying
but
that's
I
funny,
could take
man.
it. Huh? So he was very passionate, flipping over tables, and this is my merchandise, huh? Y'all are selling my merchandise without my permission. Jesus was showing out, passionate. Okay, let's go.
So did Jesus compromise and take a cut from the sales?
Look, I don't know, but look, okay, coming up, Matthew, we know where we came to know that he was like a tax collector, but higher up in like the Masonic teachings, or okay, in Vatican City. Well, that Tom Cruise movie, he made a part 2 of it, but in there they say Matthew was a customs agent.
So Matthew was ICE.
Oh yeah, for real, huh? He was running down. Look, and then he probably smuggled Jesus in and out, huh? Right? Huh? Trafficking. Jesus was human traffic to Egypt, huh? Safely though.
And there could have been a dozen guys that played Jesus, and they were wearing those CIA masks.
Them CIA masks, man. That's a good one, man. Let's go.
Too bad the internet didn't exist when Jesus was around.
Or did
I don't know if he'd be able to save all those people, those lost souls on the internet.
Look, no, whoa. Jesus had an internet, huh? Wasn't Jesus tapped into people thinkings and stuff? So he knew what his 12 disciples was thinking, huh?
Yeah,
I can read your mind, baby. I know what you're thinking.
Come on with the R&B. Why is this not moving?
I can't sing. I just be trying. I'm a crisis singer, huh?
I don't know why this thing is tripping now. Let me see. Here we go. Not that we paying attention. Oh, it's over with. So now we get to see who does the
Now they're gonna get naked and have group sex.
Hey, look. Did anybody check to see if Grinder is still on? Is Grinder still on or no?
Probably. I wouldn't know. I'm not a freak.
Did it crash? Did Grinder crash yet? Later on tonight.
What's Grinder?
Oh, Lance. Who wants to tell him?
You know what Tinder is, Lance?
Is it like OnlyFans, like soft porn disguised
for gays? For the LGBTQ, I guess, or is it just gay men?
It's just gay men.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much.
And every time there's a RNC convention, Grinder crashes.
Oh, really?
Now, what does that tell you?
I guess they're excited about Donald Trump.
I think there's a lot of sadomasochism going on in the Republican Party. That's what tells me.
I think wait, can you play that video again?
What the live State of the
Yeah,
Union?
we're about to get together.
No, the one with the planes.
planes. I think there's a lot of division in the Republican Party, but I think majority of Republicans in Trump's camp saying, "Go Donald Trump, you accomplish a lot in your second term. You make America, great again. Keep up the good work because we can't afford to, lose this crucial election in the upcoming midterms." And I'm
Hold on. I'm sorry. Hold on. What are you talking? I didn't mean to cut you off, but what are you talking about, old man Barker? What happened?
We're talking about the reporter at the bottom of the
No. I'm asking in the chat.
The female reporter could do with the transvestigation, in my opinion. Sorry, off topic.
Oh, I get it. You're trying to be funny because I was talking about Grindr. Okay, my bad, y'all. Y'all keep going on.
No, I've already subscribed to Grindr. Thanks a lot.
I'm just wondering what old man Barker is just joking or whatever because you're making a joke about Grindr. I'm like, what is he talking about? I'm confused. But are we looking to move to a new topic here?
Yeah, I want to talk about something happy.
No.
I'm in a happy mood, so I don't know. Let's go, huh?
Like leftists talk about happy stuff or whatever, challenge impossible.
Like
hey, whoa. Okay, well, let's start off singing that happy song, huh? 'Cause I'm happy.
When you say the happy song, I think of "Don't Worry, Be Happy." The Hawaiian.
It was two of them. Okay.
That one, yeah.
No, but I'm talking about the Pharrell Williams "Happy." I like that one too. Cause I'm happy. I don't know the words to it, but cause I'm
happiness
happy.
Is, for something. Yeah, I forget. It's been a while. Happiness is the truth, I think.
Oh man, Barker knocked my whole StreamYard off.
Oh no!
You said that.
He said
he's an alien.
He said you want to talk shit. You want to run your mouth.
That sounds like juvenile. So Pharrell is an alien. That's why he's so happy. Huh? He's not from this world, huh? Let's go.
Hey, didn't Trump say he was gonna start releasing alien?
Yep.
Alien nothing about none of that.
Yep. Well, didn't that start with Barack Obama?
That boy tried to distract so hard. He
Yes.
released an alien file.
No, that wasn't even him. Barack Obama did that, right, Lance? Barack Obama
meant somebody asked him a question about it. I remember they said, "Are there really aliens?" And Barack says yes, but blah 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 blah. And then after he did that, that's how Trump came back and said, "Well, I'm gonna release the aliens," like some confidential shit about aliens.
Yeah, but you don't think that was coordinated between the two different parties?
That's my point.
No, and then I think.
But I digress.
I think didn't somebody in Trump's administration say that what Barack Obama had done was leak state secrets?
You remember the time when we found out that all the news stations across the country were coordinated and saying the same script? Does everybody on the panel remember when that was revealed?
Sinclair Broadcasting Company, that this kind of talk is a threat to our democracy.
Hello?
Yeah, what are you saying? When what was revealed?
Whenever we realized that all the news stations across the country were connected and saying the same script. You remember that?
That's a good question. Is for when did that?
That was like the reveal on social media. It was a big reveal. Somebody had accumulated news stations from across the country, and they were all reading the same script.
Yeah, this was
regardless of the city.
It was a clip about the Sinclair Broadcasting.
That's a new thing.
And they own like hundreds of local television stations. And so they just put this collage of like 50 or 60 different broadcasters from all over the states saying the exact.
Do you guys want to hear? I don't mean to cut you off, Lance, but do you guys want to hear this or not?
What is it? Response
It's a
to
rebuttal. Yeah.
Okay.
Somebody was right about the pick.
That was Michael Penn.
In housing, healthcare, energy, and childcare. And I know these same
Yeah, that's Abigail Spanberger, my governor in Virginia.
Across this country.
I knew they're going to
Since
pick her.
this president took office last year, his reckless trade policies have forced American families to pay more than $1,700 each in tariff costs. Small businesses have suffered, farmers have suffered, some losing entire markets. Everyday Americans are paying the price. And even though the Supreme Court struck these tariffs down 4 days ago, the damage to us, the American people, has already been done. Meanwhile, the president is planning for new tariffs.
Can I say something about these tariffs? Because because what happens is I forget the man's name, and I think I was going to mention it on Thursday. This whole tariff thing. Now, this could be a conspiracy theory, but hear me out. It is just another type of money laundering because the companies are getting reimbursed for the tariffs, not the American people. And a huge company that's getting reimbursed is one of his boys that like owns like all these other little companies underneath. So I don't know his name, but I'm gonna dig it up and we could talk about it Thursday.
Kids. But here in Virginia, I am working with our state legislature to lower costs and make the Commonwealth more affordable.
No, she's not. Anybody want to say something?
Well, I'm just gonna say it sounds like something good to talk about on Thursday. I'm down.
Yeah. Anyway, so Abigail Spanberger providing a response to Donald Trump rebuttal. Yeah, I'm not surprised. Not surprised that she's using the same talking points from the corporate Democrats. Go after Donald Trump, but don't offer any substance. In other words, he's really about we need to work across the aisle to get something done. And so I'm not surprised why they pick her over Summer Lee because they know Summer Lee.
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say, So I said they picked Abigail Spanberger over Summer Lee because the Democrats knew that Summer Lee was going to be like on fire, going to speak in various going to speak about populism, and the Democrats can't have that with Summer Lee. So they chose Abigail Spanberger because they saw her as being reasonable, centrist, middle of the road politician. Middle of the road governor.
She's going to implement she wants to implement the ratchet effect, where the Republicans go this far to the right, and then the Democrats just pull it back enough just to make you feel like they did some shit. They didn't.
Right. Exactly. And so, and what she doesn't, and what's very obvious to me, and what I read in the report was in the article. I think it was from Yahoo Finance. Donald Trump issuing, $2,000 checks from the tariffs is definitely not going to happen at all.
Not to the American people, but
not to American people. That's what I mean, right?
The Supreme Court said they had to pay a certain amount of money back, but they're going to pay it back to the businesses. You think the businesses are going to change their prices?
They're not. Businesses are not going to change the prices. They're going to continue to raise to generate profits. And I can't, that's why I think most Trump supporters fell for the trick and are now getting frustrated that they made a mistake supporting him as opposed to not supporting any Democrats.
Ooh, Michael Penn. I'm not trying to put you in a situation, but the chat is.
Sean's got a question for you.
Why y'all do?
Yes. Okay. Do you have another channel? Because again, it seems you're trying to get people to react. Are you a Republican, Sid, post agent? No, I'm not a Republican at all. Not.
He's not.
But let me be clear. Completely independent, populist independent, but definitely not a Republican, not a Democrat. Used to be Democrat until 2000. Yeah, until 2012, and that was Barack Obama's presidency, and I only voted for him once, and that was it. No, but what I'm saying, anyways, to answer his question is that, yeah, anyways, to answer his question, no, I'm not forcing people to react or cause any controversy. But what I'm saying is that this is the Democrats' old playbook from Bill Clinton. Tell the American people this is the problem with Donald Trump. He's not respecting the political process, not offering good policies, but at the same time, the centrist Democrats are not willing to offer any policies to help working class people in this country. So basically, it's like playing good cop, bad cop.
Yeah, that's where I get why Sean's
Hmm.
feeling the way he is about wondering if you're, because some of the rhetoric that you use sounds a little bit like some of the Republican talking points used about the Democrats, but maybe you're just not reiterating that point at the end of those kinds of comments that the Republicans are just as bad. It does get a little bit tedious.
Right.
Repeat yourself just to make sure everyone knows what side
Right.
you're on or not on.
Right. I understand. Oh, I get it. But I'm just saying from like observation, what I read, because I go, like I said, I don't go to one source. I don't seek one source information. I seek variety of sources to make my own conclusions. And I'm not here to side with either political parties, but I'm just saying that this is what Democrats have been doing for so many years, and nothing has really changed. The only thing that has changed with Democrats is let's be more rhetorical, but let's be cautious. What Republicans say, we don't care about being cautious. Let's be radical and beat the drums.
Let's pose as radical anyway, because
Right.
that's part of the engineered dialogue, though, is to make it seem as if the Republicans are more about action, while the Democrats are about empty words and whatnot. And
Right.
that's about ensuring that the pendulum swings in the direction they want it to for this particular.
Exactly. Right. Exactly. And not only that, Michael, but also Republicans use Bernie Sanders talking points to go against Democrats.
Michael,
That's what one of the things I noticed was different about the Trump approach. Or whatever, they did seem to be, the Republicans were using the working class language to appeal to the union voter kind of thing.
Right.
But it was very cynical. Everyone who knows what's what, wherever, could see that they weren't really genuine about their outreach to the working class. They just wanted their vote.
For
you know,
sure.
can I interject right quick?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Um, you know why Bernie Sanders and Trump could sound similar to people who really don't want to just admit the real truth that these both of these parties are not working. They sound the same because they go both target the same grievances, the same issues that all people have, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bernie was just speaking on the good nature of people. He wasn't a bully about it.
Right.
He vocalized and elevated the concerns of everyday people, right?
True.
That's a
Trump
very good point.
Trump could do the same. Excuse my language. I don't mean to be disrespectful and confrontational and all that other stuff. I'm
You
saying
can curse here.
Curse,
all
no
right, but
problem.
Trump could do the same thing. That's why I'm telling you, man. It's an acting class. It's
Right.
acting. It's acting. It's learning how I'm going to use all of these qualities and strengths to my advantage to get my agenda pushed. And if Trump is a good study of the pulse of
Mm-hmm.
what the most people who are easily influenced can do. He could read the room or read the
Well.
audience or read some data points and
Right.
know the pulse of what can I say to people who will either admire me, want to emulate me, or be me. I
Mm-hmm.
could speak to them. I could speak to the people who say are racist to the core and say F them ends. I don't give a shit. He could speak to all them people simultaneously. by
Yes,
certain tones and chords. But Mike, that's not a great thing if you're
it's
not
not. I
using it.
agree.
My point is this: if you're not using it to help people, then
Mm-hmm.
it's not fucking something you should be like admiring. Admire a motherfucker who using that fucking ability to
I don't
unite
think
and do something good. I'm just
he
saying when
admired. I don't think he ever said
listen,
that.
listen, I'm not speaking for every you interrupt me. I'm not saying he's speaking for I'm not saying he's saying that, but to me, listening to him, it sounds
Mm-hmm.
like he's fanning. Like you could easily say, like, because I'm a sports person, I could
Mm-hmm.
easily say when somebody trying to fan a player that don't deserve it. I'm saying it sounds like Michael's trying to fan Trump, and he don't deserve that kind of acknowledgement or recognition for them qualities because he's not utilizing them to the benefit of us, the
Right.
people who are false or blindly saying, "Oh yeah, he's speaking for me." No, he not. He
No,
not,
he's
and
not.
y'all should
Right. I agree.
realize that.
Right. Right. But what I'm saying is
Okay.
that from the analysis, according to the autopsy report, I'm not speaking from my point of view. I'm saying according to the autopsy, why Trump won working class people with big margins over Democrats, because Donald Trump did a good job of manipulating working people with populism. And you're right that yes, just because Donald Trump talked a good game did not just because he talked a good game does not mean that he was going to walk a good game for working class people, because working class people got tired of Democrats keep saying we need the working class support. Working class people are very, very crucial for us to win in swing districts. But it's very clear that Democrats were going the opposite direction. They were like, let's go chase the Cheneys and Bush Republicans, or the so-called the upper middle class, or suburban voters.
Can I say, are you guys noticing this chat? Like the entire chat is just like a circle jerk of people screaming for their duopoly. Trump, Trump, Trump. No, blue, blue, blue.
I think
Maggots, maggots, Democrats. Like the whole thing is just
I
it's
think
just
that
ridiculous.
Trump
Distracting.
Trump
That's,
is the hello. Can
that,
you hear me or no?
Mm-hmm.
you know what? You know,
Yeah. But you
it,
can you speak up?
Was that Lance saying something? Sorry.
Yeah, am I muted or because I
No,
can't?
just
Hear
because
you or something.
microphone's in your camera, it's a bit hard to hear you, especially if we can't read your lips or anything.
Oh, okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah,
I find it hard to tolerate anybody talking about Donald Trump or Joe Biden
Mm-hmm.
or any of these people, given that we know that their best descriptors are criminals and pedophiles. Like, why are we still talking?
speak, son, speak.
Why are we still talking about these people like they
As
haven't?
though they care. Oh, I love it. I'm
Like,
sorry, my bad, my bad.
Black life.
the only consequence should that they be thrown in jail for life.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so why are you still talking about Trump appealing to this sector or blah 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 Democrat Republican?
Right.
Stop it.
But I just want to say goodbye to Latrell. He just got off work and he said thank y'all for allowing me up here, and always Latrell, you are always welcome.
yeah. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Yeah, thanks for
Good
hanging out
to
with
have
us.
you with us.
He might be lurking in the back. You know how Latrell is.
Lurkers are welcome. So, Lance, were you finished with what you're saying, or?
Yeah.
No, I agree. It's
He's
that's a very
saying
good
that
point. Like, what is it that we're still talking about these people when it's completely validated and reliable that they are at best a bunch of rapist pedos, you know? And I think it's got a lot to do with the narrative cycle for the last several years has been all about it. It's kind of just hard to stop doing it, you know?
I think that one.
You know what I like? What Michael said, the other Michael.
Mm-hmm.
Is I noticed what he deems that is high quality stuff, like important things to point out, and like the things that are top three. Confidence is one of the top three for him and a lot of people, right? You
Right.
know what? Because a person can speak with confidence, they can tend to sell you what they speak. Like they can sell you things. Like salesmen are great. If you are a good salesman, that means you're confident enough to be confident in what you're selling or pushing, and it don't matter. Me, my thing
Exactly.
is the reason that I wouldn't be a good confident salesman is because I can't bullshit people on stuff that's not real. A good manipulator, a good person, or somebody that plays both sides is somebody that can easily use those things to their advantage, not to the point, or not to the purpose, or not to the cause. I
Socio.
seem to think like America has grown in leadership to people who speak to like the populist things, like
Mhm.
the things that are not actually get get your shit on the ground and do something and change it type things. They like to just talk stuff. Like even somebody like Jasmine Crockett.
Right.
Jasmine Crockett is gaining a lot of popularity among certain groups of black people and black voters, and it's because she speaks. It's like being in music and you have a certain cadence,
Hmm.
or being in sports and you could recognize certain things. It's like when you could recognize certain things, you use it to your advantage. And what I do notice is that these people who elevate quickly, they use certain things to their advantage. They know how to speak to people's vulnerabilities. They know how to target certain things that elevate them. And it's never nothing genuine, because genuine things last.
Black
You know what I'm
Knight.
saying? Genuine things from leaders last, as we all are evident and proof of it. Like the things that Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and all these great people, all these great leaders that they chose. Not that they could have elevated any leaders, because they had several, but they chose to elevate them, right? So
Right.
them elevating those types of leaders, it shows you that they can manipulate what the view of the people will come out to be. Like
Black
I'm
Knight.
just saying, man, we are pawns in the game unless we stand up united against all of it, not just some of it, not elements of it, all of it. You feel what I'm
You
saying?
you
Until
know
we
you
stand
know
up
what
to all of it, we still participants.
you know what I knew Jasmine Crockett was a suspect. You remember? I think uh we watched it together when she said, when they were talking about Hunter Biden, and she got on she in Congress talking about, I wish my mother and father loved me as much as Joe Biden loves his son. And I said, bitch, what?
No, you don't. No, you don't.
Bitch,
That's just one
what?
example. That's just one
Like,
example
who
of
says
what they
that?
use. I'm,
Someone
I'm
who's
Who would
completely
say
out
that?
of
Who would disrespect their parents like that to prop up this man who is a known racist and and a capitalist exploiter? Who would
Mhm.
do that?
somebody who is like Abby. Do you are very musically inclined, right? You know the notes and you know different things, right? The different.
Okay.
Let me speak to the real words. Frequencies. You know the different frequencies, right? Jasmine is speaking to the different frequencies. All these other leaders are speaking to different frequencies of people who tuning in to that type of bullshit. Because most people, if you in tune to what's really really going on, you're not feeling it, you're not understanding it, you don't fit, you don't vibe with it. You're like fuck that. But if you're on the right frequency, that's my thing is they tap into the right frequencies of their supporters. If they angry, is this frequency. If they feeling mad about not being able to provide for their family, on this frequency. It's like they tap into the right frequencies of people, and they get the messages to those who will support them. And look at the numbers. That's because
yeah.
people sometimes are only they like worrying about what's going on in their lives and what's important in their lives. But they also have on the background what pisses them off the most
Yes.
about them being in that life. What pisses me off the most about being in my life is these motherfucking elites always doing this and this and this. Or it could be my boss always like they tap in to the frequencies of people with grievances, and that's who they get to support them. And that number is astounding.
And all that too. That
Well,
unfortunately
they may
because
back the
yeah. Also
yeah, go
that
ahead,
that
Michael.
oh sorry yeah because most of like I
Sorry.
said, it's nothing new what Democrats have been doing with baby boomers, especially among Black American voters in the baby boomer generation, because they know that the civil rights era folks love entertainment, right? Because entertainment sells, right? And Democrats understand that if they sell everything abstract, it's not going to sell very well, even though Democrats have a hidden agenda. Because
I
to
don't
the
think
baby,
it's just Democrats. I think that's the whole
right,
system that created the duopoly.
right, right. But
Yeah,
what I'm saying,
there's no need for with us. We understand both the Democrats and the Republicans are
right.
awful. So
But what I'm
You know
saying
how
is,
we know? Because look at how both of them use celebrities to
Mhm,
their advantage.
right.
Kid Rock is a separate, halftime performance
Mm-hmm.
leader. You see how they use celebrity to their advantage? And who
Yes.
do that? If I sit here and ask y'all which voters or which party uses celebritism or, different rich leaders to their advantage? Both of them.
Both parties, of course.
Exactly. So what? Step back
Yeah,
what
to
are
but
we
I'm
even
just
talking
saying, like,
about?
what I'm saying is that Donald Trump criticizes Democrats for using celebrities, but he doesn't reveal that he's using celebrities himself. Because
We
Donald Trump does,
criticize the Democrats for using celebrities too. It's a little bit what happens is every time we have valid critiques, it's
right.
important for people to put a Republican voice saying the same thing that we've said, or a Democrat voice saying the same thing we said, as a way to have them getting all the glory for having said what we've been saying all along. And then the
Hmm.
focus is on them somehow at the end of the day instead of us. Why is it's not a coincidence, right?
Right.
Lance, did you want to say something? As far as I wanted to say to Cookies, Lance is in Canada with me here, so I don't think he voted for Trump there, but he wants to respond a
Hey,
little bit.
Michael,
Lance is
they was
trolling.
asking about. I'm sorry, Michael. They was asking about Rob earlier when you wasn't on here. Did y'all address that?
What?
You remember Rob?
You cut out.
Oh
Sorry, can you
no,
say
we
again?
didn't. Oh, because you
Rob.
weren't here. You weren't
Mike,
here, Michael. So, Lance, are you still there? Or are you taking a break?
Roger.
Okay. Do you want to talk to Michael about Rob?
Rob Ford?
Rob who?
Rob,
Rob Doug Ford? Rob
Rob
Ford?
the crackhead. I saw that. I saw that story. That was a
Rob
great story.
Crackhead.
I saw it.
Yeah.
Abby, you don't remember, but we both saw it together.
You said we watched a documentary or something.
We watched some
Oh,
information on him
I
together.
know exactly who he got blonde hair. He kind of looks
Yeah,
like
he looked like the dude
oh
from Saturday
yeah.
Night Live. What's the
Yeah,
dude?
yeah,
What's the
him.
dude from Saturday Night Live that passed away?
I forget his name, but I know I
Chris
watched that
Farley,
documentary.
maybe?
That shit was
Yeah,
wild.
yeah.
Yes,
That's
him.
who he remind me of.
Yeah, they
That's
kind of,
Yes,
I think they even played up, I think, a little bit of a celebrity sort of
yes, they did.
status to like a
That's who he
crackhead
remind me
celebrity,
of, son.
you know?
That
So
shit was
sad.
hilarious. I ain't gonna lie. I was
But
like,
it
Michael,
was
wasn't he?
damn.
very true.
He was a
It was
litmus test
very
for the crisis of Ontario of Toronto, whatever. Like anywhere, anyone. It's like having Trump, the pedo, in charge of the nation, whatever. If you need any evidence that we're fucking cooked, Rob Ford, being the crackhead he is, whatever, being anywhere near power, and his brother. Okay, this shows you that the drug addicts are fucking running the country, if the province, if not the country.
exactly
So,
that. Tell me what's
He
the difference between
here
that and now?
too.
When
That's the same thing.
when
It's
marijuana
just
We,
like I'm not sure if y'all know about Bill Clinton brother.
when
Anybody on the panel know?
About Bill Clinton's brother.
Yeah, Bill Clinton's brother. That was
well,
No.
from.
before we
I
get
think
into
it was
that,
from
Lance,
Amina.
did you guys have something you were about to say, or then we can
yeah,
jump into
Lance was
this?
about to say something.
Yeah.
My bad.
when Canada legalized marijuana,
Mhm.
I was reading the Globe and Mail, and the story started with Doug Ford should know a thing or two about
Sorry.
marijuana. He used to be one of the biggest drug hashish dealers in Toronto.
Yes, this is where there's the crackhead drug addict, and his brother is the drug dealer, and this is kind of like not necessarily well known, right?
So how is it that they haven't been in this long career of drug dealing? They've never been sent to jail, right? Like how do they
Oh,
end up becoming the two most powerful men in Ontario.
How is it that the OPP, who are against all that legalization of marijuana for so many years, managed to, as soon as the legalization happened, they're the top investors in the field, whatever, and they were able to dictate who was able to get a license and whatnot. So
I was walking
we
down.
already know.
I was walking down a street in my.
I'm just trying to say, Bill Clinton.
No, we gonna come back to that, Black Life. We're gonna come back to that. Trust me.
I don't know why I can't hear I can't hear certain people. I'm sorry.
You gotta leave out and come back again. That happens a lot on the phone.
Yeah, like I hear like a dead silence, but you guys are responding, and I can't.
Yeah.
Lance has been communicating.
So just leave out and come back again, and then
All right.
once they're done, because I want to know who the hell is Bill Clinton.
Yeah. So Lance, would you say Rob Ford is very similar to Donald Trump?
Well, if you talk about criminal elite, yes,
Mm-hmm.
or sociopaths, yeah. So I'm walking down the street today, and I hadn't been there in like over a decade, and it's quite a remarkable street, and the fact that you'll see, like, it's the only place in our town that has a mosque, and it's quite a large mosque. And right next to it is the Shriners, the Freemasons, and then like there's but the one that strikes out, I saw OPP. I thought, oh, this is the OPP office.
You down with OPP?
Ontario Provincial Police Abbey.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm walking.
That's maybe a reference that just went over our head, I think.
It went over both of your heads? Okay, I'll bring it back later. Let him finish his.
All right, go ahead. Sorry.
So I thought this was the main police station for the regional Ontario Provincial Police, and it was quite a substantial building, but it's just the OPP credit union. That's all, just their credit union.
Didn't know they had one.
Yeah, I didn't either.
Just for their officers, eh? That seems so fair.
And then right beside that is the Canadian Mental Health Association. Oh, the Kingdom of Jehovah, the Kingdom Hall of Jehovah's Witnesses.
So they got the Jehovah's Witness, the Shriners, the OPP, and the CMHA. That's not really giving me good vibes. Like, a lot of people like to think the CMHA is such a great organization. There's with the eugenics in Canada, they kind of, I don't know. I throw a bit of shade in their direction. So, but that's a little conspiratorial getting there, but it's all good. There's not to dismiss the possibility that these groups have a little more in common than we might want to admit, right?
I happen to know.
Rondo says there goes Freemasons again.
They do. They have a very.
He said 3-3.
And
I didn't mean to cut you off, Lance.
Conspiracy rhetoric about that being far-fetched and outlandish, and only crazy people talk about that. It's a very effective cover for them to be able to continue just, doing what, like, there's a lot of private organizations that get banned for doing the kind of shit that they've been doing. I would imagine that would be speculation on my part. I haven't done the homework, but I've done some dabbling into it to know that there's something fucking there. So
apparently you look like a French Canadian Robert Redford, Lance.
That's nice. Is that a compliment?
Who's that?
Robert Redford.
Robert Redford, actor.
He was French Canadian.
No, you look like a French Canadian version of him.
Well, that's like calling me a frog, Abby.
No, I didn't say it. Bad Cookies did.
No, I think
he said you look like a version. You look like an American actor. His name is Robert Redford.
Robert Redford, the American actor who passed away.
You don't know who that is.
Oh, I do.
Just like you do.
No,
so you know what OPP? Yeah,
I don't think Lance is French. Are you?
No, that's what confused me. The French version of Robert Redford. Did you say?
Oh, because you're
Canadian.
you're not French Canadian.
English
You're just Canadian. You're English Canadian. Oh, okay.
What do I say?
So you remind him of an English Canadian Robert Redford. But look, OPP is like this song back in the day.
Maybe ask him specifically what's your background is. Are you actually English? Because I'm part English, part Finnish, or whatever. But you just English speaking, or?
Oh, I thought you were talking Anglophone, Francophone. No, I'm Scottish Irish. Yeah.
Yeah.
So for you two Canadians, there's a song. You down with OPP? Yeah, you know me. And OPP could stand for other people's property, other people's pussy. Take out the G.
Oh wow.
And hold on, and other people's penises. So take whoever, however you want to.
Other
Other
people's
people.
shit.
Other
Do you
people's
like
shit.
to? Do you like to? Are you turned on by the cheating? You know.
In Ontario, Abby, OPP means put your hands up.
So Black, like, you want to tell us about Bill Clinton's
I want you to go
brother?
to my go to the comment that I just posted. Right? A rabbit
Read
hole.
it. Well, you can read it.
I can't hardly see it. I'm in my car
Okay,
and I'm on a cell phone.
I'm going to read it. During Bill Clinton's tenure as Arkansas governor in the 1980s, the Intermountain Municipal Airport was allegedly used for a massive drug smuggling operation by CIA agent Barry Seals. So we've talked about this before here.
I know, but
you said something about Bill Clinton's brother.
Bill Clinton's brother, I think his name was Roger, if I'm not mistaken. It could be something else, but I think it's Roger. But Bill Clinton's brother was getting high at the White House
On his
all
own
the time.
supply.
All the time is what. Look, I went down a rabbit hole of the Clintons that was so like if people take their reaction to Epstein files and shit right now, that's how I was about 10 years ago, or maybe more than 10 years ago, about the Clinton Chronicles.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you guys ever checked that shit out, ever looked into it, but I don't care. Like that to me, Michael P, was a wake up call about everything. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like if Michael P talking about Bernie Sanders helped him to see about reparations and helped him to see certain things, I'm like, I don't know what he would do if he seen the Clinton Chronicles, because that created a gateway to me listening to certain things that are now in the fucking Epstein files.
Right.
So I'm like, come on, man. Like, and it's not just touching one side of a political party. You know how they get on there and they front with you like they're against Democrats or they're against Republicans. And like my friends say, they go and they have drinks and dinner together.
Right.
You
Play
know,
golf.
after the end of the day. But I'm saying, like, once I dived into that with the Clinton Chronicles, and all of the shit start lining up, and that's how I got introduced to some of the shit Alex Jones was saying, and even the early shit that Alex Jones was investigating and saying, all still what in the fucking Epstein files.
Okay, Alex Jones is also full of shit because
he could be full of shit because he.
Hold on.
I'm sorry. My bad.
He's also full of shit because he's like screaming at the top of his lungs right now about Thomas Massey. What are you doing with the files? This and that and this and that. When he knows damn well the DOJ controls the files. So why are you screaming at Thomas Massey? Because Thomas Massey is low-hanging fruit that nobody in the Republican Party, like, they're turning against him anyway. So he could say that and still be a part of the club. He is a phony and a fucking fake because he hasn't called out Pam Bundy. He hasn't called out Trump. He hasn't called out Kash Patel.
None of it.
None of them. He's just hammering down on Thomas Massey. Like, if it wasn't for Thomas Massey, we'd have all this information by now.
But look, what I got introduced to Alex Jones with was exactly what's happening now. Like, he used to be the biggest advocate about what's going on right now. Like, about 15 years ago, if what's going on right now was happening 15 years, Alex Jones would be the biggest one to reveal stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like, he started, like, we noticed a change in him when he started promoting them fucking vitamins and all that other supplement shit, and he started looking like he was on that shit. He was on that shit.
Not on that shit.
He still does.
That'll make a person change.
Or he's on the Ozempic now or whatever.
Huh?
So he still looks like he's on some kind of steroid shit or something.
Exactly. I'm saying a dependency on a substance will make a person change political affiliations in a minute.
It don't have to deal with your
Dependent is one of
family
the
or a
ways
threat.
people get
It's
like
it's
fucking
what they can
bought,
use
right?
against you.
Mhm.
Yeah, I think
I'm just
Anyways,
saying.
yeah.
That's just
Anyways, I have some breaking news. Texas Senate race. Crocker hits James Tallarico over Epstein link. Super PAC donor U.S.
What's that
Jasmine
mean?
you saying the Jasmine Crockett thing. Sorry, we missed your comment. You want to
Oh,
go back
sorry.
to
Yeah.
that,
So
or
I was saying that. So Jasmine Crocker is criticizing State Representative James Tallarico over a major donor's connections to Jeffrey Epstein. Regarding the Epstein file, and I think what the title is saying is that James Tallarico is being very quiet about it, and Congresswoman Jasmine Crocker like, there's no way you're gonna hide it and not tell the public. And James Tallarico is like, oh, it's the thing of the past. I'm very focused on winning the Democratic primary race, so it's really like a distraction. That
This
so
is
James.
my problem. This is my problem about both of them. Okay.
Mhm.
So when you say that about him, he's the only one that is actually approaching things based on policy,
Right.
right? So I think he's the devil in sheep's clothing, whereas Jasmine Crockett, her only her only defense is Trump hates me, so therefore vote for me. Nah, what? Give
populist.
me the policy. Give
Populist.
me the policy information.
It's
so
called
is
populist. That's what they run
Jasmine
on.
Crockett
Speaking
Republican
populism.
or Democrat? Sorry, just
Both of
wondering.
them Democrats. Both of them are Democrats
They're running in the primary against each
in
other.
Texas, and it looks like I don't think that Jasmine Crocker is going to win the Democratic primary race for U.S. Senate because the support is not very strong in Texas, and she's just better off
Yeah,
staying as a congresswoman.
Let me give him a little background.
Whatever.
So she's in the House of Representatives. They gerrymandered her district, so she has no possibility of winning again in her district because they gerrymandered the fuck out of it.
They
So she went
approve that.
for
They approve that map.
so she went for a Senate bid. So it's her against this man who seems look
James Tallarico.
these yeah whatever say his name again.
James Tallarico.
Okay.
He's actually a
So
white.
he's yes, this white man who seems like he is the epitome of what Christianity really is because he really like hits home about how these things are inappropriate, how Christianity would never do this and that and I've heard this song and dance before from people who are supposed to be Christian.
It's election
So that
season,
doesn't mean I automatically trust him.
especially around election time. Don't fall for this fuck shit.
Right. And
The
by the way,
banana in the tailpipe.
right. And by the way,
That's what they'll do. They're gonna
yeah.
tell you what they want you to hear.
And I had to add something. James Tallarico, when he was running against Colin Allred in the Senate Democratic primaries, he called Colin Allred a mediocre black man.
Who did that, James?
James Tallarico called Colin Allred in the U.S. Senate Democratic primaries a mediocre black man.
So why wouldn't Jasmine Crockett's team just post that everywhere?
Use that. Because it's an agenda. Because it's a certain
And not only
agenda.
that, but because Jasmine
They could
Crockett,
probably utilize it. I'm sorry.
right? Because Jasmine Crockett wants to show that look. I know what James Tallarico did was wrong, but I can't use that as a distraction. I got to make sure that I run as the first black woman winning the U.S. Senate.
No.
Michael, that goes against what you thought, Michael. You said Democrats supposed to have balls and nuts to say stuff. That goes against what you believe.
No, I'm just saying this is what Jasmine Crockett was probably thinking. Her campaign team.
How was she thinking that when she is not providing, when her opponent is providing more policy discussions than she is? So
I get it.
It's almost like they want her to lose so they could be like, look, they don't want a black woman to win. Maybe if you was talking about policy discussions more than Trump don't like me, maybe you could win.
Right.
Abby Do, I got a question for you. Who was the last black politician that you remember talk policy?
Policy?
in local,
Politics.
Eric Mays, baby.
Eric Mays. Eric Mays.
Eric Mays.
and look, in local and you and me's district. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Oh,
there's very
in our district, Gary Chambers.
Gary Chambers does speak policy.
Mm-hmm.
He does speak data. He does speak facts. But they will block him every step of the way.
Of course, because this is
because
Louisiana.
the politicians, not just because it's Louisiana, because politicians that seem to catapult to the top always have an ulterior agenda, or they're susceptible to a unique set of skills of bribery. You feel what I'm saying? You know how my man Liam Neeson said, "I have a unique set of skills." If you in politics in certain cities and states, and then they tell you, focus on your local government, folks. That's what matters most to you. Focus on your local government. But then they go, local government has a voice in what's going on in the nation. But anyway, they tell you focus on your local government. But local government utilizes these certain set of skills to be able to utilize their position to their advantage, not to the betterment of the people. And until we start seeing that voting isn't the process and the way to change, just like Republicans showed you by what's his name, Matt Gates led his little group to do some kind of shits and do some things that AOC and them couldn't do. So he showed you that you can utilize diplomacy amongst the group and finagling and this and this and that to get your agenda passed. They showed you that they can do that in a certain aspect. But why can't you utilize that certain skill in all aspects? Why does it have to be all or nothing when it comes down to the people? But when it comes down to other countries, when it comes down to military force, when it comes down to, supplementing anything those people say in Israel, whatever, it's easy to go ahead and approve all that.
I'm
But
gonna take that as a rhetorical question. But there's a question for you on the panel, and I'm gonna read it to you.
Read it to me.
I'm Bad Cookies, Black Life. Real question here. Do you think that third parties are unable to be a part of the duopoly money machine?
I'm talking about if you calling yourself a third party, you already lost. What the fuck are you a third party of a system that ain't working? You ain't a third party. You are it. Until we reframe that, then I guess that's how it's gonna be. If you can keep reframing, keep framing yourself as a, I'm just saying in my perspective.
No. I wanted you to. I need you to elaborate. Like, what do you mean by that?
When I say we already know from Ross Perot, and I was the one that was trying to tell you of Ross Perot. Y'all be neglecting the chats because people be telling y'all stuff and y'all don't listen.
I already said Ross Perot before you texted.
Okay.
I already thought
Hey
about
guys,
it.
guess what?
My bad.
Jasmine Crockett has policies on her website at the last minute.
I beg to differ, but my point is
All right.
this.
Yeah, go ahead, Black Life.
Go ahead, Black Life.
I'm saying with all the evidence, all the data that we've accumulated in the last, let's say, 10 to 15 years, it seems like we already know what's broken. We already know the two-party systems are corrupt. We already know certain milestones and certain things. It seems to me that creating a party in the mindset of the third party, like, to me, is going along the same lines of something that is broken, it's not working. You're not supposed to be a part of the parties if the parties ain't working.
Right. This is a good thing.
You can reframe it. You can reframe it as a different alternative, is what I'm trying to say to you. All I'm trying to say is we already know what's not working. We already know what's compromised. Why we still want to participate? That's the same thing as black people as a whole. We still participate in the system that has oppressed us for whatever, but that's a different story.
I want to connect this a little bit
as
to
a
what
voter,
Nick was saying, but go ahead, finish what you're saying.
I'm saying as a voter, we are still participating in a system that is corrupt, compromised, and all these other types of things. But yet we want to create another party about it. what we create is not going to be a party to fit in a system that isn't working. Is what I'm saying. That's what I'm trying to say.
What can you expect from politicians who are allowed to trade stocks while they're in office?
Exactly.
That should be illegal.
That should that shouldn't even be a question.
It shouldn't just be
That shouldn't
illegal
be a
for
question.
them. It should be illegal for like all of their immediate family. Like that shouldn't even be.
In my job, I have to
It should
take an
be. It should be.
ethics.
Yeah.
I have to take an ethics test in my position at my job every year to keep my job. And they say and stipulate certain things like that. Why isn't it upheld in the most important parts of all our lives as American citizens in our government? Like, why isn't that consideration taken into account in their positions? How you gonna play for both teams? That's like the Bushes selling weapons for both sides of the war.
But I just wanted to bring that back to what Nick was saying about revolutionary adventurism, because I think I'm glad that Cookies is bringing up this question here, because it's about like keeping a conversation on something like try to keep it on like the revolutionary kind of conversation.
What can I?
But I'm
Can I?
saying the idea about Nick was saying to not fall to the trap of revolutionary adventurism. He's still advocating for a party, but he's trying to advocate for an explicitly Marxist party. This is where I felt he was confused in what he was kind of not consistent about what he was advocating for as far as supporting the ACP, like with having them on his podcast and stuff, but then still also supporting the Green Party and Kashama Sawant and whatnot. So he's kind of shopping around for which is the right party, and he's maybe come down to his decision that the ACP is the one. But what the point is that we need to understand that if we are gonna do the Marxist-Leninist vanguard thing, that they are advocating for a party that's not designed to win at the electoral rigged game, but they still think that we need to use the party for organizing. And what everyone else is kind of coming to a conclusion at, what sounds like could be that revolutionary adventurism is we're looking for a way out that has nothing to do with political parties, and yet we're not really organizing. What are we organizing with if we're not going to use the party as the organ of organization?
So may I interject on this part because Bad Cookies had a follow up. I was hoping he'd come up and but we could talk about it ourselves. So hold on.
Well, both click there. Go
Stop
ahead.
touching it. Stop touching it. Okay. It says good. Good. I agree. Black Life. Third parties are just as much a waste of time as a duopoly. I was just double checking to see if you were one of the voting third party is the only way type of person. So I'd like for us to kind of talk about that a little bit because I want to know some alternatives to voting third party. How everyone on the panel feels about that. Because
can I give a little
yeah,
input
because
on it?
he spoke out to you, so of course you could start first.
Okay, before I say that, I'm like, when we talking about parties and things like that, right? We talking about people who represent a larger group of people, right? The Republican, the name represents a large group of people, right? And so does Democrat. I'm saying, like, even within those groups, there's a lot of fractions, as we can see on both sides. But one thing that we can't disagree on is that everybody need a voice. Everybody need a position in our government to have a voice. And I'm saying, like, if we are thinking innovatively, if we are innovators of the world we live in, then we are in a perfect position to be able to reflect on 50 years is a long time to have information. Would you agree or disagree?
50
years is a long time to have information. I would agree that is
that is a long time to accumulate information to be able to make decisions on future endeavors, right?
Mm-hmm. Might be too long.
It might be too long. I love the way you're saying that, dude, but I'm kind of offended. But I'll tell you about that on the side note. But my thing is that we've seen how we have enough evidence and data to see how both parties respond and react to the needs and wants and essentials of their people that they represent, right? We all see that. It's like we don't need any additional proof beyond this point right now, is what I'm saying.
Mhm.
Unless you were born in the last 5 years and you got a leadership position, which now it's more evident than ever that people younger can get leadership positions without the reference of experience or background. They can just surely get it based off, intellectual knowledge or certain
Mhm.
uh, uh, academic achievements. It's not necessarily lived experiences, right? We
Right.
can see that people can plateau to leadership positions without the reference of actual life. We see that now, right?
Right. It's called the reverse DEI hires.
Yeah, but I'm trying to say we could all agree, like we could all agree on certain
Or
things.
failing
Like if certain,
upwards.
huh?
Failing
I'm sorry.
upwards. Sorry.
Failing
Yeah,
upwards. Failing upwards. Yeah, I like that. I like that.
yeah,
Upwards,
but
but
people
we're
And
also
still.
look,
accelerating the
wait,
decline
and
quickly.
Black Life, I'm gonna let you finish your statement. I just want next because I want to address something that Michael Pan said in the chat, and it's got me
I'm
it's
gonna I'm
got
gonna
me
be. I'm
twisted.
gonna
It's got me
look.
fiending. But
Look.
go
All right.
ahead, finish.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. I'm not like y'all. I don't have like the memory of my current thoughts and expressions readily on hand. If I'm talking about it and somebody say something else, I might lose all distraction and forget what the fuck I was just talking about. You know what I mean? And that is occurring right now. I forgot what my topic was. I'm
Well, you
like,
said the
like,
50
like, look.
years
You
of
wait,
chaos.
Nah, man,
hold
I
on,
don't
Black
like
Life.
that. I don't like when you're passionate, really in the mix, and you talk
Hold
about
on,
stuff. I don't
Black
know if
Life.
it's. Listen. I don't know if it's my age or if it's like something I'm partaking in that's causing me not to remember my point. But I'm
Some
Black
like,
of
come
Life.
our
on.
It happens all the time on a panel
some of our
when
thoughts are
when you're
fallen
trying to
soldiers.
give other
So,
people when you're
oh,
trying to
Yeah,
give other
yeah, yeah,
people.
yeah, yeah,
Wait,
yeah. But
hold on. Who are you saying yeah to?
no, I'm saying, yeah,
Uh,
yeah. But I lost
okay,
it.
so
So you
okay,
got the
but
floor. Is what I'm saying.
it's gonna come back because once I hit you with this, you gonna have a lot to say. So I wanna before you answer, I wanna talk to him directly if you don't mind.
I'm putting
So
it on mute
so
so I can listen.
Michael Pan, you said bad cookies. I'm not virtue signaling as progressive. However, I am a populist independent. And I thought in my head, what
Mhm.
the fuck is a populist independent?
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
wait,
Okay.
hold on, let me finish. Hold on, let me
Okay.
finish. Because a populist independent sounds like a damn centrist to me because you're trying to please everybody. So either you have demands that you are trying to get made, like the Tea Party,
Let me.
or you have demands that you're trying to get made,
Ooh.
like on the far left. Because populist independent sounds like the duopoly to me. That just sounds like a just like we just gonna wade in the middle.
let me let me say this. When I say populist and independent, I'm not speaking from a centrist perspective. Populist independent means if the Democrats are not doing this, doing that, or whatever policies they campaign on or didn't follow through, it's time to run as an independent with with a populist with a populist approach. It's about
I finally got it.
Oh,
I
like a
finally understand what he's saying.
he's saying like a class solidarity approach.
Nah, Michael wants some fucking action. That's pretty much what he
Well,
wants.
let him finish then.
yes, about yes. In other words, action. Demands because we can't
Yeah.
really depend on two political parties, anymore. So I feel like the best alternative in this moment is just being completely independent, but especially being a populist independent, no centrist independent. I'm sorry, no centrist independent, no liberal independent, no progressive independent, no conservative independent, etc.
Can I speak right quick?
Yeah.
I
Okay,
I
and then after you is It's Nahilo because he has a
Okay,
comment. Okay.
okay. Mike, I
Yeah.
apologize. I understand what you want now. I
Mm-hmm.
see it, but I might not be able to articulate it
Sure.
exactly. But my thing is, like, you want somebody that is a traditional leader to behave as a traditional leader. And it's normally in those parties, like Democrat, Republican. But they're not doing that. But you like looking for somebody that will identify with those olds and those news, the new policies, and still show that leadership of action oriented, confident kind of person, right? Like I feel like I sort of feel where you're coming from,
Mm-hmm.
but guess what? In my mind is it's a reframe of everything, Michael. Like you don't think about you're not trying to fit what the old is.
Right.
There's no more
Exactly.
old. There's no more old though. That's the thing. Even somebody at my age will realize that it's not that's if we want to talk about a current now and a current, state of mind and the state of the union, it is not in our old reference of thinking. We have
Right.
such more advancements to think about how representation should look, to think about how everything should look, and it's nothing like it looks now. Like there
Right.
should be no two parties in a multi diverse society. You
Mm-hmm.
shouldn't have a two party system in a multi diverse society. But I'm saying it's not like it's unheard of in our society. They got movies that show you, like The Matrix, that show
Mm-hmm.
you how having representation from a panel is different as opposed to two parties. Like there's several fucking examples of what should be, but we are so subjective and I'm sorry, susceptible to a current state of mind fitting that old familiar,
Right.
good, comfortable feeling that we're not willing to fight what the change got to be.
Let me
The
say right.
change got to be something totally different.
Different, right? And this and Black Light. This is where I come in with my artistic talent because I'm very creative and artistic. I got, yes, I was awarded #1 for first prize.
I love to learn more about you, man.
Yes, so that's why I think outside the box. I'm very creative, artistic because I do a lot of. When I was very young, I did a lot of drawing. So I guess doing a lot of drawing helped me to be creative as a kid growing up. Not too many people have those artistic talents that I had then that I have now because I'm getting tired of like
Y'all sound
tradition.
a lot like.
Right.
I know who it sounds like, but I ain't want to say nothing.
Right.
It's
That's
it
why.
sound like me. You know what I
Right.
Yes,
mean? But
exactly.
And let me say this: even people who are like very intelligent cannot really think outside the box or be as artistic as I am, even though the solution is out there. Because intelligent people are always going to be very cautious and reserved about pursuing this solution or other solutions. For me, it's like I'm not going to wait any longer. And my patience for standing 10 toes down for Democrats has run very thin, especially with the Becky Democrats, because I don't have time or patience to wait for
Here we go with the
slow
Beckies.
progress. And so my
Michael, Mike,
Michael.
Michael,
Can I
yeah,
let me tell
respond
you
now?
something. I went from at the beginning of this night when I first
uh-huh,
popped on to being mad at you about being a fanboy to Trump to
mm-hmm,
now I'm so fucking intrigued by you. I need to meet you. I want to know about you because it seems like we have a lot of common thinking,
we do.
but at the same time we have the common thinking.
Uh-huh.
It seems to me that you're susceptible to some fucking tricks that I'm never gonna do again.
I'm not I
You
would
might be a
say
little older down the path, kind of thing.
All I'm trying to say is some things that
I just
you
see
say
Cookies going to bed here. I
I
just want
might
to
have
say good night.
felt. Look, some things
Hold
that you
on, hold
say,
on.
I'm sorry, I wasn't finished.
Yeah, I know. Just Cookies trying to say good night. So I'm just
good
saying,
night, Cookie saying
thanks
good night.
for watching. Have a good night, Cookies.
Good night, Cookies.
I'm an acquired taste, Michael. I'm sorry.
That's okay. But go
I'm
ahead,
saying
Black Life.
I'm saying some of the things that you're saying,
Mm-hmm.
I feel what you're saying, but it also requires being experienced in certain things in real life as what formulates these opinions. And I'm saying if you've seen certain, like, I don't know if you've ever been given a good serving of racism. I have, and I've seen some things, and I've tried with my heart to be like you and to think like certain things that I hear you saying. I tried some things, And
Right.
it didn't pan out because certain people are set in stone with certain beliefs, certain attitudes and character that supersedes my heart.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? And that's where my
So
stuff come
I
from.
guess it's I
Go ahead,
appreciate
Michael.
how you I guess it's I appreciate how you just demonstrated how much you kind of see some value in his approach there. I just kind of I'm a little bit on Cookie's side here with getting back to the words of populist and independent. I think being engaged in the trying to describe yourself as an independent after all this long conversation we just had about how broken the electoral politics system is. We're supposed to be kind of finding a way to think outside the box, meaning not inside electoral politics anymore. And you found a way to still be inside the box while you're thinking that you think outside the box. And the thing about the populist part of your independent identity politics here
Mm-hmm.
would be if you're really realistic about being a populist, then you're going to recognize how it's not really a viable strategy because not enough people are going to support the populist call for the support of independence because of the way that the electoral politics system works. The populist movement will invariably kind of gravitate more towards trying to do that strategic vote within that red versus blue kind of nonsense. So as
Right.
much as you're going to try and say, hey, let's do the independent thing, just like we're trying to say, hey, vote for Green Party, vote for Libertarian, whatever.
Right.
It falls on deaf ears. It doesn't work, whatever, because the populist message has to be a way that captures the independent thing it's not ever really worked. It doesn't seem like it's ever going to work, wherever as far as game theory is concerned. People aren't really going to find that as the winning strategy.
Right. And I'm gonna kind of have to offer rebuttal. I mean, with some agreements and some disagreements.
Yeah, go ahead.
The populist independence is a great it's a great thing. However, it's not working effectively. It's not working effectively. It's because both parties don't want it to happen, especially with Democrats. I can tell you for sure, Democrats get very hostile, upset if a lot of people leave the Democratic Party and go straight to or become populist independents or join third parties because I'm a firm believer of like, look, I'm tired of following tradition, sticking with tradition. When I know tradition doesn't work in this new age, it's time to buck it. The premise that majority of Americans don't want to leave the two political party duopoly in higher numbers or in massive numbers, let me say, compared to like other countries, there are multiple parties. So it's easy for people to join multiple parties outside outside the two party duopoly. But what I'm saying is America, we lack that creativity, vision, right? To move forward because I'm a goal oriented person. When I say I'm going to do it, I'm going to do it. I don't care if people are going to yell at me, oppose me. I'm still going to accomplish what I need to accomplish. And this is what's lagging in America. We lack is the simple goal of staying focused.
You
And
know what, Mike, I take offense a little bit to that because you could be goal oriented, right?
Mhm.
That still could be a worker bee. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right, but
eh,
what
listen,
I'm saying is that let me finish. What I'm saying is that we tried so. I'm looking back at in the last 50 plus years, we have not really accomplished that much because it's always like I said, priorities have always changed historical America. No matter what era we're in, what decade we're in, it is always going to remain the same. And progress in America, unfortunately, is not linear, and that's why it gets me very frustrated, and angry. Because let me say this: other leaders in other countries don't take this kind of shenanigan at all, or take this kind of BS. If they say they're gonna do it, they're gonna do it, regardless of opposition or support. But what I'm saying,
who who did you say do that?
what I'm let me say, I'm saying generally speaking, I'm looking at other like advanced countries, how they're able to achieve, you know, outcomes when it comes to like whether it's healthcare, education, or other policies, right? Because in America, we have our values are very deep politically, based on our emotions, cultures, language, um, geographical location. So when you have a lot of diverse um, thinking, it's very hard to get something done. So the only thing what I've noticed that the only way to accomplish to get policies implemented in America is through incremental changes, unfortunately. And then we come
No, oh no. Hold on.
Uh-oh, incrementalism. Dum dum dum.
No, not the ratchet effect. You're trying to put the ratchet effect on us? No. We reject that premise.
right. I'm just saying
That's
from
not who we are.
I know,
That's
but I'm
not what we
saying
want to
like
do.
but right.
Death
I'm
from
just
nowhere is
saying
what I
like
call
in
it.
history. I'm saying historically speaking, when we try to achieve
Okay.
things in America, right? Going back to let me say for example in the 1940s when Harry Truman tried to propose national health insurance, his proposal got vetoed by not only just by Congress but various institutions. So we've been doing that in the last 80 plus years, and we're still in the same predicament. And so I don't have a lot of faith that anything's going to get done in America, especially when it comes to like bold solutions. Because in this
But you
country,
have a faith in independent populism now?
right?
So,
And I'm a firm
hmm.
believer of God. I'm a firm believer of being a populist independent. It's something I came up with my own and doing a lot of deep thinking, right? And comparing,
So are you so is that like a Fred Hampton society where um that people are individuals within their groups, but they're populist in what they want to achieve?
I would say,
I'm just trying to understand.
right, okay. So let me say this from my perspective. I know others are going to have different opinions about it, which is fine. My perspective on being a populist independent means yes, everybody wants their basic needs to be addressed, which is no problem. However, people are going to have unique needs at the same time. In other words, universality plus equity. And that's how I frame it. I know others are going to have a different opinions about it. And it's like I'll give you an example I'll give you a concrete example. Let's say you're at a baseball game, right? You have a person who's able-bodied. The second person is is um is on a wheelchair, right? The problem is that so the person who is able-bodied has no problem going to entering the stadium. However, the person on the wheelchair or on the scooter can't get in the stadium because the stadium's facility entrance is not accessible. So when it's not accessible, that means it's not equitable. So in other words, equality cannot happen without equity. I hope it makes sense. So I hope you guys understand what I'm trying to say. If not, I'm happy to clarify.
I understand what equity means
Right,
completely and exactly, but um, certain things don't have equity as the forefront of priorities,
right.
and
And this is
that's
what
evident. That's evident in what is actually current right now as a representative of our state. If they talk about a real state of the union,
mm-hmm.
the state of the union is not looked at through an equitable lens. You know what
Right,
I'm
it's
saying?
not. Oh, I understood. Oh, I get it.
The
Right,
leaders don't make decisions through an equitable lens. They don't think like that. They
right.
think about
No,
what it
I
is
agree.
to do what they need to do to pass whatever their agenda is. And I'm saying, as more people who can realize that, and stop supporting systems that promote a voiceless voice, because that's what pisses me off about somebody trying to dictate what I do with my vote,
Right.
just because I'm a black or just because I'm a certain category, right?
Mhm.
Don't put me in a box and think that's an automatic vote or win for you. You
Right.
know what I'm saying? If we talking about and then try to manipulate people based off historical things and stuff like that. If my voice is legitimately my power, then
Mm-hmm.
why do you want me to use it frivolously? Like, why do I have to support and vote for someone who doesn't represent my interest, my
Right.
beliefs, just because it represents a particular party? You know what I mean? Like, until voting is not looked at like that, then that's what I'm saying. How I feel about it. I'm like,
Right.
if voting is your power and people died for it,
Mm-hmm.
for you to be able to have that ability to express what is important to you, your family, your life, your community, if you can't express that without populist views, because see, when we're talking about populist, it's like this, man. Like, what does my question to you and
Mm-hmm.
Abby and Mike, the other Michael, is what does populist mean to you? I want to make sure we are seeing it and understanding it at the same level and understanding, because what populist means to me, it
Right.
it feels like it's different than what it means to y'all. So that
Yeah,
was my
I was
question to the
gonna say
panel.
I feel
it
like it
sounds
means class solidarity.
I would like y'all each to take your time and explain what the populist vote or populist opinion means to you each.
Okay, so where should we start?
Do you want me to
Well,
go first,
Well,
or you?
my
I was just
okay,
gonna say that Michael Pan's populist independent sounds to me more like libertarian socialism, but that would kind of
that
the
wasn't the
next
question,
question
Michael.
begs
Stop,
the
stop,
next
stop,
question.
stop.
I
I
know, so
want
I'm
to ask
saying
you individually your own.
she she
defining
she
to me
asked she's
of
asking what
populism.
does it mean to you? To
Wait,
you.
what?
Individually,
So
I don't mean what you
popular
think somebody
policy
else
as
believes.
far as what the people actually want, the majority opinion today, whatever, what is it that people want? And so if that's not pro-socialist, then we should go with what people want. If they are not socialist, whatever, we should support the will of the people, which is still kind of a socialist thing. But if they are socialist, then the populist thing to do is to support socialism.
Well,
And so,
you know what's interesting about that, Michael? I'm sorry.
no, I'm done. Go ahead.
In America, the populist opinion, this is why the electoral college and the Senate doesn't work for us, because the populist opinion, the is a more leftist opinion, but the way the system is set up, like land doesn't vote, like there, but there are states in this land that have like a equal equal voting rights based on the Senate and based on the electoral college.
Right. So that's one way the
So
electoral system is rigged against populism almost, right?
exactly.
Yep.
Exactly.
Exactly.
All of us agree. But what I'm trying to say is, like, that shouldn't supersede the people that we actually elect. Like, how to me, noticing the trend, and I could say, like y'all said, 50 years is a long time to have data. How can you say the populist vote is not what America wants when it is ignored in our elections overall?
Um. Well. Well. In our elections, most people don't vote anyway. So, like, all us is a farce anyway, because they've like
The popular opinion is to
disenfranchised
not vote. That's the point.
disenfranchised most of the people who really should be voting, but they just so sick
So
of
what you're
it that
saying
they
is
don't even
rigged, is
care.
corrupt, is a bad system.
Yes,
It's a misrepresentation of the actual constituents. That's what you're trying to say, right?
right.
So I'm
I'm gonna
saying,
change the subject in about 10 to 15 minutes, because
Okay. So very quick, like I said, for me, populism. I like I said when like earlier when I defined populism. Yes, everybody has the same basic needs, but at the same time, they also have equitable needs that equality cannot address alone, right? And just like when I used to volunteer for the Green Party is more equitable than Democrats are in certain respectives, right? Like for example, the Green Party is equitable on LGBTQ, women's rights, immigration, Medicare for all, plus a concentration in rural communities, reparations, etc. Whereas the Democrats, they're just very vague and broad, but they don't have equitable mechanisms to be put in place.
Right,
And
but the Democrats or the Democratic Party and the Republicans, they use populism too, as far as like
they,
when they're
oh, I
talking
mean,
about
yeah, when
abortion
I say
issues or whatever,
they
like
use
that's them
populism, let me
using
say this.
populism to influence people, right? So,
They use populism when they run campaigns, but once they get into office, they govern in the middle. You can have like a populist candidate or progressive candidate run run centrist campaigns, but they still run on populist or progressive campaigns. Progressive or populist platforms. It's just how they message and do things differently from centrist Democrats.
well, but there's a difference between running and doing things differently, because when
Right, that's true.
like talking about the working class trying to get the union vote, whatever, that's him using populist messaging, and then when he betrays them with all the tariffs and everything, that's him betraying populism.
Right, but I'm just saying, like I said, it's how people run their campaigns, whether they're populist or centrist. But yeah, so centrists like I said, centrists. Some 9 out of 10 times they're gonna run on centrist platforms and run and using centrist talking points. But once they get into office, if they run, sometimes they're gonna use. Sometimes they're going to sift to populism once they get into office. And sometimes populist candidates run on populist platforms and then they run as centrists, depending on once they get elected to office, depending on the political environment they're operating in. So it's really a question of like how people. It's really a question how candidates message their campaigns and how they run on them at the same time.
Right. Well, I think populist campaigners should only revert to a centrist platform if the popular consensus is that centrism is what the people want. Because it could be whatever, like left, right, or center, depending on where the people are at. But Truth Zone, what's up?
Truth Zone is here. Hey, Truth Zone.
Hey, Truth Zone. Hey.
Yo, Mike, can you hear me? Mic check.
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
What's up, Abby Doo? What's up, Abby Doo? What's up, Nostrum? Whatever your name is. What's up with y'all? What's up? What's up with everybody on the panel?
So before you even start, I want to give you your props. Truth Zone is the reason why we had this open discussion on Tuesdays in the first goddamn place. I got the idea from him.
A bit after his style.
Off of his platform, Truth Zone 8. So yeah. So thank you, Truth Zone.
The socialist version of Truth Zone. Truth Zone.
I sparked the brain. I'm not the reason why y'all do it. I sparked the brain.
Yeah.
I laid the foundation down. Y'all just built the house.
Oh, thank you, Truth Zone.
Yeah, for sure. Well, what's the topic?
Well, right now, we were trying to change the topic. So you want to change it right now? You could do it right now.
No, y'all good. No, I'm not gonna be here long. I'm here for a good time, not a long time.
All right. Then maybe you want to have a response. Have you been listening at all to what Michael Pan has been saying about populism? We've been kind of critiquing his stance about he's calling himself a populist independent. We're saying, well, what is that? Is that really something or nothing, or what? What do you think about
populist independent? I've never heard of it. Heard of that? To be honest with you,
I never heard of that shit either.
No, is it in the political realm though?
Yeah,
it is. Just like there are like conservative independence and centrist independence, liberal independence, and so on.
You know,
I really don't indulge in politics, so I really don't have a dog in this fight. I don't indulge in politics. Is worthless.
Can I change it for 1 second then, True Zone? So True Zone's channel, I mean, they just talk about all kind of stuff. But when y'all really get real about a conversation, you talk about indigenous Black Americans to this land and stuff like that. Do you want to speak on that at all?
No, not really. I mean, we can. I mean, I don't really have much to say about that either.
I think he talks about it so much.
Okay, he just came to support.
Yeah. Black, but you know, these Black Americans have always been in America. You know, like I say all the time that the damn slave trade is a hyperbole, overly exaggerated. I'm not saying that it didn't take place, but it was overly exaggerated.
It was
You know,
overly just like the Holocaust was overly exaggerated.
right.
And anybody can say what they want to say about me, but I'm standing on my square when I say that.
What do you guys? What do these guys think about that? Black people always been in America. These other three guys. Not sure. I ain't asking you, Nostrum. I'm asking Black Life, Lance, and Michael.
Yeah, tell me more.
I don't think Black Life in her car yet, but she.
You should tell you more about it. I ain't telling you. Listen here, Jack.
Michael Pan.
You know what?
What you think?
That's why I was about to start trolling. I was about to start trolling. I ain't telling you nothing, Lance.
Are you asking about if Black Americans have always been in America, right?
I'm not asking you. I'm telling you.
Telling you.
No, you asked what did he think about it.
What I think. You asked what I think, right? So
Yeah.
Yes, I always believe that they've always been in America, no doubt.
Yeah, I like that.
1619.
She's how long?
1619.
What about prior to that? We're saying prior to that. Prior to that.
Prior to that.
Oh, prior. Sorry, prior. I can't comment on that. But I would say that Black Americans are the foundation of things that they've created, invented, and unfortunately, credit has not been given to foundational Black Americans.
Well, I'm not a foundational Black American. I'm not a FBA. I'm not, Hotep. I'm not an Israelite. I'm not a Aboriginal. I'm not a part of none of those groups, man. I don't affiliate with none of those groups. That's just another status. So, I don't identify with none of those groups, man.
Right, but I'm saying
I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. I'm one that don't like labels or groups significantly.
I'm gonna say this one time,
but
and
I don't like
I'm gonna say this one time, and excuse my French. Fuck Black leaders, because whites ain't got nothing leading them.
Look, Malcolm X said that. Malcolm X said, he said, why the hell that they got us having entertainers, comedians, and musicians as Black leaders? Who the fuck said they was our Black leaders? They are entertainers. What
yeah,
are you
but
talking
people
about?
idolize them like they are leaders, which is a misrepresentation, which is a part of the distraction.
They tried to put that on us, like, and some of us fell for a while, like, yeah, that's our Black leaders. No, they ain't.
One famous
Hey,
person
look,
said,
somebody put it in the chat in the 1200s that he's going off historical records, saying that no Black people were here prior to the 1600s. That's going off with what they've been telling us, what they conveyed to us, with their history.
Sorry, true. Rondo said before 1492.
Yeah, correct, for sure.
Exactly. That's what we try. That's what we try to say. And so on Truth, well, I ain't gonna lie. They love to troll on Truth's platform, but when they really get into it, they go into genealogy. They go into census records. They pull up, facts and information.
Right.
So it's really interesting to be a part of it and to learn from them when they ain't trolling, because most times they trolling and talking shit. But
It's some knowledgeable people. I was gonna say it's some knowledgeable men and women over there.
Sure,
but you know what you're gonna get when you come over there. You know I'm gonna troll. I really came over here to do that, but I ain't gonna do it right now because you're having a good conversation. So I ain't gonna do all that right now.
Well, I appreciate you pulling up Truth Zone.
I'm standing a little bit longer here, Abby. Dude, don't try to rush me off.
No. I just want
I'm
everybody
gonna
to know that he's been super supportive of me and
Go
my
ahead,
channel
Black Life.
since
I was about to interject and say.
Hold on, I was
Hold on,
talking.
wait. Sorry.
Shut your mouth, boy. Shut up.
I was talking. I wanted to.
That's a mute your mic, matter of fact. Mute your goddamn mic. Don't say nothing else.
I wanted to say to Truth Zone. So I'm saying it on my panel so everybody knows that like I really appreciate like going on finding his channel. Even though they be talking shit and doing all this stuff, I learned a lot. I continue to learn a lot. And it's fun because they bad as hell over there. I mean bad.
Very loud too.
How you know that, Lance?
I've dropped in a few times.
And he's like, too many. So you say, oh, too many black people here, man. Oh, God damn it. Let me get out of here, Charlie. Oh, wow. Oh,
All I
holy gigabytes.
Don't do that to Lance. Don't you dare.
I'm doing it. I've done it.
Lance, he just fucking with you.
Lance jumped in. Lance dropped in. Oh, holy gigabytes. Betty, too many, those black people have gone, they've gone insane. Holy gigabytes, Becky. You Phil Collins looking ass.
No, we say he looked like Robert Redford.
Yeah, you like Robin Williams. Get your Robin Williams looking ass on. You know what? Check this out. I'm
So
done. I'm muting up now.
Here's the
Nah,
thing.
look,
you
truth.
can't really hear Lance because of his because of his
different.
You can't hear his mic. So let Lance speak. All right, Lance, you got the floor.
Oh, what are we talking about?
Oh shit, Lance.
This motherfucker old as dirt. Man, get your old dementia having ass on off the
I
panel. You
think
can't hear what he's saying.
you were asking his opinion about.
I ain't asked Robert. I ain't asked this gravy.
Wanted to know what the.
I
his
didn't
opinion
ask this.
about the
I didn't
native
ask
black
this Colonel Sanders looking motherfucker nothing.
I asked everyone on the panel about what they thought about the native black theory about blacks being native to North America. They've always been
I
here.
didn't ask this Colonel Sanders looking motherfucker nothing.
Now we asking him, so let him speak.
I don't take offense at any of it. I just have to say that all you young people look the same to me.
Oh. And what we look like, Lance?
A nigga look like a nigga that's gonna fuck your wife. Now I'm out of here though. Salute to you, but don't go. I'm out.
You know, I consider that if you find me a wife first.
True,
You didn't
that's
stick around
that's
for
true,
your
Zone.
as a little. You can be a little bit low blow, a little bit disingenuous. Well, a little more than a little bit.
You know,
That's
this
where
he comes to troll and to have fun and make jokes and like just like Nick, if I'm on his show and they're making jokes and I take offense and stuff and I express it, they will pull back and stop. You know what I'm saying? If somebody cares about you, they'll stop. Now, if they don't stop, then I go off. And I have been known to go off from time to time on Truth on the channel, but
Guess what? Here's a Texas Senate race update. New poll shows Jasmine Crocker could beat James Tallarico in the Democratic primary race. So this might be a toss-up. It might be like too close to call it a victory.
Interesting.
Yeah, because I think in where Jasmine Crocker in Texas as a whole, there are more white Republicans than there are white Democrats.
Are either of them on the Epstein list?
So for James Tallarico, there's been rumors that James Tallarico might have ties to the Epstein case files, or that he might be part of the Epstein case files.
Okay.
Funny how we got rumors when we got files at the same time. It's just
Right.
a matter of or what.
Right. So like I said, the game could change, the outcome could change anytime. And I know Jasmine Crockett is getting so excited and she's pretty confident that this is going to be a close race. But eventually, either candidates, James Tallarico or Jasmine Crockett, is going to have to concede. And
Michael, I love what you just said. Not you, Mr. Michael P. Michael, the other Michael. Nahilio. Nahilio, what'd you say? Say it again for me in the back row.
I'm not sure what exactly.
What was your last comment? That was like fire.
I don't know. I said it and let it go.
It was on point. I was messing with so many buttons because I'm trying to communicate outside of home. I was like, yeah, Michael, and then I couldn't get to you.
Damn. Sorry. it's funny that happens to me sometimes. Whatever. I was
Yeah,
just
man, you was
focusing,
like for real.
focused on something else, and then.
So that's
You're
really
listening
interesting,
back.
Michael. Oh,
Uh-huh.
sorry, Mike.
Sorry.
Sorry,
No,
Michael.
my bad. Go ahead.
Go ahead,
I
Sal.
just thought that was really interesting. I should say because I've seen some people like talking about I wanted to vote for Jasmine Crockett, but we really need to win, so I voted for what's his name, James something.
James
Anyway,
Tellerico. James Tellerico.
Tallarico. And that's really offensive. It's not that hard to know to say his name. I don't know why I keep doing that.
Right.
So I apologize. James Tallarico. And I actually, like listening to him, but I don't trust him. But I like
Right.
listening to him. Hi, Wolfie. Wolfie's in the house.
Yeah.
Wolfie.
Yeah,
Oh, I
so
remember
anyways,
now. By the way, sorry. It
yeah.
was
Anyways, I
just
did
saying
research.
real quick for Black Life. She
Yeah.
asked him what I just said, whatever it was about. It's funny about we have rumors about somebody being, but we also have the Epstein files, so it's just a matter of time. So yeah.
No, we're never going to get the Epstein.
Yeah, like evidence and proof and facts are not important. You know what I
Right.
mean? Like you have all the shit you need to do every kind of damage you need to do, but you ain't acting on it. I don't get that with America.
Right. Anyway,
So Lance, were you lurking the whole time back there? Lurking and listening the whole time? Or did you leave and go do something and come back?
Who?
You.
No, I've been here.
Listen.
Oh, you've been here the whole time. Oh, okay.
But anyways, yeah, I did research on Jasmine Crockett's policy persistent. Guess what, Abby and others? Jasmine Crockett at the last minute decided to post a policy statement, but not offering concrete plans how she's going to implement and said, I co-sponsored Bernie Sanders, I'm sorry, I co-sponsored Jayapal's Medical Vote Act. I did this, I did that in Congress. Whereas James Tellerico said, I cut the number of I cut the cost of prescription drugs by X percentage or X this or by X by X number or amount. And I think Jasmine Crockett, she knew obviously saying I think she's saying this because she knows that she can't really say a lot without offering or perceive that she did something in Congress, but really didn't do anything, given the fact that her party is not in control of Congress. So she has to pretend that she did try her best to introduce policies. And it's very vague, too, on her website. No reparations, but she did talk about we need to stop ICE, we need immigration reform, we need to make higher education, vocational training affordable. So it's just really policy statements, but not really offering concrete plans. Whereas James Tellerico, he mentioned what he did in Texas and he has receipts and talks about how he's going to make things better through his concrete policies, which I know is the differences between James Tellerico and Jasmine Crockett.
Like I said, Michael Pan, I think they're doing that on purpose so they can make a racial issue out of it.
Right.
To say, see, you wouldn't vote for the black woman again when what she's doing is not really conducive of wanting the majority in Texas to actually vote for her.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just my quick opinion. And I'm going to pivot for a second. And
seems to have died. This conversation.
Hold on, let me finish. I'm going to pivot for a second and juxtapose it to this, which is TMZ shit. So at the BAFTA, the British American whatever, when that guy with Tourette's like screamed out, the N-word or whatever. Okay, and then so it was like pitting black people against the disabled community.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you find out, because they're like, oh, well, he has Tourette's. There's nothing, some people with Tourette's do this and that and that. And then when you find out that it was pre-recorded and somebody had screamed out "Free Palestine," they were able to mute that But they didn't mute that. They didn't mute the part where he screamed out the N-word. Somebody did that on purpose.
I'm anxious to hear the response of the panel to that.
Yeah, do you have the do you have the video, Abby, that we can see?
I really don't want to.
I mean, you can look it up.
Okay.
It's all across social
I
media.
think I've seen it. You know what? I think I've seen it before.
The point that she's making is if they had the option to edit it out, free Palestine,
and they could have muted.
And they could have
muted
muted out
that too.
Right.
But they didn't.
Why didn't they?
On
Why
purpose.
didn't they choose
purpose?
Well, we talked about this earlier.
But then go and apologize.
The identity politics of the liberals. They're looking to pit different groups against each other. They're not looking to genuinely represent these identities.
But that's not
when you
just
talk about
liberals.
leaving the class analysis out, the fatal flaw of that would be falling into the hands of the strategy, what these people want to accomplish, which is to get us to viciously infight over these identity politics instead of actually do anything for our class.
But
See,
that's
what
not
causes the
just
argument.
liberals, though. That's not just liberals.
Not just liberals. You're right.
It's
right.
both parties.
So that's where I might be. You're right. I was wrong to say liberal identity politics because it tends to be liberals that play it more, but the conservatives do their fair part. So
how about the actual black people that is affecting?
Isn't it an example of a corrupt media? Is that not what the real issue is?
That is an example of corrupt media, because the corrupt media go hand in hand with the corrupt government.
Yeah, because they could have chose not to show it or share it.
I mean, they could have chose to just mute that part.
Exactly.
Do you remember Marshall McLuhan? He was a University of Toronto professor in media studies, I believe. And he actually made it. There was I can't remember the name of the film, but a Woody Allen film where he's standing around and he's thinking, I wonder what Marshall McLuhan would say right now. And Marshall McLuhan walks onto the set and starts talking to Woody Allen. So Marshall McLuhan's most famous statement was, the medium is the message. And I mean, we could debate that all night, but I've come to understand it that the media is mind control.
So here's a question. Is the media corrupt because they are for sale, or are they corrupt because they are racist?
No,
or which is more important?
No, because they're part of the gang. You know, it's a big
exactly, Lance.
And we're not in it. So the people who run media are the same people who run government, the same people that run large corporations. They're all connected through marriage, through deep.
There you go, Lance.
People who run it, but the people who are the mouthpieces in the media are the ones being bought as far as who's being corrupted.
Okay, well, okay. So let's take that apart for a second.
Corrupt is not honest. Like just simply.
Well, if we could take that apart for a second, Lance. There are certain people in the media that parents were in the CIA or who are a part of the bloodline. Anderson Cooper, Tucker Carlson, what's Alan Greenspan's wife? I forget her name.
Mika Brzezinski. She was the daughter of Zbigniew Brzezinski.
Yes. You see what I'm saying? So a lot of them are part of the bloodline, and the other ones that aren't were poked out of prosperity. Is that the word? Like Van Jones. Van Jones used to be a black activist. Prosperity. Thank you. He used to be obscurity. He used to be a black activist. He speaks well. Yada yada. They plucked him out of obscurity and molded him into what he is today. There are some in the media that come straight from the bloodline, straight from the CIA, straight from the FBI, and then there are others who get groomed into their part to play for the media, and it's all designed to propagandize us.
So, in addition to enormous wealth and familial ties and just centuries of power, they also are bound by religion. And their religion is pretty clear. And I think even after the files, it should be abundantly clear that it's
Synagogue of Satan.
Luciferianism. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right, but the kind of begs the question a little bit about the profession of journalism. Is it a working class profession? Are they part of the working class? Because when we're talking about journalists, we're thinking about the mainstream corporate journalists, and we're specifically going to the popular or the most well-known, like Tucker Carlson's and Anna Kasparian's. But there's a whole range of a spectrum of journalism, and I'd argue there's a lot of professions like this, like the lawyers and the doctors. Some of them are fairly working class. A lot of them are pretty bourgeois, if not petty, right?
Everybody has a price, Michael. Everybody has a price. Some people will not sell their soul for the price, but a lot of people will. There was just a judge who got he had like over 200 and something pictures of child SA videos and all kind of stuff. Now this is the same kind of judge that well, I'm gonna back up. When we look at the files and we say, wait a minute, it's not just them. They had help. They had judges. They had lawyers. They had social workers. They had CPS workers. They had like boots on the ground snatching kids. They had foster care parents. Everybody has a price.
Well, what does Anderson Cooper, for example, what does he do for a living? This is the way I would describe it. He comes into CNN headquarters. He goes for hair and makeup. He comes out and he reads a teleprompter for 22 minutes out of a half an hour. He's an actor.
And he listens to the thing in his ear when they tell him, "Oh, okay, direct it this way."
Exactly.
No, we don't want to be talking about that. Cut that shit off right now.
That's propaganda.
You know what I mean?
You know, and so there's like a category error there that's made acceptable because it's just been such a long-standing fallacy. Because that's not journalism. What Anderson Cooper does, that's just propaganda.
Right, Rondo. He's a Vanderbilt. Yes.
Corporate propaganda.
That's all we've ever had.
Yeah.
By the way, I would argue there was a time before there. It's been a long history. It was a long time ago. I'll give you like there was the monopoly of the big six or whatever controlling media. But there, way back in the day, if you go back to like before the fucking Great Depression, there was a journalism industry that was even then was like being bought up already by like the Randall Hearst or whatever. But journalism, you're right. Like it's been like Karl Marx was a journalist. You know what I mean? So, but it was quickly recognized as a threat. Like the printing press needed to be controlled. You know what I mean?
Y'all want me to change the subject?
They're in an industry where they don't just report news; they create news. Like they make shit up.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like look at the Kennedy assassination. Like you didn't see reporters saying, "Well, wait a minute, there's something strange about that one bullet that did so much damage." You didn't see anybody questioning planes on 9/11.
Did you see the cat? Did you see the Lance? Did you see the Cat Williams comedy special? He said when he saw the video and he's like the driver's just riding like this, and then the driver just does this, boom, and just keeps on riding.
Yeah.
I think the most iconic for me, though, because this was one of my earliest memories that I'm sure of. You know how we have early childhood memories, and it's kind of like, well, you find out, 20 years later from a friend or a parent that, no, it didn't happen like that at all. But the 1969 moon landing, and I can still bring up that image in my head, and it's looking to Neil Armstrong's left as he's descending backwards out of the lunar capsule onto the surface of the moon, when he says one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Like that had a profound impact on me. So I've still got that image, that still him coming down the stairs. And I went on the internet not that long ago, and I looked at it again, And the first question that came to my mind that time was, well, who took the picture of him coming down?
Who took the picture? Yes.
And then there's all sorts of things. Like I was talking to somebody, I was walking in an office building today with somebody, and they were telling me, it's a new place. I said, nice place. And they said, this hallway looks like the hallway from The Shining. And so that reminded me of the scene in The Shining. I think his name is Danny, the little boy. He's playing on the carpet in the hallway with some toys. And the patterning on the carpet are these long streaks with like a hexagon at the end that looks like a launch pad. And he's in the center of the launch pad playing with some toys. And then he looks up and he stands up. And as he stands up, his sweater has a picture of a rocket on it, and it says Apollo 11. So this is one of the many, and there are hundreds of little tidbits like that leads to the conclusion that Stanley Kubrick filmed at least the 69 moon landing, and he did it. I believe I think it was a studio in Tottenham, England. Is what I've come to understand.
Well, you know that all those people, not just the people who, here we go, conspiracy theorists, not just the people who were on the Charger, who reemerge as professors at colleges and stuff, but also the people who are on the planes, the 9/11 planes, like somehow they reemerge as another person in the CIA operation all over the country. So, I mean, wasn't the president of Syria right now, didn't he have like a $50 million bounty on his head at one point? And now all of a sudden he's in the White House shaking hands with Trump?
It's all an illusion, Heavy. It's all an illusion.
Trump just pardoned one of the biggest drug.
Yep. He's pardoned dozens of not just financial criminals, but kitty diddlers as well.
Michael Penn, he out of here. Michael, I don't know. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is about that. How you look right there, but that's kind of cute. All it is like super dark, and then and Lance is the complete opposite. Lance, turn that light off behind you. It's not helping.
Sorry about that. That's my famous Tiffany lamp.
Oh, it's not helping.
It does look very.
The light always has to be in front of you or something. So I wanted to change the subject, like do something a little bit, something lighter. And then if you guys want another subject, we could do that. But does anybody know that February 28th is the a rare planetary parade that's going to happen, where all the like 6 planets align, and you can visit like an astronomer group in the city near you, and they're probably having some type of event where you could show up and look through their advanced telescopes and see the planets. That's February 28th. It's coming up.
Sounds cool.
I've seen Uranus and I've seen Saturn. It was pretty fucking cool.
I'm glad you said that.
You heard about it?
No, you said Uranus.
Oh, Uranus.
You said I've seen Uranus, and
I've seen Uranus.
What?
And it's pretty fucking cool. That's what I said afterwards.
Does StreamYard have a camera down here? What?
Don't let me find you on Grindr or OnlyFans, Lance.
Oh,
I'm not gonna tell nobody.
Well, I can't vow for OnlyFans, but Grindr.
Well,
I just wanted to say that to y'all. If you're into if you've never been able to view a planet before, it is a wonderful experience.
Unfortunately, the air pollution in this city is and the lighting, it's just you really can't see much at all here.
Well, even in New York City, we were able to do it, but you had to go to a certain place where the light pollution is mitigated. So I'm sure if you find an astronomy club in your area, they're going to already know the best place for you guys to converge, and they're going to have their telescopes already set up. Now, don't touch their telescopes. Just stand in line and look. And if you want to see again, get back in line. You can get back in line as many times as you want to. Just don't touch their expensive ass telescopes. Be respectful. And they'll show you the different planets.
Yeah, when I was in first year of university, my course, we only had 2 electives in the whole 4 years. And first year was completely open, and I managed to get into astronomy for a year. And that was so we used the observatory that they had. Pretty cool.
I've never really been to an observatory or looked at a real powerful telescope. Sounds like it would be pretty fun, but I don't know where I'd be able to do something like that around here. Maybe I could look into it.
Yeah, you just Google astronomy clubs in your area and see if they have the capabilities, or if they have. If they have the capabilities, they will have an event planned.
They might have some decent basic telescopes, but we don't have anything powerful. No observatory type stuff. Windsor's a flat kind of place, unfortunately.
Well, you never know, because it's not. You're not going to an observatory to see it. You are going to a club of people who really, really care about this stuff. You might not have it in your area, but you might, but you won't know unless you research it.
The University of Windsor might have one. They put them on top of buildings.
That's a good point. Yeah.
I just don't want anybody to miss it, because it won't come around again until 2040.
Well, this particular alignment, there's been a lot of interesting alignments lately, so I don't know if this is like one of the last ones, but in the last 5 years, wherever, I was getting interested in that before all the COVID stuff, and I got more into the politics stuff, thinking that's kind of not that it's not relevant, but it's not so impactful, important to my everyday life these days. So I've kind of put a pin in that research, but I like to do, like I've told you about the calendar research and everything. So one thing I heard about the planets was interesting was the global warming is happening not just on this planet, but on several planets. And I'd be interested to see if there's any development on that kind of research.
And there's not much of a window either. So you need to get there early, because I think the viewing is only 30 to 60 minutes tops.
That would be a good night to do the alien reveal by Donald Trump.
Yeah, there you go.
Maybe after the window closes.
Whatever happened to that 3-eye atlas? Is that thing
oh my God,
gone yet? Has it been exposed as not as a alien and unusual as people thought it was yet?
It's kind of like, the people that like Trump and the people that don't like Trump.
You either like 3-eye atlas or you don't.
Yeah, you either think it's something real, or who knows.
There might be some anomalies and stuff, but people don't really understand enough of the science stuff that they didn't go to school for to be able to know if it's bullshit or what.
They don't teach us much in school.
No.
Purposefully.
They don't teach us how to think. They train us how to obey.
I couldn't hear him. Could you?
They don't teach us how to think. They train us how to obey.
How to work. Yeah, how to obey and work.
How to memorize. Yeah.
Comply and conform. Yeah, there's a book called Weapons of Mass Destruction. It's written by John Taylor Gatto. Gatto, and he documents North American schools being based on the what was that? Prussia, the Prussian Empire education system, which was designed specifically to train soldiers. So, you know, the rows of desks, the bells, the standing in line, the rote memorization, the hands up. It's all based on the Prussian system.
100%. Yeah, that's a very underappreciated fact. You know,
Our,
like that shapes everything as far as the educational system and as to how we should respond to it as far as if it's a threat or if it's a benefit to us. And most people think, you know, at the end of the day, it's good for our kids to be in the education system, but they just don't really have much of a rebuttal to this thing about, well, but the education system is more about training soldiers than it is about teaching.
yeah. And I mean,
Well, Black Life is in the car. I wish she'd have a lot to say about this. The educator. I could chime in a little bit in her absence.
Well, it's sad because the educators are kind of shackled to the whims of capital there, where as much as we need to free the maybe create a better, a real education system, but we can't really do that because we're not the ones who get to decide what's taught. If we try to change it too much, you get fired and that kind of thing.
there's a reason for so many problems in our society that are directly linked to our lack of education, like the financial problems that so many people have.
The racism problems too, right?
Sure, or just the general lack of knowledge.
Even the socialism problems.
And just the logical fallacies. And then most people's post-secondary education is just a lifetime of television. And
Lance, I had logic in high school.
really,
I was like, what?
Wow.
Oh, that was like one of my favorite classes.
I took it too in university. It was,
some things they say are elective, I think, should be mandatory, and some things mandatory should be elective.
Sure. Like, why not teach Greek, ancient Greek and Roman and Latin, and you know, just make people into little mathematicians.
My father, he went to a Catholic boarding school, and they taught Latin in school. Now, he never graduated college because he went to work and put my mother through college and her master's, and she damn near got her PhD. But he like funded all that from working. But he was the smartest man I'd ever met. Like, there wasn't a word you could put in front of him he didn't know, because he knew Latin. So he knew how to deconstruct the word and then put it back together to tell you what it meant.
Yep.
Because he knew Latin. They don't teach Latin in school.
Because STEM's is what's important now, right? We got to make sure that they're ready to be some coder. And teaching Latin, that's a dead language. Who gives a fuck, right? It's lack of understanding.
They don't teach Latin in grade school, but they put Latin on the back of the college.
Yeah, I agree, Rondo. They should teach. So, in me growing up, the only options we had were Spanish and French. You know, the two love languages. And you were only required to do 2 years. That was your only requirement. Well, what is the goddamn point if you only doing it for 2 years, and then I could just move on to something else? That was just a waste of time, unless you're trying to actually immerse me in a language. He's saying that they should teach Arabic. You know what else they should teach? Sign language.
Really?
Yeah. Well,
really?
That
really?
The population for it to be important for, I guess, what's the percentage of deaf people that you need to communicate with?
It's not just for deaf people, though.
More important first than sign language, kind of thing, right? But
no, it's not. It's not just for deaf people, though. It is a scientific fact that you can teach your child sign language, a baby, and a baby could sign instead of crying because they don't have the language. They could sign to you what they want. if you teach them sign language from the beginning, they will start signing to you what they need and what they want, and you will cut back on a lot of that screaming and hollering because you don't know what they need and what they're asking for, and they don't know how to tell you.
Cutting back on language in general. If you stand up, the main method of communication becomes sign language, then we don't necessarily need spoken language to begin with. So I wonder, but
I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that. I'm just saying sign language is important,
arguments, right? But no, I know exactly. That's where.
And I would include, sports of all kinds. I would include music.
Yes.
I would include psychology, economics.
Yes. Yes.
Social psychology, I definitely.
Yes.
Is mandatory.
Basically, what you're trying to include is to develop a full functioning human being. Is what you're saying, Lance?
Against their will, though, as far as mandatory. That's where I think the most important thing for the education system, if we could eventually gradually make it this way, I don't think it's really easy to do it in like a fast, like there's no way you're gonna you're gonna have to do it slowly. I think voluntary education period is the only way to go. As far as real education, you need to let children choose what they want to learn. You can't tell them what they have to learn, because you teach them the most important first thing you teach them is they have no right to choose what they want to know. They have to be told what to know. And so you can't start from the very foundation, whatever, with the broken foundation, right? That's a very libertarian kind of anarchist kind of mentality, though. Most people are saying, fuck that. The damage to society would be unconscionable, because the eugenic tendency is so fucking strong to say that these kids must be molded for their own good, or everything will fall apart, whatever, as if things aren't already fucking falling apart.
What? Things falling apart?
Nothing to see here.
What are you talking about? So I think I'm going to have to wrap this up for myself.
Thank you so much, Lance, for joining us.
What are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on war in Iran this weekend?
War in Iran. I'm a little tired of this bait and switch that we're getting.
Yeah.
A lot of YouTube channels seem to have gotten a little bit trapped in for the last week or two. War with Iran tomorrow. War with Iran tomorrow. How about you just wait until it happens and stop? Like you're not, like, what I've said is speculation is not news. So
it's probably one of the most massive military buildups in history, right? And it just
and if there's no war, that's a huge fucking waste of money. That's just a massive bluff, right?
Yeah,
I think that Trump, the White House, on their official website said that they obliterated all their nuclear capabilities, obliterated it, and now all of a sudden they're building a nuclear warhead. Wait a minute, how'd you obliterate everything, and then all of a sudden now they're a threat again because they're building a nuclear warhead? I need y'all to be consistent with your propaganda and your rhetoric.
Well, one interesting,
because they expect people not to remember what the hell they're saying because of the chaos amongst us. I remember what the fuck you said.
And for those that do, it creates cognitive dissonance. But there's one other interesting thing about Iran. The BRICS nations.
Wait, Lance, one second before you say your piece, okay? We want to say bye to Sean. He said, love you all. He has to go. His kids have to get to bed, and his queen is not home. So thank you, Sean, for hanging around with us. We really appreciate you. And you have a wonderful night, okay? Sleep well, sleep positive, and wake up with a rested heart and a rested mind.
Stay the hammer, right?
Okay, Lance, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so we've been talking about the BRICS nations. The BRICS nations actually launched their currency. I think it was last month, and it apparently it's partially backed by gold. So it looks like they're going a full-out assault on the U.S. dollar. And Iran had just joined BRICS. I think there's about 14 countries in BRICS now, besides the big five.
Something like that.
And then there was the fact that Venezuela was also dealing oil in currencies other than the U.S. dollar. So it looks like part of Iran is going to be just more getting people to get back on the U.S. dollar or face the consequences. It's a bit of a show then.
Yeah, that's what it seems like for sure. I think the
What,
fact
what,
that China relies on Iran for oil, the threat about the closing of the Strait of Hormuz is interesting because it doesn't seem to be able to affect like America as much as it does their own allies. So it seems like it's kind of not as strong, like maybe more of a bluff than it's made out to be. I don't know, Abby.
my last understanding was that the United States sent two warships down there, like to get in position, and Russia, China, and I forgot the third one. It's another state. I mean, another country. Russia, China, and shit. It's one more country. I can't remember the other country. Are also sending warships down there, and it's at the Strait of. Which strait was it?
Is it India?
I couldn't
India?
hear you.
Russia,
I'm not
India,
sure.
China.
I can't remember the third one. I apologize.
And is it the
We could try to look it up, but they're all converging on this strait.
Hormuz?
Because I'm not sure.
I had it up earlier before my my entire Google went down. I had it up just in case we talked about it.
That does sound interesting because I hadn't quite heard of that. But if it's India, I'm a little suspicious as far as what side they're really on. I feel like at the end of the day, if any World War III broke out, India is going to use their navy to support the U.S. and they're just kind of playing both sides until the moment is right. But
Yeah, but I didn't say India, so we're just conjecturing at the moment.
But that's definitely highly speculative.
You could Google it though.
There's a YouTube channel called Housatonic. It's HOUSATONIC. And I don't agree with everything he says, but he's got some interesting ideas in terms of what's going on behind the scenes with India. So he'll talk, for example, about how every leader in American healthcare, FDA, CDC, NIH, is Indian born. FBI, Indian born. So many people in Trump's cabinet are Indian born, and he takes you on these wild journeys through the Indian billionaire class and how much power these guys and kind of the shenanigans they're up to. Not that different from the Chinese, really. I mean, you look at the influence of China on Canada, that's quite
So what was that channel? You said it was Houston Atonic?
Housatonic, so it's HOUS, or House A Tonic. Yeah, House of Tonic.
Okay, I'll check that out. Thank you.
Anyways, good night, y'all. Have a great one. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thank you. Look forward to having you back. Thanks for hanging out.
Keep it cool, too. Stick on the ice.
Peace.
Thank you, Liz. I'm looking for the House of Tonic.
Yeah, me too.
Find it. Damn it. Well, we have to ask him next time.
Yeah, and we can message him in the Discord or whatever and ask him about that when we got time. So
This is my only thing about the Tuesdays. It's like we get into these really deep discussions, but I'm not prepared because I didn't do the research. So I know what's being said, I know what's being talked about, but I'm like, I can't remember the name of this, I can't remember the name of that, because I'm not like co-host prepared to present anything. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I feel the same way, but I like it in a way that it gives us an opportunity to maybe do a little bit of research on the fly or get like working on that skill, and we could also, it gives us ideas as far as if we someone presents a really compelling topic, then we know what we want to look in for this Thursday or maybe a Thursday or two from now.
Mm.
I like that, how we can you change up your approach a little bit, and it actually helps your original approach be a little bit better.
Yeah. I like Tuesday. Shout out to the Tuesday panel on chat.
Yeah, thanks guys. We've had a good consistent 7 or 8 viewers for basically not quite the whole time, but for most of the time. So thank you very much for supporting us.
That's not true. We had more than that.
We had more than that.
We had more than that. That's
about average about 8. So thank you. Yeah, that's good numbers as far as I'm concerned. Maybe people would be wanting to chase a bit more clout, but I don't know what I would do with it if I caught that car. So
CBC still lurking
from the beginning. Thank you. Glad we passed your day with you a little bit today.
Yes, we met him on Uncle Warren's platform. So we appreciate you for.
He's been in lots of these independent media spaces. I haven't been chatting as much as I used to, but I hope CBC remembers me. I've been in a lot of these different channels that are fighting the good fight, as far as not being the journalism, the corrupt industry of journalism, but the grassroots proletariat version of journalism.
My issue is a lot of times I watch these things live, but I'm doing something, so I don't get to interact with chat. And maybe I should have.
It's all right. Sometimes it's a hit and miss.
Try to do that a little more.
You get people like CBC voter. You got good, like intelligent people, and then you go to. Depends on what channel you watch in a big way, is you can get to some pretty lowbrow content. I find the right wing's got a lot of.
Depends on how you feel. Sometimes I feel a little lowbrow.
Yeah, I don't mind. That's where.
Sometimes I feel a little lowbrow.
The highbrow stuff is a little bit, people who only want that. That's that bourgeois look down on people kind of. But the lowbrow only
is. Sometimes I just want to sit there and laugh and shit.
Like, no such thing as a smart comment. You're just some kind of a whatever fool, to think you're smart. It's like, no, people are allowed to dream big thoughts,
Black Life is still there, but she went to go get us some food.
Okay.
Bless the Lord.
Yeah, well, it's about 1 o'clock on.
I had some. Oh, so you ready to call it quits, or what you want to do?
We got a couple more minutes. I'm not trying to rush you out here. I'm just saying. I think we might have come to the end of this one just about. As far as what else did you want to?
Although we come
opportunity.
to the end of the road, still I can't let go. You don't know nothing about that, Michael.
No, I'm not sure about that one.
That's Boys to Men, baby.
What's that?
Boys to Men.
Oyster Men.
Boys to Men. BOYZ as in Z.
Sorry.
To men. No, don't be sorry. You don't know them, and you don't have to know them because you live in Canada. Why would you know them? I'm just trying to put you up on some game. It's unnatural. Ooh, I belong to you. And then look, this Rondo part. Girl, wait, hold on. Girl, wait. I can't get my voice down.
You don't have that register. I don't know what you're trying to sing, and I probably can't do it justice either.
Ron don't know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I guess we need Ron to pop on for all of 30 seconds to do the scene. Not just kidding.
Girl, you forgive me.
I belong to you. I don't know what this is supposed to be.
It's in the middle of the song where the baritone with his deep voice just starts talking. Whew, all the women draws fall off.
To be blessed, I guess. Yeah.
Rondo, are you blessed? No, don't answer that. Do not answer that, Rondo. I'm just fucking with you. I don't want nobody coming in my DMs talking about they man.
Well, hopefully we get to hear from Rondo next week. Maybe Steve too.
Wolfie's going to sleep. Good night, Wolfie.
Have a good night. Thanks, everyone. So yeah, I don't know, as far as any announcements, you got anything?
Only that JB's coming on. Well, it's not confirmed yet, but he will possibly be here. Not this Thursday, next Thursday.
Okay.
I know he's available that day, but we're solidifying the time, and I'm just asking him what does he want to discuss, and maybe that makes more sense to get closer to the time to talk about that. I know what I would love to discuss with him.
Yeah. Well, I almost meant to, not almost, I did mean to play a bit of his, I wanted to do fairness to both sides and play some of his video, excuse me, about his explanation for why he was leaving RBN. But I guess you could, we can all, a lot of you have already seen it, and anyone who hasn't seen it, you can go check out JB Font's channel on YouTube. The video in question is, I forget exactly the title, something like Why It's Over, or I forget, but just we don't need to talk about that again with him, not to bring up all the bad blood and whatnot, but
yeah, I don't think he wants. I don't want to do that to him. You know what I mean?
So, yeah, I'm happy that I support his decision. I feel like it was maybe the right thing for him to do, and so I respect his integrity and his bravery, determination to make the right choice. You know, it's not easy to just make the choice. You know, to like a lot of people get a little bit cowardly. They get like a lot of these. They see these contradictions. They see a problem. It doesn't sit well with them, and what do? They do nothing. And this is the toxicity that's infecting the working class. So many people out there working these shitty jobs. They know that nothing's sitting right with them, and they're just fucking sitting there letting it happen over and over and over and over again every day. And that's breaking the cycle is so goddamn important. So much respect for that, JB.
Right. Sorry, I was actually texting him just now. All right. I think we've reached the end of the road.
My time is done. Yeah, that's right. Thank you, guys. Yep, that's it.
Thank you,
We've reached the
Cowboy
end of this
Kitty.
one.
So yeah, March 5th, JB should be here. But Thursday, we don't know what our topic is yet. We're going to be talking about that on Wednesday. I assume it's going to have something to do with either Mexico or Iran or domestic policy as it interferes with foreign policy, something like that.
Or maybe economics. I like to try and talk about like the markets, because the whole thing, like, we can talk about politics, but it's the political economy. And so I'm not really enough of a financial expert, but I think that we would be better serving the people if we could actually understand the financial world from a way that's not just like saying, yeah, everything's rigged and bullshit, whatever, but to actually understand it and explain it to people, like to prove our point about how corrupt it is. You have to actually talk about it. So, but it gets boring.
Mm-hmm.
So
I think I need more time to do that. And Rondo, look, somebody said this when, if you watched the show, they were like, bro, I thought it had something to do with your physical health. That like, this is easy work considering what I thought it was. So yeah, some of us felt that way too. Like, he was like, oh, I didn't mean to scare you. No, I'm fine. I'm healthy. I'm fine. But in the meantime, in between time, I guess we should say our goodbyes. No,
yeah.
Our see you next laters, not goodbyes. I see you next laters.
Yeah.
Thursday at 5. Don't forget Extra Bulla tomorrow at 11 a.m. Central, and Friday 11 a.m. Central.
And the political
Ooh,
matrix,
my tongue is tied.
Saturday. I forget exactly what time, but
I think it's like 8. It's like 8 It's like 8 p.m. We're supposed to do a cross stream. We're still trying to work that out.
Yeah,
but that should be fun.
Try a little harder. I've been a little bit exhausted and demoralized, but what else is new? So,
that should be fun.
Thanks, guys. Or sorry, you got anything else?
No, other than thank you, family, for sticking with us. We appreciate you. We love you, and we miss you when you're gone.
Au revoir. Bonne nuit. Toot de sweet.